Yes, it's Ladies' Day. Ladies semi-finals here at the 2015 Wimbledon Championships. It's day 10, Thursday the 9th of July, and we are live at Wimbledon. Yes, we are with you for the remainder of the afternoon as we keep you updated with everything we can expect at this, the second Thursday of the 2015 Wimbledon Championships, with myself, Cara Robinson, and seven-time Grand Slam champion Mats Wilander. And we have to reflect, first of all, Mats, on that epic five-setter that finished off play in the men's quarterfinals last night, out on court number one between Stan Wawrinka and Richard Gasquet. Gasquet coming through 11-9 in the fifth. Of course, Stan admitting he did get off to a bit of a slow start. He lost the first set 6-4, then it was a winning score of 6-4, 4-6, 3-6, 6-4, 11-9 to the Frenchman. You can see his reaction there, and I thought of you, Mats, when I was watching that at home last night, because another player fell to their back on the grass in celebration. It's really a return to the big time for Richard Gasquet.
Yes, it really is. It was a great match. I mean, on paper, it was going to be the best match, well, the most attractive match on the men's side because of both players' beautiful one-handed backhands, but no one really thought that it's going to go the distance the way it did. And I think a lot of people didn't think that Richard Gasquet actually had it in him to beat Stan Wawrinka, but a wonderful performance by the Frenchman, and obviously a little bit surprising to a lot of tennis fans, but he has been in the semi-finals here before. Stan Wawrinka has played some great grass court tennis, so I think he's going to take a lot from this year's Wimbledon. In many ways, I think he was ahead in that match for most of the time and had a good chance to win it. But Richard Gasquet, a great match, and grass courts has always been very friendly to Richard Gasquet. But Stan Wawrinka, yeah, I think he'd be disappointed because he played really well going into that quarterfinals. But in the end, 11-9, and it was great because all the fans, they stayed throughout the whole match. And really, you can put this down, at least in my book, as the best match in the men's tournament so far in Wimbledon in 2015.
Oh, really? Wow, okay, interesting to know, because perhaps the other three quarterfinals were a bit more as planned. This is the one that there was an upset in terms of the seedings, in terms of who was favoured to come through on paper. Stan admitting that he got off to a bit of a slow start, Mats, losing that first set 6-4 to Richard. And how much do you think that cost him ultimately, not being able to deliver for the first one?
Well, I mean, I think it gave Richard Gasquet maybe more a confidence boost, because once you start at level in the beginning, the first hour is really important for tennis players. Even though on the men's side, if you're behind after the first hour, you can still come back and win it because it's 3 out of 5 sets. It's different on the women's side, of course. But so I think Richard Gasquet felt that he's as good a player today as Stan Wawrinka. But anytime you're up 2-1, you really feel like you let the match slip out of your hands. But in the end, a lot of, I believe, tweets and social media talk about those two beautiful one-handed backhands, and definitely the one-handed backhand is still well and alive in the men's game.
Well, Richard Gasquet will now face Novak Djokovic in the semi-finals tomorrow, and he's in the process of edging out Stan Wawrinka. Meant they're not completing history here, because if Stan had progressed through to the semi-finals, it would have been the first time, Matt, since 1995 that all top 4 seeds in the men's draw made it through, and that is perhaps what people were expecting. Of course, this was the most unpredictable match perhaps going in. It would have been quite something to see all 4 go through, because how often would you say at these big slams the last 4 are true to the seedings coming in?
Well, I mean, we've had a bit of it with obviously with Rafa and Nadal being parts of Murray, Djokovic and Federer. So we've had some of that, but lately, no, the last few years we haven't. So it would have been nice, because we also know what Stan Wawrinka did to Novak Djokovic at the French Open. Obviously beat him there in 4 sets. So I think a lot of people were looking forward to the Wawrinka-Djokovic clash. But not to be. Richard Gasquet, a worthy winner, and really having beaten Nick Kyrgios this year after having lost last year after 9 match points, and then coming through in 5 sets against Stan Wawrinka. I think it's well deserved, and also because really Stan Wawrinka played a very solid match, and Richard Gasquet just was a little bit better at the end, and for once I would like to say Richard Gasquet pulls through at the very end, and now he's done it against Kyrgios and against Wawrinka, so there might be something here that's starting that's a little bit new. He plays without any pressure these days. He's 29 years old. He's played under so much pressure since really he was 10 years old. And he was on the cover of the biggest French tennis magazine, labeled as the next Grand Slam champion from France. So I think that he's very happy. And Can he beat Novak Djokovic? Well, we're going to let it rest and we'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, no repeat of the French Open final. No Wawrinka Djokovic rematch instead. Richard Gasquet makes it through to the men's semi-finals 8 years after he last reached this stage at the Wimbledon Championships. A huge moment for him, and they will do battle again tomorrow. But today, it's all about the ladies. It's their semi-final day, and what can we expect from the weather in SW19? Well, over to Rachel Stringer to tell us more.
The weather on ladies' semi-final day is looking a lot better than it has done recently. It's set to be dry and sunny, and despite the light wind, it's going to be pleasantly warm this afternoon in the sunshine, with the temperature reaching around 19 degrees. A couple of cracking semi-finals coming up for you shortly, so enjoy your day.
Yes, I think it's fair to say one match has a lot more hype coming into it than the other. It's fair because of their history, but they'll have to wait for the second matchup for that. First of all, we have a Venezuelan-born Spaniard, the first since 2007 on the ladies' side to reach this stage of the Wimbledon Championships. Garbina Muguruza will take on the 2012 finalist Agnieszka Radwanska, who previously lost to Serena Williams at that stage of the competition. And should she win today, and should Serena win today, she would get a rematch in the final on Saturday. But that is far from decided yet, because then Serena Williams takes on Maria Sharapova in a battle of perhaps the two biggest names of this sport, in the female side at least. And then they will be followed by the men's doubles semi-final, which is Jamie Murray and John Peers taking on Jonathan Ehrlich and Philip Petchner. Of course, fabulous for the home crowd here to see another Murray going deep into his event in the men's doubles and taking to centre court later today. Well, let's just discuss the Polish number 13 seed Agnieszka Radwanska. Much made of her journey to the final here in 2012, falling very short to Serena Matz, and again she could be outpowered today by Muguruza. They've got very different styles of game. So Muguruza's a powerhouse. Radwanska's known a bit more for her creativity, the brain game, the artistry we're used to seeing her on the court. How does she try and counter powerful opponents?
Well, she's going to try and prolong the rallies for as long as she can. She's going to try and have to mix it up. Serving is going to be quite important for Radwanska. She needs to get 1 point here and there that's free, that she doesn't have to work so hard for. Also, she's going to have to come forwards a little bit. But really, it's a rejuvenated Agnieszka Radwanska. She hasn't had the best season this year. She had a stint working with Martina Navratilova early in the year and didn't have a very good Australian Open while they were working together. But she must have learned something from the great champion Martina Navratilova, and she played a good tournament in Eastbourne where she made the finals. Of course, lost to Belinda Bencic, the 18-year-old Swiss lady. But again, Agnieszka Radwanska, she's slightly unpredictable because you don't really know how affected her opponent is going to be by the crafty sort of little slices and drop shots that Agnieszka Radwanska plays. But again, I think she's very at home here at Wimbledon. She loves the grass courts. And again, if she can just prolong the rallies, then she has a chance. But when she goes on court, there's always a chance that she sort of gets blown off the court with the power of her opponent, and her opponent is very powerful today.
Well, what of the opponent, Garbina Muguruza, who many people may not know too much about? She made the headlines at Roland Garros last year when she beat Serena Williams, reaching the quarterfinals. She reached the quarterfinals again at the French Open this year, but it's been highly commented on, Mats, about she didn't think she knew how to play well on grass. Well, she certainly learned how to do that all of a sudden here. She's got a very big game. She's just 21 years of age. She's got a strong serve. She's defeated some big seeds on her route here. Angelique Kerber, Caroline Wozniacki, perhaps benefiting from Petra Kvitova falling out of the draw a couple of rounds ago. She seems to be just embracing the moment.
Yeah, and I think the important part about her going through is that she started off by beating Angelique Kerber, of course, is seeded number 10. Then Caroline Wozniacki, seeded number 5. Both of them keep the ball in play. You have to work your way through those matches. You're not going to get any free points, and you sometimes have to finish the points off at the net. And she's not afraid of getting in there to the net. And then in the quarterfinals, she beats Timea Baczynski, the Swiss lady who made the finals at the French Open. And that was a very tricky match, and she came through in that match in 2 sets. So I think she is most probably the player that is the best prepared for her opponent today, because again, Agnieszka Radwanska is very similar to Angelique Kerber, a little bit like Caroline Wozniacki, and also Timea Baczynski, where she plays a lot of different kinds of shots, and Muguruza has dealt with it 3 rounds in a row. So I think she will be really prepared. It's a matter of where is her patience today. Physically, she's going to be fine. And how effective is her power game playing against somebody as good as Agnieszka Radwanska at defending?
Okay, well, they will take to centre court at 1 p.m. today. They've had the day off yesterday, and they are busy preparing for the matchup in just under an hour's time. They've been out practicing this morning, and Adam Hunt was over at the Arangi practice court to watch Agnieszka.
Welcome to Arangi on day 10 of the championships, and it's an absolutely brilliant day. Blue skies overhead, and it's Agnieszka Radwanska here just getting ready for her match. The first match, of course, on centre court, the women's semi-final against Garbine Muguruza of Spain, the number 13 seed. Radwanska down there just practicing her serve. She's been here for a few minutes already, going through a very light practice, nothing too strenuous. Doesn't want to be too tired out for this match. Competing in her 9th Wimbledon already at 26 years of age. She really did burst through to the top of the women's game at a very, very young age. Former finalist back in 2012 when she lost to Serena Williams in that particular final, but she has such a good record on the grass here at the All England Club. This is her 3rd semi-final in just 4 years. She won the title as a junior, along with her sister Ursula. They really have dominated Polish tennis on the women's side for a long, long time. Interesting head-to-head between these two players, although Muguruza is much the younger player, just 21 years of age. They have already played 4 times on tour, twice this year, once last year back in January at the Australian Open, and then a couple of years ago when Muguruza was just bursting through in Miami. It was Radwanska who won the first 2 of those meetings in Miami and then the Australian Open last year relatively comfortably, 6-3, 6-2 and then 6-1, 6-3. But it's Muguruza who's won both of the meetings this year. Firstly in 3 sets in Sydney at the start of the year, 3-6, 7-6, 6-2. And then more comfortably on the hard courts in Dubai a couple of months ago, 6-4, 6-2. So Radwanska will be hoping to record her first victory over Muguruza this year. And in 45 matches at Wimbledon, previously to this one that's about to take place today, she's only played 1 Spaniard. So this is the 2nd Spaniard in 46 matches that Radwanska has played against, and really contrasting routes through to the final between these two. Radwanska has only been on court for 6 hours and 38 minutes. That's an average time of 1 hour and 20 minutes on court. Compare that to Muguruza, who's been on court for 8 hours and 31 minutes and an average time of 1 hour 42. So it's been a relatively comfortable route through to the semi-finals for Radwanska. She's down there just practicing with her hitting partner, 2 coaches alongside giving her some words of advice, and she's looking very confident as she prepares for this all-important Wimbledon semi-final, and the winner will play the battle of the Titans on centre court after that, Maria Sharapova and Serena Williams.
Well, a Wimbledon semi-final is an occasion to savour for all 4 of the players, but 3 of them have been there many times before. Not so the lady knocking up over my shoulder, Garbine Muguruza, into any Grand Slam semi-final for the very first time, proudly flying the flag for Venezuela, she says, as well as for Spain. According to some of the Spanish journalists we've just spoken to, she moved from Venezuela to Europe at the age of 2 or 3. She's a fantastic big stage performer. Twice a quarter-finalist at the French Open, but this has been the best run of her career so far. She will relish that opportunity on centre court against Agnieszka Radwanska, who's in her 3rd Wimbledon semi-final in 4 years and is a former junior champion as well. But Muguruza will move up to world number 14 by the end of this championship if she gets eliminated from the semi-finals. She arrived here seeded 20, and that was the highest seeding she's ever had in a slam. It's been an absolutely superb run. She's the first Spanish woman into a Grand Slam semi-final since the year 2000, and the first here at Wimbledon since Arantxa Sanchez Vicario back in 1997. She's making history for the women's game in Spain, and hopefully it will attract a few more followers and create a few more headlines back home in a country usually dominated by football or by Rafael Nadal. So straight sets win over Tomea Baczynski, who was seeded 15, knocked out Wozniacki, the number 5 seed, the former world number 1 in straight sets. Angelique Kerber, fantastic win over the number 10 seed. So I don't think Muguruza will be fearing Radwanska, even though it looks as though the Polish player is coming back to something like her best form. She's had 4 wins over top 5 players in her career so far. And remember, Muguruza, although she is the least known of all 4 of the women's semi-finalists, she inflicted Serena Williams' worst Grand Slam defeat last year in the 2nd round of the French Open. She loves the big points, she loves the rallies. She's incredibly powerful. This is the closest we've got to her during this championship, because of course so much of the attention tends to go on the Sharapovas and the Williams, both of them. But she is so strong, working it from the baseline here with her knock-up team. Not quite so many people here to watch her knock up, but I wonder if that will change if she manages to take it to Radwanska when she's up on centre court. A great, great run, a career-defining run to the semi-finals. And Garbine Muguruza looks poised and ready for what is without doubt going to be the biggest match of her life. And she will not be intimidated by the Polish athlete. This has got the makings of a cracking semi-final.
Thank you, Rob. Well, an ever-growing role out on the tennis tour these days is that of the hitting partner. And as you get to these later stages of the slams, they become even more important. Well, Nicky Rowan has been a busy man, as Adam Hunt found out.
Well, I'm joined again by Nicky Rowan. Yesterday you were preparing Gilles Simon for his match against Roger Federer. This morning, Garbine Muguruza for her match. What's the difference between warming up someone in the men's singles to someone in the ladies' singles?
Well, today we were doing a lot more hitting. Garbine, she's quite a slow starter, so she starts very progressively. So we were hitting a lot from the back, and obviously the pace is slightly slower, but I mean, still she's hitting a great ball.
There's also a big difference between the spins. The ladies tend to hit it a little bit flatter, men a lot more top spin. Do you have to modify your game a little bit to suit that?
Yeah, I have to take the ball a little bit earlier, hit it a little bit flatter if I can, which is difficult sometimes because obviously you're used to hitting the ball a certain way, but after some practice you get used to it.
And she's achieved so much here at Wimbledon, her first semi-final. Could you sense perhaps some nerves that this is a new experience for her, whereas she's playing Radwanska, who's been in the final here before?
Yeah, I think she was a little nervous in the beginning, but she's like I said, she's kind of a slow starter with regards to warming up. So in the beginning, I think she was a little bit jittery, but then, bit by bit, she was warming up and by the end of it, she was playing really well. So.
And not too many Spanish women make the semi-finals here at Wimbledon, so she's really paving a way for Spanish tennis in general, because on the men's side, clearly Rafael Nadal's been doing so well, but on the women's side, the Spanish players aren't really known for their grass court tennis, are they? Yeah,
that's true. I mean, it's been a while since there's been a top female Spanish player, so it's nice to see, that also the women's side over there is doing very well. So I think she's going to be a great prospect.
And we saw Radwanska was practicing down at Orangi, so she was on the practice courts, whereas Muguruza her opponent decided to practice here on the match courts. Now we know that they're entitled, if you're playing on court 1 or centre court, you're entitled to practice on these match courts if you want to. Can you give us an insight into why Radwanska chose to practice down there?
Perhaps she has a favourite court. You know, some of the players can be quite superstitious. You know, I mean, I can't say for sure, but yeah, each player is different, and some like to, you know, it's a little bit quieter back there, and she has a favourite practice court. You know, she kind of does her thing, like in a routine. Whereas I think it was the first time that Garbina's been out on a match court to practice, so I think, you know, she made the most of it.
And as you were saying yesterday, it's a good way to get used to the buzz, really, because there are a lot more people around. It's got that match feeling.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a huge difference. You know, you really feel the buzz, and everyone's, you know, standing around watching, taking photos. So I think it helps, you know, getting into sort of a match mode.
A busy day for you. What are you doing later?
Yeah, at 1 o'clock I have a hit with Richard Goske, so I'm looking forward to that.
Well, he's going to be tired from yesterday, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so hopefully it should be fun.
Well, I've seen that you've got a one-handed backhand, so it's a battle of two nice one-handed backhands. Perhaps not quite as good as Wawrinka?
No, probably not, but I try my best.
Nearly there.
Yeah.
Okay, enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you, Nicky.
Cheers.
What do you make about the headphones on when they walk on? I mean, around the neck's one thing. But what do you make about when Serena and Victoria both walked on with their headphones on centre, not really acknowledging the crowd? They were talking about it last night.
Well,
Because they're
I
not
think you're
really
zoned in. I think you just zone in. I'm not sure. It's. I don't mind the headphones. I have never tried it actually, but seems like that's something that the players do these days.
Yeah, well, Navratilova was saying last night how she thinks that they should acknowledge the centre court crowd when they're walking on, you know, rather than just be like. Serena actually takes hers down quite soon, but Victoria's are like.
Yeah.
It's obviously just all a sponsorship deal as well. It's funny.
Yeah, I think that it's just a new trend. I think that waving to the crowd is something new. I think waving to the crowd when you've lost is also something new. So I think that it's, you know, it's Roger Federer has been so popular and he's been so classy and doing the right thing for so long that I think when any player steps sort of out of line or out of that path, I think that we tend to maybe overreact a little bit. But I don't mind anything that makes these players focus and play a better match in front of all these people. I think they should be allowed to do it, even if it becomes what Vasek Pospisil did, which was looking into his blue book in every changeover.
Yeah.
So I think it's okay.
Okay, well, we won't see too much of that today because Serena may have her headphones around her neck, but Maria tends not to do that. One thing is for sure, this is going to be a big battle. It's been hyped as being a big battle. I think the media, the fans are hoping that it will be a big battle, but the one thing that we do know, Mats, is that the statistics, the history lies so heavily in Serena's favour. She's won 17-2 with their career head-to-heads, but the last 16 straight times in a row that they have faced each other. Of course, Maria does have memories of 2004, which we'll get on to in a minute, but who is the pressure on coming into this match?
That's such a good question. I mean, the obvious cliche quote here is Vidas Gerulaitis, very famous American, sort of labeled a playboy, said once after having lost to Jimmy Connors 16 times in a row, and then he beat him finally. He says, nobody beats Vidas Gerulaitis 17 times in a row. And funny, this is now the 17th time in a row that Serena Williams could beat Maria Sharapova. And I really believe the more they play, the closer Sharapova is to a win, rather than the other way around. So I think the pressure is on Serena. I really do. I think Sharapova, by now, no one's really expecting her to win. We're expecting her to come out and fight hard and play a close match. They played a really good finals at the Australian Open this year. But the pressure is on this lady, really, in my book, because now we're even more than ever starting to talk about the Serena Slam. She's 2 matches away from that, and then the calendar Grand Slam, and tying up Steffi Graf's record of 22 majors is within reach. If she wins here, she can win the US Open later in September.
Exactly, she's going for her 21st Grand Slam. She is the one with history on the line. Maria wouldn't be afraid to take it, though, if she had the chance. But as you mentioned, Matt, their battles do seem to be getting a bit tighter in recent times. She has only taken a set off Serena in 3 of those last 16 encounters that Serena has won. But you did mention the Australian Open final this year. Serena did win that in straight sets, 6-3, 7-6 in the second. The last time they faced each other here at Wimbledon was back in 2010, 5 years ago. And Serena came through in straight sets there again, but 7-6, 6-4. So scores have been getting a little bit closer in recent years, but the serve is what strikes me as being the potential problem. Maria Sharapova, we know, has 38 double faults so far in this year's championships. Her second serve just is a big weakness. I think everyone's seen that. How vital is it going to be for her to get that first serve into there and not rely on her second?
It's going to be, I mean, that's really going to make the difference, because once the ball's in play, they're both about equal when it comes to the ground strokes and about being aggressive. But it's that first serve. Obviously, if Serena gets a lot of first serves in play, that means a lot of free points. She won't double fault that much. But it's up to Maria Sharapova to attack Serena's second serve the same way Serena will attack Sharapova's second serve. And we've seen that with Ana Ivanovic 2 years ago at the Australian Open. She attacked Serena's second serve. Garbine Muguruza in last year's French Open attacked Serena's second serve. And that's it sort of destroyed not just the serve of Serena, but her whole game fell apart there. So I think it's bit by bit for Sharapova, and if she can make inroads in Serena's serve early on, maybe breaking her, then I think Sharapova can relax a little bit on her first serve, and then hopefully get a little more spin and more consistency in the second serve. But you're right, Cara, it's pretty much all about the serve starting this match.
Well, Serena Williams has recorded her fastest serve of up to 123 miles per hour so far in this year's championships. She's had 55 aces en route to the semi-finals. Maria Sharapova just 15. So the statistics, serving-wise at least, and career head-to-heads lie in Serena's favour. We just saw her there out practicing. Well, Adam Hunt's been out watching Serena in a bit more detail.
Well, huge crowds here in the shadow of centre court on court number 9 can only be for one person, and that is Serena Williams getting ready for her semi-final match. The renewal of the biggest rivalry in women's tennis against Maria Sharapova. And you can just see the intensity with which she practices. Her hitting partner down the other end is really being pushed a long way behind the baseline by her fearsome ground strokes. She certainly plays her matches at 100 miles an hour, and she practices like that too. Not giving a single inch from the baseline, really stepping in and crushing it, as is the way when she plays. Serena Williams, she's here with Patrick Muratoglu just to the left here, her coach. Relatively quiet though during the practice sessions between these two. Not too many words said. Muratoglu just leaves Serena to get on with it. She, of course, has such a brilliant record here at the championships that she probably doesn't need too much encouragement. This match, the second one on centre court after the first of the semi-finals, Muguruza against Radwanska. What a record it is that Serena Williams has in all of the Grand Slams. This is her 28th Grand Slam semi-final. She continues her quest to win the famous Serena Slam. She's won the last 16 meetings with Sharapova. So although everyone says it is such a great rivalry between these two, it is a relatively one-sided rivalry. And who can forget when, back in 2004, Maria Sharapova really announced herself on the world stage, beating Serena to win Wimbledon. And she said, after that match, I have to take this trophy from you for 1 year. I'm sorry, Serena, but perhaps she regrets saying that back in 2004, because she hasn't beaten Serena since then. And in a press conference earlier on during this tournament, Serena said, I love playing Maria. I think she brings out the best in me. And she certainly has done in the recent meetings between these two. So Serena looking full of confidence, relatively quiet, but a very intense practice session here. Just going through her ground stroke. She'll hit a few volleys and then some serves, and then probably go off for a stretch and a massage and add the finishing touches before that eagerly awaited semi-final on centre court. It is an absolutely picture-perfect day here on day 10 of the championships. It's women's semi-final day, and what a match we have to look forward to between Sharapova and Williams.
Well, Serena very much in business mode this morning in her practice session, and here's Maria arriving for hers, being escorted by some security flanking her from all sides as she chooses to take on one of the outside practice courts as well. And it is crucial for them to be guided down by the G4S security team, because the interruptions otherwise, Matt, would be endless. And this is really time where I would imagine you can inform us an athlete tends to zone in. It's a few hours till match time, I guess. But the practice is so important. So, well, when do they start to zone in? How key is it to put the blinkers on, making your way out to one of these outside practice courts? Because there are a lot of distractions on your way out there.
Yeah, no, the blinkers I think are on already in the locker room. I think when you arrive in the morning there and you sort of get your bag organized, and then you start warming up with your trainer somewhere, most probably outside the locker room, obviously, because her trainer. Would not be allowed in the locker room, I would have thought. So yeah, the blinkers are on at the same time as it's just any other warm-up. You're trying to go through the motions. You're trying to as you can see here, she starts out pretty hard. I mean,
yeah.
She starts hitting pretty hard from the very beginning, trying to find her rhythm. She's not necessarily a subtle tennis player, Maria Sharapova. You know, the interesting thing is when you come out there, she's most probably not making the same noises when she's practicing. I've seen her practice. It's something that most players that have a grunt or make noises when they hit, they're not doing it in practice, really. They do it in matches and not in practice. We never really understood why that is. I think the other players might get a bit annoyed, but possibly also in matches there's more distractions than it is in practice. There's more people and you're just trying to get into the zone and sort of play in your own little bubble, and Sharapova is so good at that.
Well, you mentioned she comes out and she starts hitting quite hard straight away, as we can see in these pictures. Would she have warmed up, stretched out in the locker rooms and prepared herself to come out on court and go for it straight away, as she will before the match as well?
Definitely. Okay. I mean, when you go for a warm-up, very rarely do you start, even though Garbine Muguruza apparently started pretty slow, but when you do a warm-up, you are warmed up and you're going to hit for half an hour, maybe 45 minutes, and literally you're just trying to recreate what's going to happen in a couple of hours when she plays a match. If you have a day off and you practice, then it's a little bit different. You still warm up outside the court, but then you usually start a little bit slower. Some of the ladies, they start with a little bit of mini tennis, like we call it, hit short shots into the service boxes, and then they start going full. But I think here it's just business. It's just get in the right frame of mind as quickly as possible, and the blinkers are definitely on.
Well, it is 17-2 in Serena's favour. The last 16 matches in a row have been dominated by Serena Williams. Will today be any different? Well, we're going to have to wait some time before we find out. But Rob Walker's been outside by that practice court watching Maria prepare.
Well, on this glorious semi-final Thursday, we have returned to one of our camera crew's favourite spots here. We're overlooking court 3 that way, which is why I'm keeping my voice down, because we've got some doubles going on. Jana Novotná, amongst others, on court. And we've got the boys' doubles going on beneath us. And more importantly than that, perhaps right now, over on court 5, Maria Sharapova is preparing for yet another semi-final. This will be her 5th at Wimbledon, but her first for 4 years. And she has got the huge task of trying to stop Serena Williams get within one match of a non-calendar slam. Sharapova, of course, famously beat Serena in 2004 to the Wimbledon title at the age of just 17, but she hasn't beaten Serena Williams since that year. She had 2 victories over her 11 years ago, but since then it's all been Serena Williams, who therefore leads the heads-to-heads, 17-2 going into this, their 20th meeting. Sharapova just taking a seat. What a treat for the crowd gathered round, who perhaps haven't got a ticket to watch her on centre court. Sharapova has only lost 1 set so far in this Wimbledon. That was in a tiebreak against Coco van der Wey, but she's got an absolute mountain to climb to beat Serena Williams. She hasn't taken a set off Serena in their last 5 meetings. Beaten by the world number 1 in the Australian Open final and in the French Open final in 2013. And speaking about the world number 1, here we are overlooking 3. And another reason why this is such a good court is because you get vantage points all across. And if you pan around to court 9, you will see the opponent of Maria Sharapova, Serena Williams, just doing her own knock-ups there. quite interesting. There's no love lost between the two of them, so I don't think they would have accepted knocking up on adjacent courts. But of course, the way this magnificent complex is put together, neither Sharapova or Williams will be having to look at each other during their warm-up. So Serena, 2 matches away from the non-calendar slam. It's her first semi-final in 3 years, but she has an incredible record against Maria Sharapova. Sharapova, incidentally, has just gone back to the baseline over on court 5, continuing to go through her preparations. And one thing I noticed, because we just took an opportunity to watch her when we were right down there next to court 5, there were no easy strokes. As soon as she came on court, she was absolutely hammering the forehands against her practice partner, who is now much closer to the net. Sharapova's got to do something different here. She hasn't beaten Serena Williams in over a decade. She's a brilliant champion. She's a 5-time Grand Slam winner. She's been in 10 major finals, but she's got to come up with something very, very special to beat Serena Williams here this afternoon. It is going to be an epic confrontation between arguably 2 of the most famous names in the history of women's tennis. Serena, much more decorated, but Sharapova has done a lot for the profile of women's tennis. And it's going to be an absolutely brilliant confrontation. The question is, can Maria Sharapova do something differently today than that which she's produced against Serena for the last 11 years? If she can, we could be in line for one of the all-time great women's semi-finals here on centre court.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, and it's worth noting that regardless of the result today, actually, Mats, Maria Sharapova will move up to the world number 2 following these championships. So on Monday, she'll move up 2 places from the world number 4, where she previously is. But she's not. Is she bothered about world rankings at this stage?
I don't think so. I think Serena is so far ahead. I think maybe, though, if you are going to move up to number 2 in the world, I think that's maybe the only pressure I see Sharapova have on her, which is, well, I'm going to be number 2. I better make sure this match is pretty close, because otherwise, how big is the gap between number 1 in the world on the women's side and the number 2? Should Serena come out and win 6-2, 6-2? I mean, that's going to get people talking, because they're going to say, whoa, this is not really fair. Serena is just dominating too much. And we're going to, again, start saying that, well, what do the other women need to do to close the gap, and so on and so on. So I think that for Sharapova, that's the pressure that she has on her. Try and pinch a set at some point. But looking through their stats, we're going to go through the head-to-head just now, but one important stat is that Maria Sharapova has played 5 tiebreakers this year. She hasn't won any of them. She lost 1 to Coco Vandeweghe. Serena Williams has played 5, and she's won all 5. And you're not going to break Serena Williams' serve, so there's a very good chance that this goes to a tiebreaker in the Australian Open final. Serena Williams won that tiebreaker too. And Serena Williams wins 2 out of 3. And Maria Sharapova wins every other. And that makes a huge difference, I think, for both players. So Maria Sharapova, there is definitely some pressure in terms of the scoreline in this match.
Okay, well, Rob Walker mentioned 11 years ago. Let's just remind ourselves of what happened 11 years ago. This is when the rivalry started. Yes, you may barely recognize her. That's a 17-year-old Maria Sharapova who marched her way into the tennis world in this final against Serena Williams, who was a 2-time Wimbledon champion at the time. And with that into the net, Maria falls to her knees. Her dad in the players' box is absolutely over the moon with elation. She beats her 6-1, 6-4 in one of the biggest upsets of the game at the time. But Serena Williams at the time was on a 20-match winning streak. She'd won the previous 2 Wimbledon finals, and we saw these famous scenes of Maria running straight up the players' box and greeting her father, who had sacrificed so much for his young daughter in her tennis career, moving out of Russia, moving to Florida, joining the Nick Bollettieri Tennis Academy, and she famously was trying to get hold of her mother back in Russia on her phone. These are just such happy moments for Maria Sharapova, and actually at this trophy presentation ceremony, she apparently whispered in Serena's ear, "I have to take this trophy off you for 1 year, I'm sorry." Well, I'm not sure how sorry she is now, because I bet she wished she could have taken a few more off. But when we look at these statistics, Matt, these are the head-to-heads since that 2004 final. when, of course, Sharapova came through here. She also then won later that year at the WTA Tour Championships in 3 sets. But from then on, it's really just been a Serena story. And as you can see, since the last time that Maria Sharapova won, she's only taken Serena to 3 sets on 2 other occasions. There have been a lot of one-sided battles, and she's really got to change something today to change the look of this.
Yes, she really has. I think there on that page, 2005 Australian Open, right after Sharapova had won twice, that match in their career was crucial, where Sharapova won the first 6-2 and then lost 7-5, 8-6. After that, we see Serena is dominating her completely, 1-3 setter, and then it got a little bit closer towards the end. And the last 2 years, sort of nearly 3 years, it's been a little bit better for Sharapova. And the Australian Open final this year was an excellent match that Sharapova could have easily taken to 3 sets. But again, Serena Williams just has this ability to win the points that are important. But I really feel like Sharapova, she is getting closer to a win. Serena Williams has been tested here by Heather Watson, and then I don't know how tested she was against her sister Venus, but I think Sharapova. Is it happening this year? I'm not sure, but it's definitely going to happen before Serena Williams says goodbye to the game, you would think.
Well, there was a lot of hype actually about that Serena and Venus match. It didn't really live up to it. Serena came through with relative ease in 2 sets. Do you think the same could happen today? Because there is so much media speculation going into this match. Do you think it can live up to the billing?
It can, but I think that Serena again got a little bit of a scare against Victoria Azarenka. I think that's good for her to lose the first set again, and then she comes back and wins. So she's used to losing the first set and coming back. But again, I mean, she's ready. Serena Williams is so ready for this, and I think in many ways the danger is over in her mind. Garbine Muguruza. That's the one I think she has to worry about the most.
Okay, well, Serena Williams' Grand Slam semi-final record is 24-1 and 3 lost. But is Maria Sharapova getting closer? Could this be the year for the Russian? Well, Mats and I were out with IBM to preview this encounter. Welcome to IBM's Tennis Insights with myself, Cara Robinson, and 7-time Grand Slam champion Mats Wilander. Today we're going to preview the semi-final clash between Serena Williams and Maria Sharapova. Now, Serena enjoys a 17-2 advantage over Maria in their head-to-head. She's won in their last 16 encounters, and the Russian hasn't beaten the world #1 since 2004. So is it going to be business as usual, Mats, for Serena, or is there any chance Maria can try and overcome her?
Oh, I think there's a good chance for Maria, because at some point we would think that she is going to beat Serena Williams again. And I think that Serena has been a little bit vulnerable in some of the matches here, and Maria is such a fierce competitor, and I really think that she is able to put all those matches out of her mind and go back to when she beat her in 2004, and especially in the Wimbledon finals that year.
Well, as always, so much is going to come down to serve, and for Maria Sharapova, she possesses 2 vastly different serves. If we look at the statistics provided to us by IBM, we can see that she's won 75% of her first service points, which is 8% above the tournament average of 67%. But when it comes to her second serve, she's won just 41% of those points, which is 5% below the tournament average of 46. Her second serve is an obvious weakness. She's committed 38 double faults leading into this semi-final. So, Matt, is there any quick fix that she can try and achieve before this matchup?
I mean, not really. I guess she could take a little bit off her first serve and make sure that goes in, but at the same time, she does get a lot of free points on the first serve. So I really feel like she lives and dies by her second serve. But again, if she has a good serving day, Maria, with that second serve, then she's as good as any player in the world.
Well, what about forehand winners? We can look at the IBM statistics and compare her performance en route to the final here in 2004, which she went on to win in straight sets, compared to her route here at this year's championships. The numbers indicate that in 2004, Maria had 53 forehand winners compared to Williams's 31, whereas this year en route to the semi-finals, Sharapova has had 43 forehand winners compared to Williams's 45. That means Serena has had 14 more forehand winners to the same stage of the tournament, while Sharapova has had 10 less. So Sharapova's forehand is not putting up nearly the same numbers as it did en route to the semi-final in 2004. But is it good enough to deal with an improved Serena this time around?
Well, I think for Maria it's different, because in 2004 she was unpolished, and I think she went for more winners on the forehand, and she most probably had more unforced errors as well. Today, she keeps it in play. She has a little more topspin on it, therefore she hits less winners. But on the other hand, Serena Williams were missing way more back then, and now she as well has a little bit of shape on her forehand, and I think she takes it earlier, more inside the baseline, and she goes for it more.
Well, some good news for Maria is that she is performing best out of the 4 remaining semi-finalists for points won from the baseline and the net. When we take a look at the statistics provided by IBM, we can see that Maria is winning 57% of baseline points compared to Serena's 51%. The tournament average is 47. And as for the net points won, Maria is 76% so far these championships compared to Serena's 71%. Again, tournament average is 65, so they are both above average, which isn't surprising, Mats, but is extending the point key to Maria's success?
I think it is these days. Again, she tries to keep the ball in play. I think in many ways she's a much better player now than she was in 2004. So yes, if Maria can extend the rallies, she has a good chance.
Well, it should be a blockbuster matchup. Serena Williams faces Maria Sharapova in the semi-final of the 2015 Wimbledon Championships, and we'll be back with more IBM Tennis Insights tomorrow. Well, those are mine and Mats's thoughts, but what about our analyst Craig O'Shaughnessy? Well, Rob Walker is with him to preview today's semi-final encounters.
Well, what a fantastic day for 2 scintillating women's semi-finals. We're still up here overlooking court number 3. A magnificent day, beautiful sunshine. Let's get the thoughts of the legendary Craig O'Shaughnessy. Craig, first of all, what do you make of the semi-finals unknown package? Garbine Muguruza, I mean, never before beyond the quarter-finals. She's taken out some massive names, including the likes of Wozniacki. This is unknown territory for her, but it's turning out to be the tournament of her life.
Yeah, she's doing extremely well. She's had good results at lower levels, but never at this stage. And her stats coming into this semi-final are pretty amazing. One of the things on grass that I always go to first is rally length. And so there's a lot of players that do well in that 0 to 4 rally length, with 0 representing double faults. Somehow she's made it to the semi-finals with a losing record. Wow. I mean, I look at that and I had to do a double take. She's won 141 points. She's lost 152. So that's almost impossible to get to the semis with that. Then you combine that she has a losing record on her own second serve. She's only won 46% of those points, and she has a losing record in baseline play. She's won 48% of those. You wonder how she's got here, but she's taken out some very big names. She's got an attacking game, and I think this is more a combination of winning the right points at the right time and not necessarily ticking every box on the stat sheet.
It's a great, great story. She's up against Agnieszka Radwanska, who I think's in her 3rd Wimbledon semi-final in 4 years, and she looks as though she's coming back to her best, and perhaps she wouldn't have fancied Muguruza because she's going to be the overwhelming favourite for that one, but with that comes a tag of pressure.
Yeah, it does. I really like her game. It's off pace. In today's game, everyone wants to hit the ball harder. Everybody wants to come at the opponent a little bit more. And she stays back a little bit more and says, you know what, I'm going to let you overhit. I'm going to let you beat yourself. And it takes a very good tennis brain to be able to pull that off and reach the semis here. Interestingly, she has an overwhelming winning record in those 0 through 4. She's won 247, lost 171. So that, we're already seeing a mismatch there. And a lot of times with Radwanska, we think she likes to extend the point. She has a losing record in those 9+ shot rallies, 130 and lost 36. But, very good from the baseline, is 153%. And to give you an idea, if you're at 55%, that's outstanding. So 53% is good. Even 50%. Andy Murray won the US Open with 50% at the baseline. So it's a solid number. She's come to the net 80 times, 153, so that's 66%. She just needs to turn up and do the same thing that got her this far, and that should be enough to get the job done.
But will she be conscious of the fact that they're 2 all in head-to-heads, and it's actually Garbine who's won their last 2 encounters?
Yeah, that will always play into an opponent's mind, but you can almost say, okay, I understand that, but it's a different story at Wimbledon, at SW19, and in the semi-finals. So I put a lot less weight in those last two losses, and say, you know what, it's a clean slate, it's a big stage. Let's see what you got here.
Right, talking about a big stage, this is going to be absolutely fascinating. Sharapova against Serena Williams. By the end of this tournament, Sharapova's up at world number 2, and yet for the two best players in the world, that is quite a one-sided record, 17-2. She hasn't beaten Serena since 2004. Why?
It's an incredible stat. For some weird reason, I was at that match. I was coaching in the juniors over here, and I stayed on and watched it and sat and watched that final and saw Maria through that tournament do extremely well. It didn't surprise me in 2004 that she won that. It's very surprising she's lost 16 straight against Serena. At the Australian Open final this year, that was the last time they played, I was at that match as well. It was, Maria has never played that well in a match and lost in her entire life. She played extremely well. And when she looked over the net at the opponent, it's like, okay, it's like double vision. I'm seeing two. I'm seeing Serena, the player, but there's this other part. It's Serena, the serve. In that final, Serena hit 18 aces. Now, to put that in a little bit of perspective, she only hit 3 in the first set. She hit 15 aces in the second set.
Wow.
That's from another planet. Raonic was the ace leader in the men's side. The most he ever hit for the entire tournament was 11. So it just gives you some kind of idea is that, Serena may never serve that well again. And if it had been just a normal serve day, say 8 aces or 10 aces, I think Maria could have got through on that one.
But, I mean, it's not just that she hasn't beaten Serena. She hasn't taken a set off her in their last 5 meetings. And there is the hangover of a very, very one-sided Olympic final here, where Serena beat her 6-love, 6-1. What has Maria Sharapova got to, A, believe in, and B, produce on the court to give herself a chance of turning round an overwhelming losing record against a player 2 matches away from a non-calendar slam?
Yeah, it's a very tall ask. One of the things is that Serena doesn't have to adjust to pretty much anyone. Now, Heather Watson did a great job defending, did a great job playing off pace. We saw slice forehands, we saw deep balls, we saw some slower balls, but Maria can't do that. She historically has one speed and she hits it hard, and she doesn't traditionally go to a secondary game plan. So there's going to be 4 elements to this. There's going to be serving, returning, and there may be a little bit of rallying, there may be a little bit of approaching. So I pulled up the serve locations for both players to see if we can get a bit of an idea coming in. In the deuce court, so far for the tournament, Serena's served 58 times out wide in the deuce, 39 down the tee. She really hits that well when she needs a point. Say at 40-15 or even a deuce, I expect a bigger serve down the middle. She's very confident with that one, but she loves to just slice that out wide, open up the court, and then hammer that next shot. In the ad court, 44 down the middle and only 42 out wide, Serena's favourite spot to serve in the ad court is down the middle. So the first time you see a break point, look for that. It's her favourite spot. Now, remember, on match point, she served the ace in Australia out wide, but the only reason she was going out there is because Maria had shut down that middle one. So Maria's got to prove that she can shut the middle down, and then Serena will start going a little wider. Maria's serve patterns are very black and white. In the deuce court, 55 out wide, so she loves to slide it out there. It's good. It's a good idea against Serena. Serena has the best backhand return in the game. She'll spray the forehand a little bit more. So I really like that tactic. In the ad court, 68 down the middle, 34 out wide. So she gravitates to that. But, all that matters for Maria is getting her first serve in. So far for the tournament, she's served 38 double faults. So that is, it's such a monster hole in Sharapova's game.
She can't do that against Serena and get away with it.
She has no chance. If I'll give her an under and over of 5. If she serves 5 double faults, she may still be able to somehow win the match. But anything more than that, it's just going to be way too difficult of a task.
Okay, just finally, with those two in particular,
Yes.
they've both in slightly different ways done so much for women's tennis. Sharapova's glamorous. She's won 5 titles. She's won at each of the 4 slams. Serena, of course, we know all about that record already, up to 20 slams. How much of the rivalry between them comes down to a clash of egos, because they can both rightly claim to have done a huge amount for women's sport and women's tennis. Will that be adding to the needle between them a little bit?
Well, and especially here, when Maria won that title, I think 17 or 18 years of age back in 2004, that really launched her as a player, really launched her career in every single way possible. And basically since then, when they go on court, it almost feels like Serena doubles down against Maria and says, you know what, that's one you took from me, and I'm not going to give you any more. I'm going to make sure from here on out that I set the record straight. So it is a little bit personal between those two, probably more than other opponents, and certainly here at the home of tennis is where that all started.
Well, it's all teed up for a fantastic afternoon. Fingers crossed the weather holds. We have 4 superb athletes on centre stage, on centre court. Don't miss one single ball. This could turn out to be a great day for women's tennis.
Thank you, Rob. It is a huge day for women's tennis and a huge day for people on centre court. But Wimbledon is about so much more than centre court and the tennis. Rachel Stringer has been out to get a flavour of life in SW19.
So it's day 10 here. The gates are yet to open behind me, and it's ladies' semi-final day. So some great tennis action in store for those of you who are lucky enough to get tickets. But if not, there's also some beautiful music which is about to be played just as the gates open. So we've got to wait for the klaxon. But Norma over here, you're the conductor of this band today. And where are you from, please?
We're a group of young people from the local area. They are children that come to our music centre over at the Merton Music Foundation. Some of them are local, most of them are taught by local teachers. If they live a little bit further away, they're taught by local people.
How did the Merton Music Foundation get selected to come and perform here at Wimbledon?
Well, I'm not quite sure how it happened, but we've been doing it for quite a few years now, and we never take it for granted that we're going to be asked to come back, and we try and produce the best show that we can so that everybody enjoys what we do and they ask us to come back again.
And how excited are all the children today?
I think the excitement goes beyond belief, absolutely beyond belief. It is by far the highlight of our year.
And can I quickly go and speak to someone in your orchestra, Bethany over here? Jeff, follow me. Bethany, how excited are you to be playing at Wimbledon? Have you done it before?
I've been here 4 times now.
4 times? Wow. Are you looking forward to this one just as much as you did your first?
Yeah, this is my last one, so it'll be really special.
Your last one. And what are you starting to play with? Purple and Green, the Wimbledon theme tune, is going to kick off in approximately, I don't know, I'm looking at my watch. We're still waiting for the klaxon as usual. We always have to wait for this point. Everyone is queued up here, as you can see here, Jeff, I'm not sure, waiting because they're all going to rush to get the perfect spot on Henman Hill if they don't have tickets to get on centre court to watch those 2 amazing semi-finals. First up is Garbine Muguruza versus Agnieszka Radwanska, and then Serena Williams versus Maria Sharapova. Some great semi-finals. Here it is. This is what we have to wait for. The stewards, can they please open the gates? And that means that the Merton Music Foundation can kick off.
Well, what a way to start this ladies' semi-finals day, and we are about to start the first match. It's 1 o'clock, and Agnieszka Radwanska and Garbina Muguruza are waiting to make their way out onto centre court. This is the passageway through, past the royal box, down past the trophies, reminding yourself of quite what you're playing for, and just waiting to go on. Just a little thing, Mats. I heard actually some past players talking about this over the course of the championships. I think it was Boris Becker actually saying he always liked to walk on first because he liked to choose his chair and get the right side of the net. Did you have much for preference? Do you think it matters if you're the first or second one on court, which side of the net you sit?
Well, it could have made a difference because I didn't have a very good record on the centre court at Wimbledon, so maybe that's what was missing in my career at Wimbledon. But I think this is important. Agnieszka Radwanska, I mean, she has made a Wimbledon final, but she did lose that final. She lost in the semis to Sabine Lisicki when Serena Williams and Maria Sharapova was out, and that was the year Marion Bartoli won. So I think this is significant for Agnieszka Radwanska. Not great memories in many ways. Good memories as in having been there, but not coming through in those big matches. For Muguruza, she doesn't have any bad memories here, no good ones either, except this is the first big match for her on the center court. And I think that's important. I think that this plays in favor of the younger player, Garbina Muguruza, because I think Agnieszka Radwanska, she has something to prove to not just herself, but to everybody, and especially the Polish press, because they have been asking for a long time, is Radwanska good enough? Will she ever win that elusive first Grand Slam title? So I think a bit nervy, I would think, Aga Radwanska at this moment.
Well, we just saw Martina Navratilova sitting in the royal box. The royal box is full with some more famous faces today. But of course, Martina Navratilova and Agnieszka Radwanska worked together for really just about 3 months earlier this year, and they ended their relationship. They said it just was bad timing, Aga explained. But it's interesting to see that Martina's in the box watching her today. Of course, she'd still be very happy, I think, to see her come through. But she does have to draw on the experience and use it to benefit her from becoming the runner-up and losing to Serena Williams in the final here 3 years ago. At least she has the experience of playing on this stage before, whereas for Garbina Muguruza, this is all new, Matt. And will that hinder her in any way? Will she be blown over by the moment at all?
I don't think so. I think if she was up against somebody like Maria Sharapova or Serena Williams, Muguruza would feel it and realize that they have more experience than she does on this court. Obviously, Radwanska has more experience, but how positive is it to having lost those matches? So for Muguruza, I don't think it makes a big difference. She beat Serena Williams on the Philippe Chatrier court, the first time for her on that court last year at the French Open. So I think for Radwanska, I mean, in many ways, maybe it's added pressure to have Martina Navratilova watching her here. I mean, there's something that she has to prove there, that's for sure. But I just hope that Radwanska comes out, is not too passive, and doesn't play and hope that Muguruza is going to give her the victory, because that is not going to happen today.
Well, physically at the net, Muguruza does look like the physically more intimidating player. She is 6 foot compared to Radwanska's 5'8". But Radwanska been a pro now for 10 years, since 2005, whereas just a 4-year professional career so far for the Venezuelan-born Spaniard. We're watching warm up now. She turned professional in 2001. She only has 1 career title to her name, in comparison to 14 to that of Aga Radwanska. And Adam Hunt mentioned this earlier when he was watching her practice match. They've played each other twice this year. Muguruza has won both of those. They were both on a hard court. How different is it when you come up against the same opponent but on a different surface?
Well, it is very different in many ways. I mean, the tactics tend to be sort of the same, as in you have one favorite side you want to play to when you play against a certain opponent, and that sort of stays the same. So I'm not really sure which side that is for these two ladies. I would think that Radwanska is going to try and rush Muguruza on this forehand side, try and get her out, way out into the forehand corner and make her run for it. But at the same time, the ball stays a little bit lower, which should favor Radwanska. She's a tall player, Muguruza, but again, she's so fresh, and she's really a good thing for the women's game, Muguruza. She tries hard, she's got a good attitude, and she's racking up a pretty good Grand Slam record as well.
Well, quarterfinals, her previous best at a Grand Slam, twice at the French Open, but this the best now. Semi-finals of Wimbledon, just 21 years of age. Let's reflect on her route to this stage of the competition. You can see she had 2-3 setters there against Lucic Baroni and then against Angelique Kerber. That win over Angelique in 3 sets, really the defining moment for her at Wimbledon, to then come through yet another seeded player, number 5 seed Caroline Wozniacki, who she dispatched of in 2 sets, 6-4, 6-4. Can you notice anything from the way they're choosing to warm up here, Matt?
Not really. I mean, I think they're both very keen. I mean, Radwanska is not one to work extremely hard, it seems, in the warm-up. She's sort of looking for feel, looking how she hits the ball. Whereas Muguruza, it's sort of business-like, works very hard, is very intense. He's going to play most of the points in the same way, but I mean, obviously this is working on her overhead. But one big difference between the two is the Muguruza serve. She has a really good serve, very consistent. Usually doesn't throw in too many double faults, and Agnieszka Radwanska's serve is not as powerful, but it's just an all-court game that she has, Radwanska.
Yeah, well, Muguruza has served 21 aces so far these championships. She was seeded last year, number 27, up to 20th seed this year. Let's join their warm-up for now with a bit of commentary from the BBC team, Simon Reed and Tracy Austin.
Just one Grand Slam final for Radwanska here 3 years ago, where she did herself justice but lost out to Serena. And there's her run through, straight sets except for the quarterfinal against Madison Keys.
Miss Agnieszka Radwanska to the chair, won the toss and chose to serve.
Good afternoon, Sue. Yeah, this is an exciting and contrasting match, it seems, between power and guile. The guile of Radwanska, for 4 successive years, has been voted the fans' favourite player because it is a bit like chess, watching her play. And then you've got the unrivaled power of Garbiñe Muguruza, who has swept all before her here after a tricky first set against Angie Kerber. There's the head-to-head. 2-2. The last 2 have been won by Muguruza in Dubai and Sydney this year. Met once in a slam, that was last year in Melbourne, and Radwanska won that in straight sets. Louise Engzel has the privilege of umpiring this match. Radwanska in her 3rd Wimbledon semi, won 1 and lost 1. Her coach on the left there, front left, Thomas Viktorovsky. And her boyfriend David is up there as well. And there's a former coach of hers at the start of this year. She was with Martina Navratilova along with Stephen Fry there. Don't think she's coaching Stephen. But she had a tie-up right at the start of this year with Agnieszka. It didn't go well. Tracy, who's joined me, she says it was just bad timing.
Ag is the type of player, to me, that plays so well on instinct. You just don't want to get too many thoughts in her game because she rarely makes a bad shot choice, and she has so much variety, and that's the beauty of her game.
Miss Agnieszka Radwanska to serve.
Well, hope you enjoyed it. Should be a cracker, and it is Radwanska to begin.
Play.
Well, if you want to watch live coverage of the First Ladies semi-final match, you can do so on BBC or ESPN. We can't show the actual pictures. We'll keep you updated, and we'll be back with post-match analysis, discussion and reviews with our experts straight afterwards. In the meantime, we're going to welcome in our social media reporter. Catherine Whitaker is with us once again in our studio on the broadcast centre roof here at Wimbledon. Delighted to be joined by you once again. Catherine, good afternoon. I said good morning to you yesterday. I just wasn't aware what time of day it was, but we are in the afternoon. Of course we are once the tennis has started here at Wimbledon. Are people excited about the semi-finals?
People are very excited about the semi-finals. This Serena Sharapova semi-final coming up later. There's a lot of hype about it. Yes, there's lots of discussion about. It's one of the most respected journalists in the media office calls it the unrivalry of tennis, because it just hasn't been a rivalry over the past few years. And Patrick Mouratoglou, Serena's coach, has actually come out and said, I wouldn't call it a rivalry either. So he's been trash talking a bit as well ahead of this. But there are also a lot of people saying, hey, there's good reason to believe that Sharapova has a shout in this. Lots of tweets here. Christopher Clary says, upset today, unlikely, but if so, there's no doubt what the winner should say. Nobody beats Maria Sharapova 17 times in a row. Of course, a reference to what you were talking about earlier, Mats Wilander, about Vitas Gerulaitis saying after he finally beat Jimmy Connors in 1980 after 16 consecutive defeats, he was asked how he did it, and he said, well, nobody beats Vitas Gerulaitis 17 times in a row. So hopefully Maria Sharapova will walk onto the court with those words in her mind. Other stats that people are tweeting in relation to this big match coming up later today. Serena Williams is 24-3 in Grand Slam semi-finals. The only people she's lost to are Venus Williams, Justine Henin and Kim Clijsters. Interesting one there. And another very interesting stat here is that Serena is now 13-0 in 3-set matches. So you'd have to think on the basis of that if Sharapova is to stand a chance, straight sets is certainly she really needs to be winning that first set, one would think.
Who would you say there's more support for online?
I think not to do with any sort of level of affection towards either of the two. I think the better story for today is Sharapova winning. I think everybody wants that rivalry to blossom into what it could be. And I think, you know, time's running out for Sharapova to start reversing the trend of defeat. So I think there's a lot of will towards Sharapova, but then of course there's the Serena Slam and the calendar year Grand Slam, which would be on if Serena won today and if she went on to win on Saturday. That would be an enormous story for tennis. And of course there's this huge narrative at the moment about, is Serena the greatest, and if she's not now, will she soon become the undisputed greatest of all time? Of course she's 2 Grand Slams behind Steffi Graf, and she doesn't have that calendar year Grand Slam which Steffi Graf does have.
Of course, Steffi's was a golden Grand Slam as well, wasn't it? Because she did it in an Olympic year, the year that she also won the Olympic gold medal. No chance for Serena to do that this year. She could potentially do it next year, but gosh, if she does come through as Wimbledon champion this year, my goodness, the pressure that will be on her going into the US Open will just be enormous. To think that even now she's having to tell media not to mention the S word, it's just going to be a lot for her to try and block out, you know, if she does manage to do that so far, but we've got a couple of matches between now and then.
I think it will be extraordinary if she is on for that calendar year Grand Slam going into the US Open. I think the pressure and the hype will be absolutely extraordinary, especially as it's her home Grand Slam as well. I think there will be so much chatter about it. But Serena is very good at closing things off when she doesn't want to know about them. Amazingly, she never looks at the draw, and a lot of the players say, I don't look at the draw, I don't know who I'm playing next. But she really means it. At the French Open, she actually got really annoyed with a journalist who told her who she might meet in the 3rd round and who she might meet in the 4th round. She said, I genuinely didn't know that. You know my position on draws. I don't look at them, so please don't tell me. And often when she comes into post-match press following a victory, that's when she finds out who she's playing next. Inevitably, a journalist asks her, so what do you think about your next round match against whoever it might be? And she'll say, oh, I didn't know that's who I was playing next. But thank you, and here's what I'm going to do in that match.
Yeah, well, whereas today, when she walks out on court against Maria, they will undoubtedly be aware of who would have won that first semi-final match and who they will be playing next. Do you think there's an advantage to be the first or second match on today?
Yes, I think it's a huge advantage to be the first match because you're done, and obviously you're gonna have the greatest afternoon that you have ever had if you win the semis at Wimbledon and you're now in a Wimbledon final, and you sit back and then you hope for a lot of things to go wrong for both your opponents in the finals. Long match, hopefully rain delay, hopefully something's wrong with the roof if it starts raining, and all these kind of things. So I think for Serena, she is going to know who she plays in the final should she play Sharapova. I'm assuming she's going to keep an eye on the TV, or somehow it'll come out that Agnieszka or Garbina wins that match. But it's a strange mindset to me to not have any clue of who your potential semi-final opponent is. Just to have a look, like is Maria there, or is Simona Halep there, or it's a strange.
But maybe if you're the best in the world, that's what you do, because no one is too good for you in theory on paper, so you shouldn't be afraid of anyone you're going to meet.
Well, I think if anybody can get away with that attitude, it's Serena Williams, because she doesn't adapt her tactics to her opponent, does she? Her position is, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to play the way I play, and if I play the way I know I can play, I will win. She knows that if she plays her best, she will win. And I don't think there's anybody else in the world that's capable of saying that. Interestingly, there was lots of chatter at the time a couple of days ago about what an advantage it was for Serena to be the first for Sharapova, to be the first quarter-final on court, because she wouldn't have known, she would have gone on court not knowing for sure that she was going to play Serena. Lots of people thinking it might have affected her if she knew that Serena was lying in wait, because of course there's a huge mental element to that, to how that rivalry has developed over the years, a huge mental element. And I think in particular, we looked at the most recent head-to-head on the screen earlier, and the 6-love, 6-1 defeat at the Olympics here in 2012, the last time they played on grass, the last time they played here at Wimbledon. I think that mentally is a big factor for Sharapova today. But there is lots of reason to think that there is lots of very strong, well-respected analysts out there saying, don't write Sharapova off. There is lots of reason to think that she does have a chance. Everybody, though, saying the serve is absolutely crucial. So I think we'll know quite quickly how Maria Sharapova is serving and how that match looks like it's going to develop. So, but so much anticipation out there, and a lot of anticipation actually for this semi-final that's on at the moment. It's an intriguing matchup. It's that really interesting dynamic of Agnieszka Radwanska, who's had an absolutely horrible 6 months, really. First round loss at the French, and Garbina Muguruza as well, who's a very exciting young player on the WTA Tour. So plenty of excitement about this one as well. But I think it feels like everybody's building up to that big second semi-final very much.
Well, I can just update you actually that Muguruza's already a break-up in the first set. She's 2-love straight off the bat, so coming out strong, perhaps as we were expecting, Matt.
Yeah, a little bit. I think that she is going to come out and be very aggressive, and going to take Agnieszka Radwanska some time to figure out what's working and what's not working in terms of what Muguruza does well today. Well, it's never expected to go up a break straight away, but I think it'll be a problem-solving day for Radwanska, and the question is, does she have enough time to figure out the problem before the end of the match?
And another question I posed to you regarding the Maria and Serena match with the pressure, in terms of this first match on court now, Muguruza and Radwanska, who has most to lose today, do you think? Who would be most gutted with the loss? To me, it strikes as if Radwanska knows she's made a final before. It would be really upsetting for her not to get to that stage again now, having come so close. Whereas for Muguruza, she's already reached her best ever Grand Slam performance by reaching the semi-final, and the final might be more of a bonus than it would be for Radwanska.
Yeah, I think it'll be a negative thing in many ways for Radwanska losing, but she has had a horrible last few months, so making the finals is good for her. At the same time, Garbina Muguruza, this might be her chance to make the Wimbledon final, playing Radwanska instead of the likes of Sharapova, Azarenka, Serena Williams. So I think the loser of this first semi-finals is not going to be a happy camper at all.
Yes, in honour of the Serena Williams-Maria Sharapova match that's coming up later, the social topic of the day today is the greatest ladies' duels, the greatest ladies' rivalries that tennis has ever seen. So please do tweet us at Live at Wimbledon with the hashtag Ladies Duels if you want to have your say about the best ladies' rivalries of all time. And we'll have a chat to Matt a bit later about what those are. But John McEnroe is coming up to this studio soon, and in honour of that, I just wanted to show you a video that has been going very much viral online, which is, well, it's pretty self-explanatory. I'll let you watch it.
How are we doing? All
Yeah,
right?
good man, thank you.
Excellent. Want to jump in?
Yeah.
Never travelled to Wimbledon in a Jaguar.
Doing the style.
Doing style, man, absolutely.
Yeah. I just got to pop in there briefly, gents.
No way.
I'll be 2 seconds.
Mate, it's all a bit suspicious, isn't it? Hey?
Hey, how you guys doing?
I'm very well. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys.
Oh,
how you
my
doing?
days.
I'm doing great.
Yeah?
I'm ready to do some driving. Sort of cool driving on this side of the room.
Quite nice, man.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm a little bit shocked that this is happening.
Who are you tipping for the tournament?
Vavenka for me. I said it from the start.
Oh, really?
I love Gasquet's backhand's a bit of artwork, so
That's true.
it'll be good.
Oh, you have court 1 seats?
Yeah, we got court 1 seat.
I love these guys' backhands. They're unbelievable.
Yes.
Maybe you guys can explain how Federer is still doing it at this age, because I can't figure it out. I'm 33. I was done. I was toast.
Who's your tip to win?
My tip actually was Murray. I think he looks healthy and he's going to get help from the crowd. All right, boys. Well, listen, this has been an experience. You guys have a great day.
Thank you.
Can't thank you enough.
Not expecting that at all. Very, very good surprise. Very amazing surprise. Made my day so far. I haven't even seen any tennis yet either.
Mr. John McEnroe making some people's days there. Well done, John. And he's going to make our days as well, because he's going to come up to the studio. So good on you, John. Just wanted to give you a quick roundup of some things that people were saying. We didn't have a chance to give you a roundup of what people were saying off the back of the Gasquet-Wawrinka match, which Matt says was the most entertaining match of the fortnight so far. On the men's side, lots of people congratulating Gasquet. Ben Rothenberg of the New York Times pointing out that had Wawrinka won, it would have been the top 4 seeds into the semi-finals for the first time since 1995, which is amazing. But obviously, Gasquet made sure that that wasn't to be. Russell Fuller, BBC Radio 5 Live's tennis correspondent, also paying tribute to Richard Gasquet and points to the Davis Cup tie with Great Britain, France versus Great Britain at Queen's Club next week. The fantastic form of Richard Gasquet, probably making Leon Smith quake, the British Davis Cup captain, quake in his boots just a little bit. And we've also got Magnus Norman, Stan Wawrinka's coach, tweeting that he's very impressed with the effort of Richard Gasquet. So very magnanimous there. And also Chrissy Evert paying tribute to a wonderful match between Stan Wawrinka and Richard Gasquet. Richard Gasquet, very solid, great court coverage. And terrific fight and sportsmanship. And Pat Cash as well, friend of Live at Wimbledon, Pat Cash. What a match. Incredible tennis by both players, but Gasquet came out on top today. Congratulations to both players. Now, one thing that was getting a lot of pickup during and after that Gasquet-Wawrinka match was a little video that went viral of Gasquet re-gripping his racket at a change of ends and the sheer speed with which he did it. Now,
was it a superstition he was asked afterwards? He sort of said maybe. He did this so many times, didn't he?
He did do it several times. I mean, I think he was just showing off, frankly. I mean, if I could grip my racket in 17 seconds, so that's how quickly he did it. 17 seconds. It's been timed, and then this little bit is an extra on the end. So 17 seconds for just the grip. And we just happened to have a racket and some grips lying around in the studio, and so we thought, let's challenge Mats.
Oh.
And on that note, Mats, here's some grip.
Oh, well, look at that.
And here is the racket that, as I say, we just happen to have hanging around.
Stopwatch?
So 17 seconds
Stopwatch?
Well, I've
is
got
the
one
time
here.
to
The old
beat.
iPhone never lets you down. Mats, do you fancy yourself for breaking this record?
You know, first of all, I'm not a big fan of the speedometer on the tennis court because serving hard is really not part of tennis. You wouldn't win the point. This needs to be done properly, and it's not again a speed event. It isn't. But a lot of players, and the late Vidas Gerulaitis actually used to do it to keep his mind off the match, and he used to do it every changeover. And Gasquet, a lot of players don't do it every changeover, but I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good at it.
Okay, I've got the stopwatch at the ready, Mats. 17 seconds to beat, and yes, John McEnroe is watching you as he makes his way in, so no pressure. He's got to beat Richard Gasquet's 17-second re-gripping that we saw yesterday, okay?
Yeah.
All right, ready?
Ready.
3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Mats Wilander.
How's it going?
He can
Time to
still
spare. He's done it again.
Just in time for John McEnroe to join us. Were you impressed with that, John?
I'm very impressed. I mean, he was normally a counterpuncher, but he looked like he was on the attack there, all out serve volley. I mean, I was impressed. Even to get this thing on in the top, that's a good effort.
Well, listen, thank you so much for coming to join us. Three-time Wimbledon champion. Oh.
You're welcome, but I just heard Mats mention my late, great buddy, Vidas Gerulaitis. And I think, did you add also that he used to do that on every single changeover? Richard Gasquet can't do it on every changeover, does he?
No, he doesn't.
Can you imagine how ADD or craze you get when you have to do every single changeover of every match? The hospitals were running out of gauze.
That's right, because Vidas used gauze bandages.
He actually used gauze. This stuff lasts for a while. I mean, every single changeover, he would go through this ritual. You thought Nadal had a lot of ticks.
I know, too many superstitions out there.
Vidas.
Well, John, it's delightful to be joined by you on ladies' semi-finals day. Of course, we've got one of them out on court at the moment. Muguruza is a break-up, 2-1 in the first, now serving to go 3-1. Much anticipation about the second match, but let's get your thoughts on this first matchup. Muguruza, much more of a powerhouse to the creative Radwanska. Who is your pick to come through?
Well, first of all, I called the match with Keys and Radwanska, and Radwanska reminds me a little bit of myself in that she redirects power in an excellent way because she doesn't have enough power of her own. And she's very crafty, and she gives you a lot of different looks. I sort of kid around that we must have the same coach because my coach used to tell me never hit the same shot twice in a row. And it seems what Radwanska does pretty well. But I think Muguruza is more advanced at this stage, say mentally, a little bit tougher than Keys is at this moment. And because of that, she's got the game, the power, I think, that's going to be able to take it to Radwanska enough to pull out this win. I mean, obviously, the nerves could get to her, but I'm thinking she's the favorite to me. I would pick her right now.
What do you think of the experience? We talked about that. Agnieszka Radwanska, of course, has played big matches on the center court, but she hasn't necessarily been that successful winning them on center court. Lost the finals, lost one semis. And I know that feeling, to be honest, compared to you. I've played a lot of matches on the center court. I've won some early rounds, but I've never won a quarterfinals there, for example, whereas you have. So how do you think Agnieszka Radwanska, is it helping her? Or is it a negative for her to not have won big matches out there?
I think it's definitely helped her that she's been there and competed against the best. At least she knows what she's up against. I mean, I noticed, Mats, it wasn't to the third set that she had hit a single serve in triple digits. So I think that's what gets to her more. The fact that, when you're all of a sudden, if you're in a finals of a Wimbledon, you're playing Serena Williams and someone's just taking your serve and cracking it off the return as hard as you're hitting the serve, that I think gets to you mentally. I mean, I think for me personally, when I started to go up against the likes of Becker and Sampras, it looked like guys that just could just destroy you on the serve and the power. No matter how well it felt like I moved, and unfortunately as I got older I didn't move as well, so that's to me what makes it all the more impressive, how spectacularly well Federer still moves. And how more you see experienced guys in their 30s moving this well, but I couldn't deal with that, and I think that's the problem that almost everyone faces against power hitters, and Radwanska is going to potentially have the same problem. I don't think that the fact that she's lost a few big matches will hurt her as much as just the mere fact of who she's got to deal with, the type of firepower she's got to deal with.
Well, whoever does come through today will be facing a superstar, no matter who comes through against Serena versus Maria. We know, John, that on paper, Serena has won the last 16 straight matches. She's 17-2 head-to-head. Everything is in her favour, really, statistically. But do you think Maria, Mats was saying this morning, is getting a little bit closer to trying to get that win over Serena? What are your thoughts? Do you think it is one-sided, or might we see a battle?
As a Pope Catholic, it's very one-sided. But I'm going to hark back to my late great buddy Vitas Gerulaitis one more time, because we used to have a huge event in Madison Square Garden in New York. What they have now at the O2 Masters, the final top 8 finishers played there, and Vitas Gerulaitis was playing against Jimmy Connors. He beat Jimmy Connors there. He walked off the court, he went into the press conference, and he said, "How did you do it?" And his first answer to the press was, "No one beats Vitas Gerulaitis 17 times in a row." And he had lost to Connors 16 times in a row up to that point. It seemed unfathomable that Jimmy is playing as well as he did, with the matchup not looking too good, but he found a way. So Maria Sharapova, I noticed, has lost 16 consecutive matches, so perhaps she could hark back a little bit to old Vitas Gerulaitis, my great buddy, and maybe also, because that's not going to win it, just because he lost 16 times in a row doesn't automatically mean she's going to win now. Do something different. I don't know. Position herself differently off the return. Go bigger off the return. Attack more. I mean, I always thought, Mats, you tell me if I'm wrong, because I know the game is totally different than it was. When I saw Djokovic play Cilic yesterday, and you see this guy, he's 6'6", and Anderson, I think, did a better job actually than Marin did yesterday. Isn't it true that the farther back a taller guy is in the court, when he gets way behind the base, doesn't he look a little smaller then?
Yes.
And as he gets closer to the net, doesn't he seem bigger? So I wonder, I know these guys prefer the ground strokes, but it just seems like the game plan needs to be altered. I credit Marin for trying to do something different. Novak was just playing so well. He was so solid. And with Maria, I sort of think the same thing, because she's 6'2". She's arguably bigger than 6'2". And yet she doesn't really move forward much at all unless it's really on her terms. She's hit a great approach shot. She doesn't come to net very often. It seems to me like she should take more chances. She's got to keep the points shorter. She's not the athlete that Serena Williams is, so why bother getting into these long extended rallies? Serve, not as good, obviously. Take some chances, probably needs to take chances. Go out of her comfort zone a little bit, because I even think Coca Vandeweghe made her look a little slow out there, and that's not a good feeling if you're someone as good as Maria is, and as someone as competitive she is. Somehow she's got to get a way to get in Serena's head, and clearly she hasn't done that for a long time.
What did you say about Serena Williams? To me, obviously, I'm guessing it's easier to play when you think you're going to hold serve comfortably, or you know you're going to get free points. But how is she able to focus the way she's focusing? I mean, to me, it's unbelievable, because I think you had him. You have days when you just can't. I want to, but I can't. I'm trying, but I can't. It's not there. How is she able to do that? I mean,
I wish I knew.
Yeah,
I've never seen someone dig herself out of more holes more consistently than Serena. I mean, I'm trying to think. Maybe there was a set or two in the 7 matches at the French where she really bought her A game, and she still found a way to win the tournament. And I think it wasn't until the Azarenka match that you really saw Serena sort of playing up to her capabilities. So that hunger level is unbelievable at this age. The stress, I wish I knew about the stress of being that close to a slam, but the stress that she's dealing with, obviously, she's got a lot of pressure that she's put on herself. She wants to go down. I mean, I already think she's the best female tennis player ever, but she wants to sort of make it official, tie Steffi after the Open this year, and maybe even beat Margaret Court, because some of her wins were pre-Open era. So she wants to make sure that everyone thinks. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And the fact that she's dealt with it as well as she has, I mean, Heather Watson was playing so well and moving so well, and Serena just wasn't seeming like she had it at all. And she was down 3-love, 2 breaks, and then she got back to 4-3, and then all of a sudden you're like, it's over. It's got to be 6-3. And then all of a sudden she loses 2 games, and Heather Watson serving for the match. It's 5-4-30 all. Who are you betting on then? Serena Williams.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible. She's mentally so unbelievably tough that she makes Sharapova, who I think mentally is as hungry as they come and as competitive as they come, feel like she's got to do something different. Maybe she could bring up, I mean, I guess the one thing she's got going for her with Serena, she makes more money, off court.
True.
Get under her skin somehow. Get into those cat games that they were getting into a couple years ago, They're personalized, started getting in the mix a little bit too much, it appeared.
Do you think that Serena's dominance says more about her as an individual athlete or the state of the women's game? Because regardless of what happens today, Sharapova will move to the world number 2 on Monday, yet there's still such a big gap between the world's number 1 and 2. And Match mentioned earlier in our programme that if Serena thrashes her today straight sets and she becomes the world number 2, it perhaps just widens that gap even further between the best 2 players in the world.
Yeah, that's true. I think it was unfortunate that Venus got sick and she sort of fell off the map. And I mean, I'm looking at Justine Henin doing commentary at the French Open, and I'm thinking she'd be top 5 in the world right now. So she, she wanted some different things in her life, and she had a kid. You look at Clijsters, she's had a couple of kids. She wanted that. It's hard to do both. It's very, very tricky to do both. Clijsters did it, won a few majors after having one of her 2 kids, but I'm sort of thinking she'd be top 5 also. So some of the Justine Henin was the most beautiful player I ever saw on a tennis court, a female. She was like Roger Federer to me. So it was a shame that she left as early as did. So we should look at it in a slightly different way. You're looking at the greatest player of all time, no question about it in my mind. I'd put Henin like top 5 and Steffi, and you could argue about Martina and some of the others. Sellis before she was injured and stabbed, but we should feel fortunate that we're still seeing her play, because most players, especially, well, I was going to say guys, but the guys are lasting longer, but 33, Venus 35, still playing at this level is very unusual. I mean, that's where it really helps for Serena, that she's playing best of 3 instead of best of 5. Physically, that helps, but mentally, because it's 2 out of 3, you would think things could happen more often, because you only have to win 2 sets instead of 3. That's what makes the men's so much tougher. You got to beat these guys in 3 sets. Anderson played the greatest match he ever played in his life, to me, by far. It was unbelievable how well he was playing. He didn't win. He still didn't win. Yeah. And Djokovic didn't even play it to his best. I mean, so there's a big gap even in the men's, too. I mean, you look at the stats right now. I think Djokovic is in 25 consecutive quarters in a row. Roger did 36. Murray, I think, has just tied Lendl at 11 or 12. And then you've got this incredible string of semis that Roger did. And I mean, you look at these guys, they're so amazingly consistent. You're looking at 3, unfortunately, I hope Rafa comes back and does something, but you're looking at the greatest of the greats right now, with all due respect to my idol Rod Laver and Pete Sampras, who I always thought was the best grass court player of all time. Poor Mats and I, man. Our rankings just going down the all time. It's like, where are we?
I think you guys are still doing okay, but you do mention the men, John, and we've got to look ahead a little bit to their semi-finals tomorrow. Gasquet, perhaps an unexpected semi-finalist, first time since 2007. Did you ever expect him to come through yesterday against Wawrinka?
Yes.
You did?
I picked the top 4, but I was clear that the biggest chance for an upset was Gasquet. Gasquet loves playing on grass. He's one of these guys, it's probably true of any player, but the less thought that goes into it, the skills just speak for themselves, the better off he is. Yeah, it's almost painful at times when he's been at the French, because there's so much pressure on him to see how he has had trouble dealing with it. But Richard he's got a good team now around him. He got Sergi Bugera, not here, but got him to sort of bring him over to Spain, see what it's like to really work at the level of the Nadals and some of the other Spanish players, forcing him to get fitter, and I think that's worked, because he had cramping issues before and nerve issues. Grosjean is someone who maxed out, not a big guy, was able to get to the semis here, so that's a good man. He's got a lot of support and positive vibes flowing his way. The problem is that at this stage, he's not as good a player as Djokovic. I mean, that I think even he would admit to. And also, he just played a lot longer match. He just went through a war with Wawrinka emotionally, especially when he served for it and lost that. So it had been, here he goes again, Richard, sort of giving it away, tightening up at the wrong moment. And that showed some cojones and showed some heart that he was able to sort of hang in there and bounce back. But how much does he have left? Can he just turn around and because he's going to have to play at that level and take it up a notch. I mean, I'm not sure that he's going to be capable of doing that.
So I always find, I mean, a lot of people think, well, he's got nothing to lose, got everything to win. Why doesn't he just go out and just go for it? Why is it so difficult to just take that philosophy and go on the court and say, well, forget it. I don't care what happens because I'm most probably going to lose. I'm just going to go for every single shot. Why are we not willing to do that? Because what kind of pride...
I'm going to let you answer your own question.
Well, you want to get on the board first. I want to get on the board first. I want to hold my
Okay.
serve, and then I want to find out if I can beat you, because you might not have your best day, so I can just grind it out. Then
So
I
you're going to
realize,
play your own game at first. see
yeah,
what
and then I
you got.
realize that's not going to happen. Now I'm tied up. Now I can't let go, and I can't go for it. So, what do you think of Richard Gasquet? I mean, where should he? How should he start this match?
I played you a lot. Were you ever the type of guy that would decide, I'm going to step in and rip returns?
No.
I don't think that was in your DNA. Richard Gasquet doesn't have that first step speed of these other guys, so that he doesn't. It's not as easy for him to sort of suggest, as you're saying, look, just rip Djokovic's serve, which happens to be so much better than it's ever been. And he hits spots so well, Djokovic, so that's easier said than done. Richard takes some big swings on the forehand and the backhand. Magical, beautiful, unbelievable backhand. But, he's starting up here, so that timing there, and then the forehand is up here. It's like this windmill. I mean, I got 3 forehands in the space of one of his. So that would make me think you need some time. And so it's very difficult for him to do what you suggest, even if he wanted to and agreed with you. But I do think he could be more aggressive off his own serve. He serves at volleys at times, but he's not as big a server as these guys. He doesn't even serve as big as Djokovic. So this poor guy is thinking, you're asking me to do something that I'm not really comfortable doing. I mean, the guy backpedals most of the time on second serves. I always thought that was crazy. Why not start farther back and then use your momentum in a positive way and step in? Because Lord knows he can hit a great ground stroke. So this is, 10 years that he's gone out there his whole career, and you're asking him, a guy like him, to do something that's completely different for him. And I don't even disagree with you that he sort of needs to do something. He's not going to beat Djokovic until he does something different. But I'm not sure if he's capable or physically able at this stage to do that, because the recovery, those legs, they get a little heavy. Then that's another tendency to want to back off that little bit, give yourself a little more time.
And what for Andy Murray and Roger Federer? They last played here in 2012. Roger won the Wimbledon final. Andy won the Olympic medal in the final match for that. Do you think they're more even than ever? Who's going to come through that one?
I think they're more even than ever. I remember Andy cried some, and he said, Roger, enough of you crying. I'm going to get some sympathy too. And he did. And I think it was a really emotional moment, and I think people really started to rally, because they always love Roger wherever he goes, deservedly so. And so I happened to be at the Olympics. That's the one Olympics I ever went to, and he turned it around, and the fact that people sort of dawned on people, hey, wait a minute, maybe if the crowd is, we could be a factor in this and help Murray. And they did help Murray, and he beat him handily. And then I was also, though, at the match at the O2 Arena last November. It was 6-0, 5-0. 6-0, 5-0 Federer. It was, how is this even possible that he could do this to someone as great as Andy Murray? And I think that's where, like, in a way, Andy sort of hit rock bottom in a certain sense, where he's like, man, I better make sure my body's right. I better make sure my head's right. I'm going to hire 10 psychiatrists if I have to and do whatever it takes. And I'm really pleased to say that he's really gotten himself back. It took another 6 months, maybe this being settled in marriage. I don't know. Some people it works better for than others. But he's been like a different guy, and he looks so much healthier, and he's just, there's not really issues with like nerves as much. I mean,
so who are you picking? I want to know who you're picking.
Well, okay, it's time to go. Okay, no, I picked Murray to win the tournament.
You do?
I picked Murray before the tournament to win it. I picked Murray over Djokovic final. Roger Federer is playing so unbelievably well that this guy can just make it look so easy. I mean, he made Batista Agut look like he was like 1,000 in the world. The guy's 20 in the world. He licked him look like the juniors back there. Yeah. So he's at a level that is just, you just got to just take your hat off to the guy. But the only issue to me, because everyone's asked, and I had said Roger, I didn't think Roger was going to win another one A few years ago, I picked him to win one more. He won Wimbledon. I didn't think he was going to win another one. Every time I watch him play like this, you got to think, well, of course he's got a chance if you're playing this well. But to beat like Murray and in all likelihood Djokovic, I know you have to play the match. To do that back-to-back, best of 5, that's a tougher situation. That's a lot tougher than best of 3. So that's why I would pick Murray. I don't know. I picked Murray, but
We're going with Murray.
It's going to be incredible. It's going to be an incredible day tomorrow.
So you're going for Djokovic Murray final and a
Yes.
Muguruza Serena final, and I can reveal that Muguruza has won the first set 6-2 out on centre court. So things progressing pretty well for her.
Well, that's what's the score out there?
It's literally 6-2 at the very start of the second set. She is 15
Well,
love
I'm looking forward to calling the next match for the BBC, and
Nice.
it's going to be great. And I really hope Maria is able to make something happen out there, because she is a great fighter, and I have a lot of respect for her. I just wish she'd just cut back on the grunting. God, it's just, I really like so many things about Sharapova. The way she competes is like Nadal. Like I used to say she was the Rafael Nadal in terms of the effort level, every point. But this grunting, I feel like I watch half as much of Maria's matches because I just can't deal with it. I mean, you got to wait till you're old, like Mats and I. He joined the big club, I think, last year, the big 5-0. And it's just, that's when you grunt and you just make a lot of noise.
You're revealing far more information than he'd like. Before we let you go, John, let's just reflect on some happy memories for you at Wimbledon, and what comes to mind when you watch these winning moments from 81.
Well, yeah, that was an incredible shot that was sort of long awaited, that one. When I first hit it, I thought I blew it, I choked. But then suddenly, as I saw it floating down the line, I realized at this last second that it was going to go in. I just wish that someone had told us in either these 80 or 81 finals to take our headband off in the ceremony. I don't know why we kept it on.
It just seems so good. But what about the red headband? I mean, Nick Kyrgios got fine for
well,
that.
that's exactly. I think this thing with Kyrgios is overblown, obviously, because I'm there wearing a red headband.
He's gone 2 years later.
And look at the red shirt. I got some red on the shirt, so that's, and people are complaining about any color at all. I think it's gone the other way. It's weird. I don't know what's happened.
Well, no headband required.
That was a great draw. Obviously, Chris Lewis sort of came from nowhere to get to the final, and so I was pretty fortunate there. And I got to thank Arthur Ashe for the USA part, because I remember seeing him in '75 when he beat Connors wearing the USA jacket. And he was in the military. I knew about that stuff, and Arthur ended up coaching me. This one was real satisfying, I got to admit. Yeah, we weren't the best of friends. Sort of just rub it in your face, take this, just that one time in a Wimbledon final, just kick his ass. I hope I can say that on the radio.
You can.
That was a very nice feeling.
So I have to ask, the subtle victory celebration, is that just another sort of rub it in the face? Because Arthur Ashe did that same victory celebration when he beat Jimmy Connors in '75. There wasn't much of, you didn't dive back on your back, and it was just a little fist bump and that's it.
No, I sort of wish I had expressed myself more, because it didn't happen again, for starters. So you got to appreciate the moment more. I think the guys do a great job of doing that these days, and we didn't have interviews on the court or speeches on any of that other stuff, and we didn't stay the next day and go around London and carry the trophy to different parts of London, or be outside with the pictures. But get out, I'm out of here, Yeah. Now it seems like a great thing to do. And so they've done a lot of really smart things as well to sort of make the fans. When Murray won a couple of years ago and he went out on that balcony, I don't know where it is, but that was an awesome sort of look to see the fans there. And I sort of wish that maybe they didn't do that because they were like, boo!
No
way!
You would have been very popular in it all 3 times, John. I know you've got to get out of here now, but just before you do, you're so smartly dressed today. I have to say, each year you come into our Live at Wimbledon studio, you've often got a Rockers t-shirt on. You're off to one of the festivals in the parks. Any of that been going on for you?
Yeah, I wish I was. Matt, you know who's playing? Because I haven't really been able to check to see who's playing the Hyde Park, one of the bands. But I actually just came from a Good Morning America spot, and they want you to dress just right. And it's ladies' day, so I had to wear the pink shirt, and you can't see the, you can, the sneakers, see? There's a little bit of rock and roll, a tiny bit still left in me.
But do you get out of Wimbledon at all in these 2 weeks? What's your favourite thing to do in London?
You know, my favorite thing would be to go to a concert. I mean, I love music, as Matt does. We've jammed together a few times. So hopefully there's no tapes of that. You're not going to cut, Lord knows, through some of that. But to be quite honest, I really don't get out a chance as much because we're here 10-ish hours a day, and you feel like you want to just be bright and eager the next day. And couple dinners. My wife just came in yesterday, which is great, and a couple of my kids are coming in today, so go have a nice dinner with them.
Well, lovely to hear they're here with you. John, thank you so much for your time. Thank you very much. John McEnroe with us in the Live at Wimbledon studio, and we're going to toss it out now straight to Rob Walker, who's with Anne Kyothevong on centre court.
Yes, good afternoon with our first hit from centre court. A welcome back to Anne. We didn't have her company yesterday, but we do today, and we've both been thrilled by watching the start of this demolition by Muguruza. Agnieszka Radwanska's in her third Wimbledon semi-final in 4 years, and she is being taken apart here by the Spaniard into the last four at any slam for the very first time. 3 breaks of serve already. The 2 games that Radwanska has managed to hold, she's had to save break points in those. She raced to the first set, 6-2 at the moment. She's just taken that game, Muguruza. So my goodness me, she leads 2-0 at the 2-love at the start of the second set. She's already got a break. What is going on, Anne?
Well, Muguruza has come out firing. She looks so sure of herself out there. She hasn't really backed up from the baseline at all. She's kept Radwanska on the back foot. She's driving the points. She's hitting with good depth into the corners. And her composure, for me, has been impressive. I mean, this is her first Grand Slam semi-final. But she looks as if she's been out there number of times.
It's been absolutely incredible to watch. It really has. When you think that Radwanska is coming back to form and did well on grass, the extra week was good for her, but she's got to change something. Couple of stats for you here. 92% first serves won for Muguruza in the first set to 55% for Radwanska. Whatever Radwanska's put back across the net, my goodness me, it's come back with interest, hasn't it?
Yeah, and for me, even more surprising, because in the build-up tournaments, lead-up tournaments here to Wimbledon, Muguruza's form wasn't anything special. For me, she wasn't even an underdog to get this far in the tournament. She went out in her opening match in Birmingham at Eastbourne. She went out in the third round to the Britain's Johanna Konta. And here, this week already, she's beaten the likes of Wozniacki, Angelique Kerber, and Tamir Bichinski in the quarterfinals. All she's had to work for it. I wouldn't say with relative ease, but all of those performances, have been impressive. Radwanska, meanwhile, semi-finalist at Nottingham a few weeks ago, finalist at Eastbourne, starting to regain the form that she once had. Still, it's great to see the Polish woman into the semi-finals, but with her experience, you'd think she'd be able to handle the situation better. But she has no answer for Muguruza right now.
Well, just glancing over my shoulder briefly, it's game point for Radwanska, and if she does do this on this next point, it'll be the first time she's had a confident, comfortable game on serve. She's 40 love up. She's really got to change something, and very, very quickly. And let's not forget, Muguruza, if she manages to continue this second set in the manner in which she's produced the first, she'll be up into the world's top 10 for the very first time, and into her first final. Radwanska did indeed get the hold there, but Muguruza, as we've said, already has the break. And Anne, you played at Muguruza in the first round a couple of years ago. Did you get the impression on that occasion that you were looking at someone who had the capability of maybe making a big final and making a big impact on a tournament like Wimbledon in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 2 years ago, I played my last professional match on centre court, and I lost to Garbina Muguruza. She was just 19 then. But she had a huge game, and I said it after the match. I said she was going to be a star. She was going to be one of the best players in the world, and she's on her way. She's back out there on centre court for the second time in her career. And, she's playing the best tennis of her life. She's not your typical Spaniard. She played most of her tennis in Barcelona. She was born in Venezuela. As we see David Beckham, he's back. He was here with his young son Romeo yesterday. He's got his mother next to him. on the left of our picture, which you can't quite see today in the royal box.
Oh, I wonder if that's a late Mother's Day present.
Ah, Pippa Middleton's back with her brother James. Oh, they love Wimbledon, don't they, the Middleton family? But yeah, back to the tennis. Muguruza, for me, was always going to be a star. She for me already is a star. 21 years of age, and she's only going to get better and better.
And this is an important development for the women's game in Spain, because obviously, you know, Spaniards love football. We know that, and Rafa Nadal and David Ferrer have carried the can as far as Spanish tennis is concerned from the men's side. But we haven't had a Spanish Grand Slam semi-finalist anywhere for 15 years, and we haven't had one here since 1997. So this is a nice reminder for the Spanish sports fans that their female tennis players are pretty good as well.
They are. They already have another player inside the world's top 10, Carla Suarez Navarro, who unfortunately went out in the first round here. But yeah, with Suarez Navarro, Muguruza, they're two very dangerous players. They're putting Spanish women on the map.
Okay, well, we shall keep you abreast on what happens here. Muguruza is playing the match of her life. She's in the driving seat with a break of serve in the second set, having taken apart Radwanska 6-2 in the first. Loads more excitement to come here on centre court before we even start thinking about Williams against Sharapova, rerun of the final from 2004. We could go on about that one, but we won't. Let's head out and about. SW19 has looked magnificent, resplendent, all the adjectives you can throw at it. Neil Stubley is one of the main men responsible for that. And somewhere out on this magnificent complex, he's talking to Adam Hunt.
Well, I'm delighted to say I'm joined now by Neil Stubley, who's the head groundsman here at the All England Club. Neil, if you could just start off by telling us a little bit more about your role here at the Championships.
Yeah, well, I'm the head groundsman here, so I'm in charge of all the grounds, and that includes the landscapers as well. We have 41 grass courts. We also have indoor courts, hard courts, and clay courts. So yeah, my prime responsibility is making sure that the grass courts are ready and up to standard for the championships.
And I suppose a lot of your job is influenced by the weather. We've had a lot of hot, dry weather, particularly last week. How's that influenced the courts over the course of the championship so far?
Well, yeah, the thing is, we always want them to dry out, and we can control them with irrigation anyway. So it's actually been a little bit more in our favour. We can control the courts a lot better when we have sort of a nice weather like we have today, purely because we know we can put more water down in the evenings and just control those hardness readings. It tends to become more of a problem for us when it's wet, but you know, last week's weather, it was probably a bit too hot for the grass, but we managed to get through, and as you can see, the grass has really held up really well.
And it's a year-round process, I'm sure, looking after these courts. But when during the year is the most important period? Is it actually these championships or the preparation time coming up to the tournament?
It's normally the renovation period, because what you tend to be doing is you're not renovating from the season you just had. You're getting ready for the following season. So what the hard work that you put in August and September this year, you'll bear your fruits for the championships the following year. So for us, our most stressful time is probably through end of July all the way through to end of September, when we're doing the renovations, just to make sure that we get that spot on. And then when we go into the winter period, we've got very strong, healthy grass ready for when we come through into the spring.
And that middle Sunday off is a Wimbledon tradition. It's a nice day off for the players and everyone else, but for you, I'm sure it's an important and a busy day.
It's probably our most important day, because it's a very key day, and especially this year it highlighted it. The high hot weathers that we had in the first week, it always gives us that opportunity to put extra water down for the grass. What a lot of people have to appreciate is that it is a living surface that we're dealing with and they're playing on, and if you don't water it, it will die. So that middle Sunday just gives us that opportunity to put a little bit more water on it, de-stress the grass a little bit, ready for that second week.
And I know some changes were made to the specific type of grass a few years ago. Can you just tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, back in the early 90s, we've done a lot of research on what grasses were best for tennis, so we could actually get the best quality surfaces that we could. And all the research that we've done, it kind of was very conclusive that perennial ryegrass was the grass for tennis. So the original mix was a 70% perennial ryegrass, and then we used to have a supplement of 30% for creeping fescues. So all we've done is we've dropped that 30% of fescue, and we've just replaced it with the perennial ryegrass. So since 2001, we've actually been 100% perennial ryegrass.
And the game of tennis has changed as well. A lot more serve and volley before, but now mostly baseliners playing here on grass. So that affects the wear and tear of the courts. And clearly, has that affected the way that you've had to prepare the courts, where the courts are wearing down?
Well, what you'll find is now, because it is all baseline tennis, and a lot of the players, that's the only game that they know now, you tend to find that all of the wear is outside of the court, so you are not actually getting a bad bounce anymore, and you're not getting areas that you would have seen on the old serve and volley days where players were actually trying to hit the areas that had the grass wear, because that could affect the way the ball bounced. Nowadays you'll get a very even ball bounce and good long rallies, and and thankfully it's the tennis that does the talking, and you won't get a critical point that's lost because of a bad bounce or of a low bounce. So it's good all round, really.
And the courts always look magnificent. Do you get much feedback directly from the players? Do they ever spot you and say, good job, we're liking the courts this year?
Well, we certainly make a point of practice week of asking the players for feedback, because it's always important, we feel, to sort of make sure that they are happy with the courts. Our primary sort of fundamental first is making sure that we can produce good, flat, even tennis courts that will last for the duration of the championships. But it's also very important to make sure that the players like playing on them. So this year we've had some good feedback. We had a very dry practice week, so all the players had plenty of practice on the courts, but we tend to find that we're definitely in one of those games where no news is good news. So if the players are happy, they just get on with it. If they're not happy, they'll soon let us know.
And we've noticed, particularly during the second week, a lot of the top players were still in the tournament. They like to practice down on the match courts rather than staying up there at Arangi. Is that just because Arangi has had so much play, more play than the match courts, or is it? Can you explain why that might be?
Well, when you play on Central number 1 court, you're afforded a practice session on the championship court on the day that you play. So we always assign 2 of the championship courts for practice for that day. So that the men and ladies that are playing on those 2 stadium courts do get to practice outside on the match court first.
Brilliant. And how many people are involved? How many people are employed by you during the tournament to look after the match courts?
For match courts and practice courts, I have a team of around 250. 32 of those will be professional sports turf qualified managers, and the rest are made up with court coverers, and then we have sort of team leaders and stuff for all of that. So it's quite a big operation.
Well, you all do an absolutely fabulous job. Thanks very much for joining us, Neil, here at Live at Wimbledon.
Thank you.
We're here to talk about the Maria Sharapova backhand, which is one of the most consistent and yet really effective shots out there. What is it about the backhand that makes her so special?
Well, I think her timing. She has beautiful timing. She very often hits the middle of the racket again, and it's an effective shot on clay courts. We've seen that at the French Open, where she's won twice, and of course she's won Wimbledon. So she can hit it with a little bit of spin. She can also hit the little short cross-court backhand, so she can open up the court, and of course her backhand down the line. The other thing you have to add to it is because she's so tall, it's very difficult to get to her backhand, to find a weakness. Because she has such good timing, she can hit a low backhand even though she's tall, but because she's tall, she's also powerful up above her shoulders. So yes, you have to play to the other side when you play against Maria Sharapova.
One of the unique things about her is the consistency with how she skims the net and how accurate she is into the corners. I mean, it puts so much pressure on the opponents, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And it does look like she's hitting the ball as hard as she possibly can on the backhand side, which is obviously not true because you wouldn't get that kind of consistency. But she returns well off of the backhand side. She returns well off of hard first serves. She returns well off of a spinny second serve. She can defend off of her backhand side. We've seen at the French Open now she started to slide into her backhand sometimes, so there's really no weakness at all. She doesn't necessarily have a really good slice backhand, but she doesn't have to use the slice backhand because she dictates the rallies so often. But I think it's the timing of it, and she also sometimes, and we've seen that, actually hits a left-handed forehand. So she's very dominant with the left hand as well when she hits a two-handed backhand. And that's a little bit unusual for the kind of backhand she has, because when you're dominant with your left hand, it's usually because your grip on your right hand is sort of open. Now you put the left hand above, and now you use the left hand. She's dominant, so she uses the left hand as a backup, but she also uses it for power.
Yeah. What about the footwork in terms of the setup for the backhand, and of course that weight transference going forward into the shot as well?
Well, I think that's what she's so good, because she can step forwards on the backhand side. She can come out and she can defend. She can have an open stance, or she can have an open stance and she can actually hit the ball very hard as well. Obviously, she's got leverage because she's got long arms and she's so tall. But again, it's the timing. And the timing is key for any shot in tennis. With timing, you get to hit this little square in the middle of the racket, and that is the strongest and most powerful power source in a tennis player.
Yeah, and just finally, I guess it's the same with most shots in tennis, but actually about that balance through the hitting zone and also being behind the ball as much as you can be.
Yes, for sure. And isn't it amazing how sometimes players have such good timing on one side and then not good timing at all on the other side. I mean, it is the same player, but think Maria Sharapova, her backhand never goes off. It's always good. Every match throughout her whole career, her backhand is always working. It's the forehand side that goes in and out a little bit. But yes, I wish I had Maria Sharapova's backhand.
So do I, Matt. Okay, well, there you have it. The Maria Sharapova backhand, which will be one of the key weapons in her repertoire during the championships.
Quiet, please. Play.
Thank you for applying. What's your name?
Maria.
And what's your occupation?
A tennis player.
And what's your playing style?
I don't even know.
What's your number of Wimbledon titles?
1.
Your number of other titles?
Not really sure.
Your number of Twitter followers?
Oh, over 1 million.
Can you describe yourself in 3 words?
Honest, goofy, and fun.
What skills do you have to be a Wimbledon champion?
Oh, I'm not sure. I think I have to ask the 17-year-old Maria.
What do you consider to be your weaknesses?
I have many.
And how do you deal with stressful situations?
Oh, I just try to think positively.
And lastly, why should we give you this job of being the 2015 Wimbledon champion?
Actually, I'm not really sure why I applied. This is
Nor am I.
Interview.
Still, you applied, and we're very grateful for that. And look, we'll get back to you and let you know if you're the successful candidate.
Thank you very much.
Quiet, please. Play.
We're going to talk now about the Serena Williams serve, which is arguably one of the biggest weapons in the women's game. It has been one of her key weapons in her whole career in terms of how many Grand Slams she's won. So talk us through why it's such a special shot.
Well, I think because of her timing, it always looks the same way. Whether she's playing well or not playing well, her serve always seems to be on. The other reason I think why it's so powerful is because her second serve, she can rely on her second serve. Very few players can attack her second serve. Therefore, it frees her up on the first serve. She's one of those servers that when she needs the first serve to go in, she puts it in play. She can serve high percentage if she wants to. She can go for aces when she wants to. And really, it is, if her serve is working, she's not going to lose to many players in the world.
Yeah, she served over, I mean, more than 200 aces during the course of 2015. But we were talking about Raonic's service being one of the biggest weapons in the men's game. Her setup in terms of her foot stance and everything is completely different, isn't it?
It
brings
is,
the
yeah.
back foot up.
Yeah, she brings the back foot up, and she's it looks very simple. Her serve is a very simple motion. And again, her timing is beautiful. But I think the one thing that she does better than most players is that when she throws the ball up, she keeps the left arm up for a very long time. So therefore, it's very consistent, and she can reach up as high as possible. See a lot of amateurs out there that think that this arm is only to toss the ball up, and then once you toss it up, the arm drops down. Suddenly, your angle is like that, and you can't get the serve in. Serena, she has a beautiful extension up, and she stays there. And I think that also makes it difficult for the players to read where her serve goes.
Yeah, there's a really beautiful calmness about the way she goes into that service motion as well, isn't it? Because we see all sorts of players, they kind of bouncing the ball a lot of times, or they're sort of fretting and moving things around, but there's incredible sort of serenity about her serve.
So confident, I think. She's so confident in the fact that not only that she's going to hit the serve in, but I think she's very good at picking which serve she's going to hit. When she hits the slice serve out in the deuce court to her opponent's forehand, or when she hits the flat serve down the middle, and she seems to know exactly what serve to hit when, and she's 100% committed to the serve, and that's a big difference.
And of course, on the grass as well, even more dynamic.
Definitely. I mean, you're not going to break Serena's serve more than maybe once, maximum twice in a whole match. And we know the way she returns, if she serves well, it's going to be impossible to beat her.
Okay, well, there you have it. There's the chat on the Serena Williams serve, which is going to be one of the major weapons in terms of whether she adds yet another Grand Slam title this year.
Quiet, please. Play.
So thank you for applying. What's your name?
My name is Serena Williams.
And what's your occupation?
I am a professional tennis player, and I also am a professional dancer in my mind.
Okay, and how would you describe your playing style, either on the court or the dance floor?
Well, on the court, I guess I'm a very aggressive player. I have a lot of emotion. I love what I do. I really feel what I do. I love the job. I'm even a little nervous right now talking to you because I want this so bad. So yeah.
And how many Wimbledon titles do you have?
I have 5 Wimbledon singles titles. I also have 5 Wimbledon doubles titles, and I even have a Wimbledon mixed doubles title.
And how many other titles do you have?
I have a lot of titles to my name. I don't really keep up with it. I think it's important to just move forward and not count and look in the past and just look in the future.
Okay, what about Twitter? How many followers do you have?
I have a little over 4 million followers on Twitter, and just still trying to get that number up and just keeping positive about that.
Yeah, not very many then. You've got to keep working at that bit. How would you describe yourself in 3 words?
Funny, intense, extremely loyal.
And what skills do you have to be a Wimbledon champion?
Well, I have a really good serve. Really works good on the surface. I also am really fast. I run really fast. I jump high. I'm not sure if that kind of helps, but I think it will. And also, I'm really personable. Yeah.
What would you consider to be your weakness?
My weakness is that, I'm a little too intense. I give too much.
We're nearly there. How do you deal with stressful situations?
I don't deal with them with grace, I'm trying to keep a straight face, but definitely not with a lot of grace. And I definitely panic, but I'm really good at problem solving, and that's why I'm good for this job.
Could be a good quality for this job. So lastly, why should we give you this job of being the 2015 Wimbledon champion?
Because I'm the most fun.
Okay, well, thank you for applying. We'll get back to you and let you know if you're the successful candidate, Serena.
Thank you.
Quiet, please. Play.
Well, you can never take any result and any match for granted. Anybody who gets through to a semi-final is capable of turning round even the onslaught that Muguruza has been producing. And this is getting very interesting with Radwanska because she had 1 break point and she took it. So we are back on serve. And in fact, Radwanska now has a break point to take her within 1 game of the second set. And it can all change on 1 match and a couple of points. She had one opportunity and she took it.
Well, Muguruza actually led in this second set 3-1. Radwanska held to go 3-2, and then there was a bit of a nervy game from Muguruza. A few errors flew in. She'd been pretty faultless up until then, but also on the Radwanska serve, she's putting in more first serves in this second set than she did in the first, so she's not giving Muguruza too many second serves to look at. In that first set, Muguruza was all over the second serve, and she hasn't had the opportunity to do that as much in this second set. So, it has changed, so that the momentum now with Radwanska, whether her experience will come through now and whether nerves will get the better of Muguruza, we shall see.
So Radwanska has got another break of serves. So she is now within 1 game of levelling the match. She'll come back out and serve 5-3 up in the second. And do you think some of this comes down to the fact that Muguruza began to think, hang on a minute, I am in total control of this match. I am so close to my first Grand Slam final.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, there's got to be a part of that in the back of Muguruza's mind. Whether she admits that at the end of this match, who knows? But she's in the semi-finals of a Grand Slam for the very first time in her career, in a winning position. Radwanska, I must say, has raised her level. But still, nerves, they're humans, they're tennis players, but nerves do get the better of some players at times. It's a huge moment for both of them out there.
And all credit, although we're waxing lyrical about Muguruza, as indeed we should do, for the manner in which she's come out for her first ever Grand Slam semi-final, especially here on centre court against someone as experienced as Radwanska. We should give Radwanska huge credit here because, as you said, at 3-1 up, in the second set, it looked as though the match was completely over. She had one chance to get back into that match, and she took it. You know, she's coming back to something like the form that we know she can produce on the big stage, and she's really digging this out mentally.
Yeah, I mean, when she broke Muguruza to go 3-all, that was her first break point opportunity of the match, and she did it. But yeah, she's broken Muguruza again to lead 5-3. But I think it's also a case of Radwanska raising her level. I mean, for a set and a half, she looked like she was being overpowered by Muguruza. And now I feel like she's got used to the pace of the ball a little bit, and she's capitalized from the errors that have come off the Spaniards' rackets. I think a lot of people, when you're watching this, you think of Radwanska as a bit of a magician out there. She can mix it up with the spins, the pace, and everything else, but she hasn't really been given too much of an opportunity to do so. When the ball is coming at you so deep, so fast, to throw in the slice, to mix up the pace, really isn't that easy. But she's finding a way, she's hanging in, and apparently now she's set point up.
Yes, 2 set points for the Polish woman to level the match at 1-all. And I guess the question is, we'll hear a roar in a minute, because I guess the crowd are loving the fact that Muguruza's made such a good match of it. But of course, they don't want this first semi-final to end. They want full value for money. They've only been on court for 1 hour and 7 minutes. They want this to turn into a real epic, as a great warm-up to Serena Williams against Maria Sharapova. If you're in the coaching corner, one set point there down, because Muguruza's got that one back. So Radwanska's 40-30, still only 1 point away on her own serve from levelling things up. If you're Muguruza, if Radwanska does indeed level the match, what do you advise from her coaching corner's perspective? Does she keep going in exactly the same manner that brought her so much success early on, or does she have to change the way she's reacting in this match into the decider?
No, I think she carries on with the game plan, which is to play as aggressively as possible, to take on any ball that comes her way, and to play with good depth, because that's what's got her to the semi-finals here. I watched some of her earlier matches, commentated on them, where she didn't hold back. She stuck to the game plan. Yes, there were some errors that came in to her game, but Radwanska has just taken this second set 6-3. Well, we're in for a match now. What a turnaround from a set and 3-1 down.
Well, it was just incredible, and it was looking as though it was going to be a very, very brief afternoon's work for the Spaniard. And let's just remind ourselves, she beat Kerber, as you said, and that was a cracking match, the 10th seed. She beat Wozniacki in straight sets, the former world #1, and then dispatched Baczynski in straight sets as well. Here's the summary. The first serve points won percentage has dropped quite a bit from Muguruza, whereas Radwanska's numbers have come up.
Yes, that's Radwanska just getting her eye in, picking up the serves better, making her opponent play. But I think the biggest thing there is Radwanska's first serve percentage up at 86%. In the first set, it was just 65%. Gave Muguruza too many second serves to look at, not as much in this second set. But also, I mean, the winners from Muguruza still very high. 13 winners in that in the match so far. No, excuse me, in that second set. 12 in the first. Radwanska, the winners have stayed low, but also the unforced error count is always very low. But I think Radwanska's just got used to the pace of the ball coming her way, and she's able to absorb it much better, and Muguruza has just got a little tight out there.
Well, it's going to be fascinating to see how they get on in the first couple of games and the third set, because Agnieszka Radwanska has been there so many times before. Runner-up to Serena in 2012, semi-finalist in 2013, and here she is again into the last 4. Much more experience when it comes to these really big tense moments. Muguruza's run to the semi-final has been sensational. The start of her semi has been awesome, but now Radwanska has started to ask the questions. This is the point at which we're going to find out the extent of Muguruza's bottle, because she has to produce something good here at the start of the third to avoid Radvanska's confidence just growing and growing.
Yeah, she needs to get off to a good start in this final set, but saying that, she got off to a great start in the second set and still wasn't able to close it out. It's her second three-set match of the tournament. Her first one was against Kerber in the third round, and I commentated on that match. And the first set of tennis, which Muguruza won in a tiebreak, was the best set of tennis I've seen in the women's game this year, or one of the best. She dropped the second set, but came out strong in the third, was able to regroup, and hopefully, for her sake, she'll be able to do the same today.
Well, we're into the third. We're not sure we were going to be saying that when we were halfway through this second set. Radvanska has started to find the answers. This is going to be a humdinger of a set, so come back and join us for more drama as we go deep into this dramatic semi-final.
Thanks very much, Rob and Anne. Well, if you want to continue watching that, the final set then of the first semi-final between Garbine Muguruza and Agnieszka Radwanska, you can do so via the BBC or ESPN. But welcome back to our Live at Wimbledon studio, our interactive studio. I'm Annabelle Croft alongside seven-time Grand Slam champion Mats Wilander and Craig O'Shaughnessy, our expert analyzer, who's going to give us his view on the next semi-final between Serena Williams and Maria Sharapova. Craig, clearly there's a problem for Maria Sharapova. She's lost to her 16 times in a row. So what are going to be the key tactics, do you think, in that second semi?
Well, I think we can look back to the Australian Open final and get a lot of clues of what Serena did well and certainly what Maria did to counter that. It was a pretty close match. It was 6-3, 7-6, and Maria may not have played a match that well and lost in her life. The number one statistic that came from that final were 18 aces from Serena's racket. Now, 18 aces is a good number, but when you break it down, she hit only 3 in the first set. She hit 15 in the second set. And to give that, you know, a little bit of a comparison, Milos Raonic led the men's draw with 114 aces. The most amount of aces he ever hit in one set was 11. So it was absolutely lights out. And if Serena just has a normal day at the office serving, if it's 8 aces or 10 aces, Maria really could have got over the line in that final.
OK, so that's the serve of Serena Williams. I know you're going to take a closer look at Sharapova's serving during the course of that match as well, and
Yes.
how important that is going to be today.
Yeah, well, the double faults have crept back, unfortunately, for Maria. So, you know, hitting targets is a very big thing, and because Serena stands in so well, it's going more at the forehand. And Venus Williams did that a lot at when she won that last match in Montreal. We see here the aces are down from 2004, a match that I happened to be at. The double faults are way up. They're at 38 compared to 16. First serves in play kind of washes, points one washes, and second serve points one is dropped there. So, you know, it's going to be difficult because the body of work coming into this for Maria simply isn't as good as it was back in 2004 when she dominated that final.
Yeah, why do you think, I was just going to say, Mats, why do you think that is?
Well, because she had a shoulder surgery at 21 years old. I think that really made a big difference. I think that's when she had the shoulder surgery. But she came out, she had a really good-looking serve, and we've seen some pictures from the 2004 final. Her serve, it looked a little bit more natural, and obviously there was no scar tissue because she's only 17 years old. And I don't know if you are a golfer, Annabelle, but the more 3
not
foot...
a good one.
No, but the more 3-foot putts you miss, the less likely it is you're going to make the next one. And I think it's the same thing with the serve. And you and I have talked about that. When your second serve starts going, it's the worst feeling in the world for a tennis player. So I think over the years, I think these double faults have built up. And eventually, at least in my mind, it becomes sort of a gray area where I don't know how many 3-foot putts I'm missing. I mean, I feel like I'm missing all of them. And I think Sharapova's gotten to the stage where here comes another second serve. Where at 17, there was no fear. She had a first serve. It was more of a weapon, and the second serve had maybe more spin, but definitely just less scar tissue.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at those double faults because they have been pretty key, and they've come at some inopportune moments as well during the course of her career, but she seems to sort of not accept them emotionally, which is probably a positive thing, isn't it? But she can serve a bunch of double faults and just put it behind her, Matt.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. And Coco Vandeweghe did great, actually, because she stepped in. Whenever she had a chance, she did go after the second serve with Sharapova, and she hit it very hard at Sharapova. But I'm not sure. Some of these second serve, I'm not sure they really have a destination. Sometimes I think she's just trying to get it into the service box, maybe be happy with the body serve, because it does have a fair amount of pace and it does have a fair amount of spin sometimes, but I think she has a problem controlling the spin.
Yeah.
Sometimes it has a little bit of a kick spin, sometimes it's a slice serve, and obviously the toss is very important for Sharapova.
I mean, normally when a child is learning how to serve, the second serve is taught very differently to the first serve, isn't it? Where the ball toss is in a completely different position, maybe more over the left shoulder, you get a bit more back arching to sort of try and create that spin, but hers is very much produced in an identical fashion, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the toss is the big criminal in this, and I don't think we necessarily teach girls how to serve in the same way we teach guys, and I think it has to do with the strength, the brute arm strength. Guys can kick it a little bit more. Samantha Stosur is very strong, so Serena Williams is very strong, and they can kick it. Sharapova, you would think with her length and her leverage, you would think she should be able to put a little more consistent topspin on it, but the toss is very often too far in front and maybe too far over to her right.
Yeah, is it the speed of the racket head behind the in the back position, as it were, that's actually quite key to produce? Because you've actually got to go for it a little bit more, haven't you, on a second serve?
You do, but the toss then has to be a little bit behind you and a little bit further left so you can brush up on the ball. Because if it isn't, then you're going to add speed to the racket head. Now you're going to slice it even more because the toss is too far in front. Now the ball tends to sort of spin out of control.
Yes.
And it never lands, it just floats out, just kind of like a frisbee.
Yes.
So again, the toss, I would really think that they would work on getting the toss further back and dare to brush up on the ball a little bit more.
Yes, what are your thoughts
Well,
on
over the years, I've seen Maria go back to try and hit a regular second serve at a slower pace, and that ended up as the worst one of all. So the new tactics that Maria's adopted is, you know what, I'm going to make it closer to my first serve. I'm going to go for it a little bit more. There'll be some double faults in there. You know, she takes too much time, I believe, between the first and the second serve, and it just gives you a lot of time to think about it. I believe when she's tossing, it comes out too low, so there's a lot of distance that the ball's alone in the air, and you know, it's good. At Australian Open, it was pretty good, but it's crept back in, and as we saw from those double faults there, it's dropping too much, and really the toss is all over the shop.
Yeah, next point to talk about, the break points won by Maria Sharapova.
Yeah, pretty good so far in this tournament. She steps up. She's one of the better players in feeling the moment and understanding that, you know, the match can be really won here. Returns really well. Excellent depth right there. Very good attacking.
She simplifies her when she has a big point, when she, just like Serena Williams, when she's down or when she is ahead, I think sometimes they're really good at simplifying. And again, she likes that return down the middle of the court and then she dictates. But she still is a big point player to me, Sharapova. She doesn't really back off at all.
Yeah.
Well, she backs herself, doesn't she? And there's full commitment to the strokes, whatever the scoreline is.
We see a lot of them going right down the middle of the court, and the most important part about that is that it's putting the opponent on defense and setting her up for an even more aggressive shot in the return +1 play. So very good tactics there.
Yeah. What do you think is going to be the key in terms of her trying to play, you know, or to get a better scoreline against Serena Williams? Because actually she's only won 3 sets out of the last 16 losses, which is an extraordinary stat, isn't it? So it's not just about winning today. She's actually got to get momentum going with that scoreboard.
Yeah, she does. It's well, we saw right there in those returns, the serve was coming a little bit softer, so she had time to lean on it and had time to step in and be aggressive. Even against Serena's second serve, it's very difficult for Maria to be on offense straight away because of the power of that serve, the depth of the serve, and how well Serena can pinpoint it. So a lot of times, instead of leaning forward on the ball, she's leaning sideways and using the hands a little bit more instead of the weight of her body.
Okay, so we've looked at Sharapova's serve in great detail. What about Serena Williams, which in my mind is probably the greatest women's serve we've ever seen? In fact, looking at the stats for hers, she came into the tournament with 268 aces, Craig. 323 she's now at, having served 55 during the course of the tournament already.
Yeah, right there, we see the one down the tee. Look for that today when Serena needs a big point, and, you know, a 40-30, if we get 3 or 40-30, that's the spot that she'll go to more. And she did that at the Australian Open. Maria sat on it and hit some spectacular returns to get back into that second set. And then at the end, Serena adjusted and went wide in the ad court. So the favourite spot, she likes to go out wide with the slice and the deuce. When she gets ahead, she'll pop it down the tee, but in the ad court especially, it's down the middle of the court where her favourite pattern is when the big points arrive.
Okay, anything you'd like to add about the serve?
No, I mean, I think that she can hit all the spots. I think that that's the difficult thing for their opponent, because she can hit it flat in the middle in the deuce court down the tee, and she can hit it flat out wide to the right-hander's backhand or to Maria's backhand. But she also has the third serve, which is she can also kick the first serve in with a little bit of kick spin, and therefore it's hard to just attack her first serve, because if she's just going for aces, it's very simple to play against the player. But she doesn't. She plays the percentage first serve when she needs it. She adds a little kick spin to the backhand side sometimes. So she's a very intelligent server. I mean, she's got so much confidence, and I think the big difference between her serve and most players, men or female, is that there's such a clear commitment to the serve that she's going to hit, because she's not afraid of hitting a second serve. I'm going to kick this, slice this, this is flat, this is down the tee, and very few players. Usually a serve you hit and hope. I mean, very few players over the years know that this serve is going to go in. I think Pete Sampras had that feeling very often. I think Roger Federer has that feeling on his first serve sometimes, especially the slice serve. Certainly big, like me, I never had it. I knew I was going to make my backhand sometimes 100% of the time, forehand 100% of the time. Ed Berg would know his serve 100% of the time, but it's not doing anything. Serena Williams, when she goes flat, it really looks like she knows she's going to make it. And I don't know, that must be such a good feeling.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to coach against her on centre court here a couple of years ago. I was coaching Melinda Zink from Hungary. The first point of the match, ace down the middle. The second point, ace down the middle. The third, 124 miles an hour at the body, unreturned, and the fourth, ace out wide. For all intents
It just sets the tone, doesn't it?
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, the match really ended right there.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's such a beautifully produced serve, though, isn't it? It's so effortless in its production, and it's just so calm before the build-up, and then this great tornado comes down the court, and you know, it sends such a clear message down to the opponents. It's very difficult.
Well, she brings so many weapons to the table. Just walking on the court and looking at him, I was like, I'm playing Serena, but she has the other benefit of having Serena's serve. It's almost like I've got to play this person with wonderful ground strokes, really big forehand, great backhand, attacks with the returns, and then this whole other kind of monster of this of the serve that just makes it incredibly difficult. She kind of double teams you with two of the best weapons in the history of the game.
Well, we must have a look at the aces of Serena Williams, because it has been such a force during not only her career but of course this tournament as well. And here's from the ad court.
Again, that's her number one spot when the pressure arrives.
It's so accurate every single time. It's even got that little bit of spin away, hasn't it, Mats, after the ball has landed. You can see the swerve on the ball.
Yeah, and maybe that's why she makes so many, because she does put more spin on it than maybe we realize. I mean, she does make a lot of aces, and aces in general tend to be a little bit flatter, especially when you do go down the tee, you know, if you go down out wide in the ad court. But as you can see there's so much spin in there. When you spin it, believe it or not, and I think a lot of amateurs don't really understand this concept, but the reason why pros have such consistent second serves and first serves is because they spin it. They actually bring the ball to the place where they want it, whereas if you hit it flat on, you would think with no spin you should be able to control it, but it's actually way less control, and that's what Serena Williams, that's the big difference for her. She can hit a 150-mile-an-hour serve with a little bit of controlling spin.
Okay, well, we've looked at her serve, but let's take a look at a graphic of Serena Williams' return of serve, the difference, I believe, between 2004, Craig, and 2015.
Yes, 2004 was amazing. 81% returns in play. Not quite as good this year, but still a very high number, certainly a number that can win the tournament. First serve return points won is down, but that number in 2004 is almost unheard of. You never see it up that high. Second serve return points won, you know, right about the same. And break points there, that's break points that she's produced, not break points won. So she's earned those in total. And return games won about the same. So, you know, the numbers this year are certainly good enough to win. Some of those numbers in 2004 were ridiculous.
Yeah, when I've watched her, Mats, when you're watching Serena Williams, particularly off the backhand side from the ad court, she quite often hits an outright winner off that return of serve. I mean, it's got such force on it. It comes back, I think even in the Heather Watson match, I think it was at twice the speed, wasn't it? The return of serve from Serena. There's a backhand, what you call an inside-out one, but it is a phenomenal force, this backhand.
Oh, it's
There
incredible.
it is.
She's so confident. I mean, she obviously, when you hit a return like that, she has already made up her mind that when the ball comes to either this side or forehand side or backhand side, I am going to go for a winner either down the middle or I'm going to go for it cross court. And you can't just suddenly react and say, whoa, this is a short second serve, I'm going to crack it as hard as I can. No, you make up your mind before, and she's so good at doing that.
Yeah, she sort of holds her body position, doesn't she, and just really strikes, but she gives it that little bit of extra zip with a kind of an extra acceleration of the racket head through the ball. But I mean, it's faster than any other player out there, that return
It really
serve.
is. She hits more return winners than anyone I've ever seen on the men's side and the ladies' side. She really just wants the point to be over before it begins. The serves are a lot of aces, the returns are a lot of winners. The average rally length in the Australian Open final between Maria and Serena was 3.2 shots. I mean, there's not a lot. In the semi-final against Madison Keys, it was 2.8 shots. So I did a little bit of an analysis on rally length here at Wimbledon so far, leading up to the semis. So in 0 to 4 shots in a rally, Serena is plus 82 for the tournament. Maria is plus 41. So that is, you know, Serena owns that length of the rally. Once it goes between 5 and 8 shots, Maria is plus 44. Serena is only plus 9. So that's what Maria has got to try and do is get the serve back, or when she's serving, you know, get that big return back and get into that 5 through 8 shots, and she's got a chance. 9 plus. Maria was -4, not doing well there. Serena's -2. So, you know, those long points are not going to happen anyway today.
No.
They're not going to exist, but neither player has an advantage in that area so far.
Yeah, when you look at all the players that Serena has played during the course of the tournament, the one player who came within 2 points of victory was Heather Watson. And Heather Watson did some very clever tactics out there in that match. She sort of mixed the pace. She used a lot of slice forehands, which was very unusual. She kind of took Serena out wide. But Sharapova doesn't have that kind of game plan or repertoire, does she, to be able to go to? So what other tactics? I mean, we've looked at all these stats, and it's almost like she's looking up a mountain to try and take on Serena Williams. But what other tactics might she have to employ, do you think?
I mean, I really don't know. I mean, I think the most important thing for Sharapova is that when she does have a chance to attack Serena's second serve, she has to do it. And that's very difficult to do, because you, as a player, you sort of tend to, I'm going to sort of attack my opponent's second serve, but I don't want to make unforced errors. I want to see, what if this is Serena's worst day that she's ever had at Wimbledon? Although I think that day came in 2004, most probably, against Maria Sharapova in the final. So it's very difficult for a player to go for it, but that's what I think she needs to do. Immediately go after the Serena Williams second serve, and then decide on your own serve. What do I need to do? Do I go for the first serve 100% every time, or do I take just a little bit off? She doesn't have to take a lot off, just a little bit off, and sort of entice Serena to overhit her returns. And then obviously the last thing is just pray and hope that your second serve is there, because there are obviously days where Maria Sharapova's second serve is really good and she doesn't double fault that much. And I don't know when it really happens, but you see matches, today she served really well. Her second serve wasn't a problem. So does it have to do with the occasion, her opponent? I'm not really sure. I think it's more it just happens. It doesn't seem to be, it's mental, it's physical. I think it's just a coincidence. So I think those areas. But I think the most important thing is step onto Serena's second serve and tell Serena that this is not acceptable. You cannot miss your first serve, because if you do, I am going to end the point. And Serena likes to end the point.
Yes, she certainly does. Yeah. Final thoughts, Craig?
Yes, I went through a couple of last statistics for Serena for the tournament, which may provide a little bit of insight on where Maria can make some hay. When the points are at 30 all or deuce so far in Serena's matches, she's winning 66% of those points, so really stepping up there. The first point of her game when serving, she's winning 70% of those points. In her service games, when she won the first point, she's winning 92% of those games. So if she wins the first point, you could almost go, okay, it's just yours.
That's game
It's
over.
just yours. When she's losing the first point on her service games, it drops from 92% down to 71%. So it's at least it's a chance. You know, I would say returning, you want to take that that serve away down the middle. You know, you've got to pick one on a first serve. Take one side away, hopefully get some looks at second serves, win the first point, and create some scoreboard pressure.
Great stuff. Thank you very much for that, Craig. Great as always. Okay, we're going to head across to centre court for a score update on this first semi-final between Radwanska and Muguruza. Here's Rob and Anne.
Welcome back. Well, the start of this third set has been absolutely fascinating. Radwanska broke Muguruza in the very first game, but then the Spaniard broke back. Since then, it's been on serve, but there have been a few hints of nerves. We've just seen the first double fault from the Spaniard midway through the match. At the moment, Muguruza has got game point. It's 40-30. 2-2 in the third. It couldn't be closer. And at last, this has turned into a brilliant, brilliant confrontation, Anne.
Yeah, it's a real match going out there at the moment. They've come out with some epic points. Really crowd-pleasing shots from Radwanska. She's been anticipating and reading the play from Muguruza much better now. Really getting into Muguruza's head, making her play more balls and doing what she does best, really, Radwanska.
Well, she's just taken Muguruza to deuce. So remember, they're level back again because they evened out each other's breaks at the beginning. Muguruza serves an ace, so she's on game point, and we're getting down to some really, really crucial moments here. And one of the things that's been interesting from a non-expert's perspective, Anne, is Radwanska's been chasing every single ball. There have been a number of points where it seems as though Muguruza has been totally in control, but somehow Radwanska's been the one to win those points.
Yeah, well, one of that Radwanska's strengths is her anticipation. I mean, she reads the game so well. For a set and a half, she was just overpowered and outplayed. Now she's managed to work her way into this match. Muguruza has got a little tight. More errors have crept into her game, but Radwanska's doing a better job of reading the play and making Muguruza play one more ball. And we've seen some really errors from the Spaniard that we didn't see in the opening set, some uncharacteristic ones. But, you know, nerves come into play. She's playing for her first Grand Slam final, something she's never done before. First time in the semi-finals of a slam here at Wimbledon is a huge occasion for a 21-year-old. And she's up against a player who makes life very difficult for everyone out there. And also, you know, a player who enjoys playing on the grass. But Muguruza has game point again, has just finished off a point at the net, needs to get up there at the front of the court, continue to play aggressively, because that's what's got her to this stage in the tournament.
This is a really, really big game. So Muguruza has game point at 2-2 in the third, and you sense this would be a really, really big hold for her. And I guess that is the point. She's got to stick to the tactics that worked so well, not just for a set, but a set and a half. She was 3-1 up in the second set, and then Radwanska won something like 6 or 7 games on the trot to come back into the match. She's got to trust what's brought her into the semi-final for the very first time. She has held that game, so she has 3... there's a challenge. It looked as though she'd taken the point. I was being told in my ear she'd taken the point, and she has. There was a challenge there from Radwanska. The ball was in. So we are 3-2 to Muguruza in the third set. A massive, massive hold of serve there for the Spaniard. The other thing we've seen, Anne, in the last 2 or 3 games are a few little displays of emotion, a few little come-ons when Muguruza has been, for instance, 30-all and then gone 40-30 on her own serve. We're starting to see how much she cares, and it's starting to come out, whereas she was keeping it all internal for the first set and a half. There's passion out there, and there's great emotion.
Yes, there is, and she needs to make sure she stays her own best friend out there on the tennis court, needs to get on her side, and particularly when you're feeling a little nervy, you know, you got to keep your feet moving, you've got to keep your energy levels up, not just during the points, but in between points to show your opponent that you're ready, you're waiting, and you're up for it.
Well, barely a cloud in the sky. A few people stretching their legs and standing up, but no one is leaving this match in a hurry, not even for a cool, refreshing jug of Pimm's. This has turned out to be a really fascinating contest. We're on serve in the third. Radwanska coming out to serve 2-3 down, but there's a lot of life left in this match just yet.
All right.
Thank you very much, Rob and Anne. Well, if you want to continue watching, you can do so via the BBC or ESPN. But I'm delighted to welcome into our studio now Mary Carrillo, who's working for NBC.
Very nice to be here.
It's lovely to have you with us. And of course, you've
very
been
cool.
covering tennis for 35 years.
I'm very
Mary.
old, yes. Rub it in. I'm crowding 60. Let's just... Yeah, I have been covering tennis for a long time, for a lot of different people. I love it.
So tell us what you've made of Wimbledon 2015 so far.
It's amazing to me that Rafa Nadal is holding no majors, and Serena's trying to hold all 4 again if she wins this title for the 2nd time. And the last time she did it was 12 years ago. I mean, those to me are big storylines. And obviously Mugu, as we call her. I like her game very much. It looks like she's getting tight. I'm not sure she'll be able to get out of this one, but I'd like to see it. I like her game. She got to the 3rd round of the French Open. She'd beaten Serena there last year. Got to the 3rd round of the French, beat Angie Kerber. She ended up getting into the quarters, but after that round, her agent, Oliver, was staying at my hotel, and I said, this is great, and this and that, and he said, the WTA wanted her to do 7 interviews after she did written press, and he said, I said no to all of them. And I said, why? He said, because she hasn't done anything yet, anything big. Maybe when she gets to the top 10, I'm going to let her become that. And I thought that was so clever and so thoughtful and smart, because I think a lot of these, I think the WTA and all of the rest of us try to make these stars on the rise, and they're putting pressure on them that these players have not yet earned. Muguruza is the real deal. I like her game. She's solid. She's feisty. I don't know that she's going to come through in this match. But I love the idea that her handlers know enough not to create a Jeannie Bouchard situation, you know, a Simona Halep thing where they're afraid to play their best tennis.
Yeah, well, Mats and I were talking earlier in the week, the fact that the people around her are willing to develop her game as opposed to fast-tracking her for the money and the points. But she's out there playing doubles every single week with Carlos Suarez Navarro, and there seems to be much more of a long-term plan.
That's what I like. That's how I feel. I think they're learning from the mistakes of some of these other players. You know, you have fame and you have fortune, and now all of a sudden it's a big deal if you lose. I mean, the only person I think who deserves to be treated that way, poor Serena Williams has done this to herself. Every time she loses, it's huge news.
Yes.
Every single time. I don't know how she's playing under that kind of oppressive, you know, attention that we're giving to her, but she seems able to handle it.
How do you think Maria Sharapova then, when we talk about these teenagers that we turn into stars? Because she won her first major at 17. She has won 5 of them now.
She has.
11 years later.
Yes.
And so how do you think she's made a lot of money? She has a candy store up on High Street here in Wimbledon, where I went in the other day. And
Me too.
Yeah.
Did you buy any?
Did you? I did.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Absolutely.
But do you think that how has she handled it in your eyes?
I think she's done great. I think she has made more money than any professional woman athlete in history.
Okay.
And she's still hungry to win. I mean, everything that she does is still predicated on the fact that she wants to be a champion tennis player. I'm very respectful of that. I don't think she drops the ball on that. She has all these other things, and when she finally quits, I don't think she'll say, God, maybe I spent too much time on Sugarpova. I don't think she does.
Right.
She very cleverly, a couple of times a year, she gives all of her sponsors, like 1 week, and she gets all her stuff done. It's very clever. Yeah, Tiger Woods, it was the same IMG Tiger Woods model. A couple of times a year, you give up your life for a few days, and then you get back to yourself.
Yeah.
So I mean, Maria's not the player Serena is, but she's got the hunger and the ambition.
Yeah.
You know.
What about Serena being slightly upset with the fact that Sharapova gets all this attention? Is that maybe working against Sharapova? Because Serena said at that time in the Tour Championship in 2004, she said, I am never going to lose to this player again.
Yeah.
And she hasn't in 16.
She was right.
She was right. But you know what I mean? Have we hyped up Sharapova to a level where she might feel the pressure in this supposed rivalry, and she can't deal with it somehow?
I don't think she loses matches to Serena because of the hype.
Okay.
I think she gets outplayed.
She gets outplayed.
She
yeah.
just gets outplayed. Serena Williams, I've never seen, and I've covered a lot of sports over the years, and I love watching all sports, but Serena Williams has the gift of fury. And
Amazing.
uses it in a way
That's a very good word.
It's a way I've never seen anyone use it before.
Yeah.
I mean, John McEnroe, he would get aggravated and angry, and he used his anger as fuel. But Serena can sustain a very tough emotion and use it, and it's oppressive. It's like you feel it on the other side of the net if you're trying to stop her.
Yeah, you can actually feel the energy that she creates out there on the tennis court. But I've watched her this year, though, Mary. When you get up close on centre court and you see her face, she is very, very anguished, isn't she?
It's fury.
Yeah.
It's fabulous.
But also, a lot of people...
intimidating.
One of the things that many people, and that includes people who've come with their tickets to come and watch her, they've noticed the slow walk in between the points.
Yes.
That's got slower and slower and slower over the years, hasn't it? I mean, you've been watching her for a long time.
Yeah.
How much has she changed over the years when you've watched her?
I think she's feeling like this year. She's looked good in the last couple of rounds. She's playing her third former #1 in a row now in Sharapova. She had to beat her sister, then she had to beat Azarenka. Now she's got Maria. I don't think she didn't play her best at the Australian Open. She played far below her best and still won the French Open. I think she's played well in the last couple of rounds, but clearly she's feeling the weight of history in a way that I don't think she felt until the last several years, when she really recognized that, wait a minute, she went 5 years. She went from 2003 to 2008 without even being ranked in the top 5.
Yeah.
But the way she composes her matches now, you talk about the length between points and the way she sets her schedule and tries to win is very, very methodical, and that's why I think she's become so remarkable in the last couple of years.
Yeah, and how much do you think she has evolved as a person as well? Because she's lived out her entire life in front of the spotlight, in front of the world's media.
Yes.
And so much of the tennis life is their bubble, isn't it? And they have to, be a certain way for the press. But how much has she changed as a person?
I think she's gotten very smart to the press, to the to the medias. I watched her. I was in her press conference after she won against Azarenka, and they tried to get her on the grunting because there were people laughing, tittering during the match. They tried to get her on equal prize money again because women don't play 3 out of 5, and she knows how to shut that down. She's become much more active, and clever. I think thoughtful about. All right, I don't want more controversy. I don't want to go down these rabbit holes. It's taking enough for me to become the greatest player of all time.
Yeah,
Let's leave some of the nonsense out of it, which I think is very smart of her. I think she's matured a lot. She's much hungrier. Her ambition now is palpable.
I have to say that what's changed to me is that her friendship with Caroline Wozniacki, that we know that's public.
Yes.
They're very good friends. And then the hug after the Victoria Azarenka
That was real.
match.
I thought that was very
much
authentic.
more warmth, I think.
Yeah, no, that's, I think, taking a lot of people by surprise. Certainly me, like, whoa, okay, because she's so intimidating when she plays and she wants to win so badly. But now she seems to be really good friends with all
I know.
the players.
I think the women's
Maybe
locker
she always was.
No, I think the women's locker room has gotten softer.
Better.
Don't
I
you think
agree.
so?
Well, yeah, because I remember when she first came out with her sister, and it was almost like boxer type speak, which came from both sisters. We are going to be world #1. We're going to beat everybody out there. We are the best in the world. We are #1.
She
We're
had a
gonna
father,
dominate.
I think, who was doing a lot of that.
Yeah, but we'd never heard that in tennis before, had we? It was
Right.
kind of a new thing for us. And yet, as you say, now we're seeing so much more warmth from her as a person, so much more understanding, and so much more almost respect, would you say, back towards the fellow opponents?
I think so. I think Serena has decided that that's how she wants it. If she's going to spend so much of her focus and so much energy doing this, that she should make it easier on herself. And she has. And I don't know. You listen to even Maria. Obviously, they try to create a tension in there and friction, and there's enough of it there. I don't know that we have to keep egging it on.
Yeah.
But even Maria, I think she too measures her words very carefully.
Yeah.
And she says the right thing. She doesn't want to. They don't want to incite each other. They don't want to ignite, some ferocious controversy that they got to spend too much time and energy deflecting after the fact.
Yeah.
I think it's been very interesting to watch them grow. I mean, I feel like we've been watching them a long time, and then I recognize, yes, well, we have. actually.
Yes.
They've been around a long time.
Yeah, they certainly have.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to stop this interview because
What's the score?
It's really enjoyable. But,
who's winning?
We are going to go straight out to centre court because there's a score update from Rob and Anne, because I believe Gabi Muguruza is closing in on victory.
Go Mugu! I'm happy for her.
Well, I'm glad the excitement in the studio is reciprocated, because believe me, we can't take our eyes off this one just for a single second. I was actually just going to glance and see what's happening there. Radwanska has got 3 game points there to reduce the deficit to 5-3. But there was a massive break of serve there for Muguruza. It was a fantastic point. It was Radwanska serving 2-3. There was a lob from Muguruza, which Radwanska thought was long. It wasn't. And then the Spaniard buried a fantastic shot into the corner. That was the crucial break. She then held. Radwanska looks as though she is going to take it to 5-3. But what a point that was from the Spaniard, and to give herself the crucial break at the crucial time in the decider.
It really was one of the points of the match. I mean, when you've got your breakpoint opportunity, you want to go for it. But for Muguruza to hit a pinpoint lob right on the baseline, right on the line at that stage was really quite incredible. It had everyone on their feet. It really was very exciting. And then she held very comfortably to go 5-2 up. It's now 40-30 on Radwanska's serve. So Muguruza still just unleashing big shots off both wings.
What's been interesting is that obviously Radwanska has changed the tone of the match by getting back into it and getting in front before that break back from Muguruza early on in the third set. But the Spaniard went back to trusting the shots that put her ahead in this semi-final in the first place. And she wasn't afraid to go for the shots at key moments. In fact, it's now gone to deuce on Radwanska's serve. So at the moment, the Spaniard is just 2 points away from her first Grand Slam final. But trusting those shots at the big moments is quite impressive, and great composure from her.
Yeah, really is. And that's what all the top players have. They trust themselves in the big moments. They don't doubt themselves. They have the belief. It's now advantage to Radwanska. Another game point here for the Pole. But it's a long way back for her. But she has to remind herself it's just one break of serve. She's broken Muguruza's serve before. She can do it again. She needs to hang tight here.
Well, it's gone one way, it's gone the other. They've been on court for, 1 hour, 47 minutes. And remember, when Muguruza was up, 3-1 in the second set, we thought the match should be all done and dusted, barely over an hour. It's turned into a really, really epic tussle, this. Once again, another point from Muguruza. It's back to deuce on the Radwanska serve. So game point for the Pole, but now she's got to compose herself again. What's the key when you're in a battle like this, Anne? Do you have to go back to that old cliche of concentrate on one single point at a time and try and put the context out of your mind?
Yeah, well, it's game point Radwanska again now, but it is a cliche, but 1 point at a time. It doesn't matter what stage you're at in the match, just focus on 1 point at a time. You can't afford to look too far ahead. One of the other things I want to add also in this final set that has cost Radwanska is her first serve percentage. It's gone down. She's taken a dip in this final set. She was able to raise that in the second set, which really helped her. Muguruza didn't get as many look-ins and that second serve, but in this third set she's given Muguruza too many second serves to look at, but she has just held. It's now 5-3 and Muguruza is going to serve for a place in the final.
Yes, the most important game of her career so far. Hopefully she'll be able to block that out. She's been magnificent value so far, and if she does indeed manage to beat Agnieszka Radwanska, who is, let's remind ourselves, contesting her third Wimbledon semi-final in 4 years, well, if Muguruza can do it, she will thoroughly deserve not only her place in the final, but what will come along with that, apart from the great day she'll have on Saturday, she'll be in the world's top 10 for the very first time. Muguruza is just agonizingly shy of the biggest win of her career. We'll come back and dissect it. I'm just looking, well, there's a challenge on the first point of this game, which is fairly inevitable, I guess. And it was indeed out. So agonizing moments here for Muguruza. We'll come back and dissect this if indeed she does serve out the match. Catherine Whitaker, I believe, is somewhere around this amazing complex. Is she on the roof? I'm not sure. Wherever she is, what she's got to say is always worth listening to.
Yes, I'm up here on the broadcast reef, and I'm really pleased to be able to say that I'm joined by legendary sports writer and broadcaster John Wertheim. You're working here for Sports Illustrated, who I know you've worked for a very long time, and also the Tennis Channel. Thanks very much for joining me, John.
Pleasure to be here. Thanks for that introduction. It's very generous.
It's my speciality. It's all going to go downhill from here. First of all, we have to talk about the second women's semi-finals. Serena Williams, Maria Sharapova. There's a lot of chatter out there about, of course, their incredibly one-sided rivalry. And in fact, Chris Clary of the New York Times calls it an unrivalry, doesn't he? Because of just how one-sided it has been for the last decade or so. But I have seen quite a lot of stuff out there from very well-respected writers suggesting that Maria Sharapova does have a chance. Are you on that side of the fence, or are you on the Serena's going to dominate her as she always does side of the fence?
Eventually, you'd like to think Maria can win one of these, but boy, it's tough to see. I mean, the history speaks for itself. The head-to-head record is obviously pretty dismal, 17-2 in favor of Serena. They played a great match at the Australian Open final. Serena figured out a way to win. She really seems to elevate her game for Maria. In part, it's a matchup of styles, and Serena's with the movement is superior, but it's also mental too. And somebody beats you this many times for more than a decade now, you haven't beat a particular opponent. It's hard to predict that opponent will win.
And of course, the last time they played on grass and the last time they played here at Wimbledon wasn't during the championships, but it was actually the Olympic final, which of course was staged here back in 2012. And that was love and won. How is Maria Sharapova going to be able to put that out of her mind when she walks onto the centre court today?
That's really the big question every time they meet. How does she put the history aside? How does she have a great serving match, which is very important for her? But as you say, last time they played her, I mean, that's as good a match as I've seen Serena play 3 summers ago on this same court. And there's a lot of history, and with every defeat, it just becomes more weighty. I mean, again, I would say if I'm coaching Maria, I said, look, you played her so close in Australia. It was such a high-quality match, a couple of points. It could have gone either way. That's where we need to get. But again, a lot of history there.
I'm getting vibes here that you're picking a Serena victory here. Would that be accurate?
Yes, this is not the boldest move I've ever made. I mean, eventually Maria's got to snap this streak. And again, you think of this from her perspective. Hey, why not here in the Wimbledon semifinals? But yes, if I were betting, which I'm not, hard to pick against Serena.
And looking ahead to the men's semi-finals tomorrow, it's a fantastic lineup, isn't it? Perhaps not the exact lineup we might have been expecting. There was, of course, that chance of having the top 4 seeds. Hasn't happened here since 1995, that having the top 4 seeds through to the semi-finals. But anyway, we've got 3 of the 4, and then we've got Mr. Richard Gasquet, who's spoiling the party a little bit. Does he stand a chance against Novak Djokovic tomorrow?
I think a minor chance. I mean, it's funny you say that. We really did come within a few points. I mean, a couple of let cords from having all 4 top seeds, which would have been something. But boy, this big 3, big 4 has so disenfranchised the rest of the field that you have to think that one of those 3 is going to win. Great for Gasquet to get here. I mean, the semifinals before, so there's a bit of history. But Djokovic is going to be the overwhelming favorite. And then the big match, which really could end up being the match of the tournament, of course, is Murray-Federer.
Well, seeing as you've brought me beautifully onto Murray Federer, let's talk about that, because it is the one that everybody is talking about, it, isn't it? Both of them in such sensational form. Of course, their head-to-head on paper is so exciting. It's pretty finely balanced. The last time they played here was, of course, that final, which ended up in Murray crying. How do you see that one go tomorrow? Because I think before the tournament, so many people were picking Murray to win here, but that was before Federer raced through these first 10 days playing pretty much Federer of old-style tennis, really.
The last time they played here, though, was the Olympics a few weeks later. And Murray had the match of his career to that point on center court. Federer was a bit tired, but I think Murray has that going for him. This is really a toss-up. I mean, you could make the case either way. Murray's form has generally been quite good here. A couple of patches, a bit against Seppi, 40 minutes or so against Karlovic, but Murray has looked terrific and been very outspoken about how well he's been playing. On the other hand, Federer has looked as good as ever, and he has spent so little time on court. I mean, averaging about 90 minutes for his first 5 matches. At his age in particular, I think that could be a big factor, but this is really a flip-a-coin match. It's also, I mean, I think the match is going to be 50-50 in terms of who wins. I also think the crowd is going to be close to 50-50, so should be great.
Interesting. We're very much looking forward to that one. Just before I let you go, I just wanted to have a quick word from you on the junior draw, and in particular, how many American juniors there are coming through, because we've talked a lot in the studio this fortnight about how much the United States is crying out for some champions, particularly on the men's side. I mean, looking pretty healthy shape on the women's side with Madison Keys, Sloane Stephens, but on that men's side, crying out for some big champions. Could a Taylor Fritz, a Riley Opelka, a Michael Moe even, do you think in that little crop of juniors coming through, do you think you've got champions of the future?
Well, the key word is crop. I mean, at least there's not one player we're pinning our hopes on, and you've got a variety of players, different styles. I think some will make the transition more easily than others. Some of these big guys, I mean, Riley Opelka is, I can't do the meters conversion fast enough, but
he's big. He's big.
7 feet tall. Yeah, exactly. He's Karlovic big. So, especially on grass, that will help him. Taylor Fritz is a very nice player. Tommy Paul won the French Open. You would like to think that in that bunch there are a couple of champions. Probably some won't be, but this is like a diversified stock portfolio. Some of them are going to do very well for you. Some of them may not pan out, but you'd like to think overall the prospect will improve, because right now, as you very delicately put it, American men's tennis, not in a great place.
But I also think that it would be great for the sport in general if America started producing some champions on the men's side, because you've got the Grand Slam, the US Open. There are so many events in America. I think everybody, not just the States itself, is probably crying out for that, I think.
Yeah, you never want to be too xenophobic with these things. Hey, if Serbia has a champion, good for Serbia, but the sport, I think it's fair to say, the sport is better when there is an American presence. As you say, there's a Grand Slam there. There are apparel companies. There's a media component. There are a number of tournaments. Americans, candidly, like rooting for Americans. I think overall the health of the sport is better when you don't have to dominate. It doesn't have to be like the 90s with Agassi and Sampras and Courier. But if we had one player that could reach the final 8 of a tournament reliably, that would be a nice thing.
Well, we wish you luck on that front. We're rooting for you as well. Brits like to root for Americans too. John, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to me.
Oh, anytime. Thanks so much.
Thanks, John. Back to you in the studio.
Muguruza right on the verge here.
Miss Radwanska's challenging the ball on the right baseline.
Wow, that's gone long. What's going on, Anne?
Well, Radwanska is challenging the previous forehand from Muguruza on that baseline because somebody from her box shouted out and told her to challenge. She's going to Hawkeye, and the ball is in.
That is amazing. So it is advantage to Muguruza, and therefore match point, bearing in mind that the shot following the challenge, she put long. My goodness me. What a way, if it is going to be her way, into the final. Match point. She's done it. The 21-year-old is into the final, and what a way to do it. Heartbreak for Radwanska and delight for Muguruza. She deserved it overall, but that will be a contentious talking point.
Oh my goodness, what an error there from Radwanska to challenge at deuce. She got it wrong, it gave Muguruza match point, and Muguruza with her trademark celebration collapsing to the ground. Her coach, Alejo Manchester there on his feet. Please, is there anything? But quite incredible. I think Radwanska is going to go absolutely nuts at whoever it was in her box who shouted out and told her to challenge.
Well, she was brilliant in that game, Radwanska, because she managed to get herself a couple of break points, obviously needed to because Muguruza was serving for the match. A couple of times the Spaniard got it back to deuce, but that was clearly long by Muguruza, but she took it back to the preceding challenge. Extraordinary. Well, Agnieszka Radwanska may well have more than a word or two to say to her coaches there. It was such a sad way for that match to end. She's not really hung around. There has been a standing ovation, but Agnieszka Radwanska, the 3-time Wimbledon semi-finalist, runner-up in 2012, has already left the court, and the 21-year-old Garbine Muguruza is into her first Grand Slam final, and in what style, and with such drama there. What a topsy-turvy match. 3-1 up in the second. It looks like it's going to be all over in an hour. Somehow Radwanska came into that match. Brilliant, brilliant break of serve early on by Radwanska. Muguruza comes back, gets the break herself, but that will be heartbreaking for Radwanska. I mean, have you ever seen that kind of scenario happen before at such a key point?
Well, funnily enough, you say that. It happened earlier in the tournament when Kvitova did that in her match, when she made a challenge at 4-all against Jankovic in the final set, crucial time, and she went to Hawkeye, challenged and got it wrong, and Jankovic went on to win the match. But yeah, Radwanska won't be pleased with herself, particularly as she had break-back opportunities in that game. Could have got back into that final set. Muguruza, though, held her nerve, and it was wonderful to see her celebration, and she's just still 21 years of age through to her first Grand Slam final.
An amazing story. Her run of giant killing continues. She really has taken care of some massive names, including Wozniacki, to get through to what will be a fantastic occasion for her, whether it's Serena Williams or Maria Sharapova. And we'll have the answer to that question later on this afternoon here on Centre Court, because they'll be out here knocking up shortly. We have a chance to pause for breath now. Unbelievable drama here. And speaking of drama, it was drama almost all the way to the final for England's Lionesses. They came up just short of a place in the final, but won the third place playoff against Germany. A fantastic performance from England's women's football team. And somewhere out there on the complex, I hope they're enjoying a VIP day. And to top it all off, they're being interviewed by Rachel.
So it's ladies semi-finals today at SW19, and look who we have here. Look who we've managed to come and try in a minute get a few words from. It's only the England ladies women's football team, fresh back from Canada, where they have just won a bronze medal in the World Cup. That is a massive deal for those of you who don't know. It's the best result for an England football team in about 50 years. So the ladies have done us all very proud over in Canada. They only got back on Sunday and they're already here enjoying afternoon tea at Wimbledon. Let's go and pick someone to speak to us. Come this way, let's go and speak to Tony Duggan over here. Tony?
Oh, hi.
Hi. You've just got back from Canada. It's all a bit of a whirlwind at the moment, isn't it? You've got your bronze medal around your neck there. But firstly, can you tell me what you've been doing this morning? I've heard you've had quite a special morning.
Yeah, it's been amazing. We went over and met Prince William, which was nice, and then we moved on.
Which was nice. Hang on, Tony. Which was nice. You met Prince William, which was nice.
No, it was good to see him. We obviously seen him before we went out, and he gave us a phone call before one of our games one day, so I feel like we're mates now.
Did you get a selfie?
No, he wouldn't let us get a selfie, but we got a couple of pictures, and then we went to see David Cameron, which is always nice as well, and got a picture with 10 Downing Street. So it's been incredible so far, and now we're lucky to be here at Wimbledon and have a look at some of the talent on display.
And please just tell me how proud you are to be wearing that bronze medal, a World Cup bronze medal around your neck.
Yeah, it doesn't really go with my outfit, does it? But we're also proud. We put in so much hard work. You know, it's been 4 years of hard work, so to come away with a medal is incredible, and to share it with these girls, some incredible people, is a special moment.
Tony, it does suit you. I'm going to go and find Steph Houghton, the captain. Follow me. Let's go and see if Steph will say a few words for us. Steph, so you are the captain of the England women's football team. Obviously a massive honour for you there, and obviously an honour to guide these girls to a bronze medal, which you are also wearing. Looks beautiful around your neck.
Yeah. Looks pretty nice, doesn't it? Yeah, of course it was a massive honour to go and play for England and to bring back a medal, but obviously delighted to be here at Wimbledon as well.
Just talk us through, I mean the World Cup, you were out there for like 5 weeks in Canada. It was a long journey to come back with that, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were over there for 6 weeks, and it was long, but it was really enjoyable, and I think every day that we were progressing, we were getting better and we were gaining momentum. So overall delighted that we come back and we're enjoying it today. We've had a really good day so far. I'm looking forward to watching Serena Williams later.
And your last game to get the bronze medal was against Germany, never beaten before, and it was decided on penalties, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we played really well that game. I think Germany played well in the first 5-10 minutes, and then we kind of settled into the game, and in extra time, lucky enough, Farah got a penalty and managed to put it away. So to be able to beat Germany 1-0 and come away with the bronze medal was amazing.
And what do you think? I mean, your performance has done for women in sport. We obviously saw Heather Watson and Serena Williams earlier on last week, and she did amazing, and you guys have just done amazing. So women in sport in this country is just going off at the moment.
Yeah, it's a really high standard at the moment. I think the interest in women's sports is probably at its highest, and we were watching Heather Watson over in Canada, and obviously it was a great game, and she was really unlucky, but she did herself proud and the country proud, and that's what we try to do over there, was to make sure that we put in a good performance and make everybody at home proud when they were watching, staying up late at night as well.
And you're lucky enough to get centre court tickets today. Women's semi-finals, you've got some good action ahead of you. You've got the Williams, and you have obviously Maria Sharapova up next.
Wow, yeah, I mean, I think as soon as we knew that we were coming, it was like who's going to be playing, whether it was going to be Mary or the women, and even better that the women are playing, and it's going to be a great match, isn't it? So I think we're all really excited to get some food and something to eat, and then head down there.
I'll leave you to enjoy your afternoon tea. I'll go and find Farah over here as well. Follow me, Jeff. Let's keep going this way. We spoke to Annie yesterday. You probably remember Annie from yesterday. How are you doing? You've got it again. Love it. I've got it again. It looks brilliant. It looks brilliant. I'm just going to go over here this way as well. Farah Williams, you scored that penalty to beat Germany to get the bronze medal, which you are actually wearing. It's down that you can't take it off. I mean, how was that for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's great for the team. I think, you know, we had a fantastic tournament, and the most important thing was that we come back off the back of a win, and we did that. So, yeah, I mean, luckily I got the goal, but the team, you know, the performance from the team throughout was unbelievable.
I mean, how excited are you to be at Wimbledon today? Everything's happening for you, isn't it? You were down meeting the Prince earlier on, then David Cameron, and now you're over here at Wimbledon.
Finally, I've been trying to get tickets for Wimbledon for the last 3 or 4 years. My mates managed to come a couple of years ago when Murray was in the finals. So, yeah, I mean, we're very grateful for what we've been given to us today, and the girls are buzzing and can't wait to get out and watch Serena Williams in the semis.
Well, I'm sure you're not going to have any trouble getting Wimbledon tickets in the future. Thank you very much, Farah. And that is the England women's football team.
To celebrate 80 amazing years on centre court, Robinsons are bringing a taste of the championship to tennis fans, giving you the chance to win fantastic prizes like a VIP day at Wimbledon. 8 giant tennis balls have been hidden around Britain for the Great Robinsons Ball Hunt, each in a location proudly associated with Wimbledon history. Those who find them stand a chance of going home with a tennis gift to savour. Ball number 6 was buried on a beach in Bournemouth in recognition of a ladies' champion who started life there. By 1977, the Queen had reigned for 25 years, and Virginia Wade had won 2 tennis majors, yet never the one she wanted. But all that was about to change with a Silver Jubilee year of double celebration.
77, what a year to savour. Amid celebrations of a Silver Jubilee, British flags were fluttering for a homegrown heroine. Virginia was back for another tilt at the title. Twice in the semis, never gone further, but Wonderful Wade was ready this time for an epic encounter in the last 4. Against defending champion Chrissy Evert, it was not to be easy, but buoyed by the crowd, Wade refused to give in. This was her moment to shine. One match to come, and in front of the Queen. With the eyes of the world watching, she lost the first set to Holland's Betty Stove, but on centre that day, Wade showed her majesty.
She's done it, she's done it. A fairy story come true. And a scene such as I've never witnessed before at Wimbledon.
Over the last 80 years, Robinsons have been on court to share the memories, and this year you could be here too. Join the Great Robinsons Ball Hunt for your chance of a VIP day at Wimbledon. There is no finer place to be for tennis.
Welcome to day 9 of the championships, and it's the men's quarter-finals. The buzz of expectation was there from the outset as the world's top 4 players were all in action, and that's why the feeling of the day can best be described as one of energy. It was far from the perfect start, though. Excitement levels dropped sharply as the skies darkened, rain began to fall, and play was suspended. This all changed thanks to the centre court roof. In just a few minutes, the atmosphere was transformed. There's simply nothing like the feeling generated by this fantastic piece of engineering. We were there to capture this feeling. You can see how crowd energy levels soared to a high as the covers came off and play restarted. being undercover seemed to inspire Murray to new heights, who won in straight sets, and he's now through to his 6th Wimbledon semi-final. There's no let-up in the action here at the All England Club. Join Jaguar on day 10 as we capture all the emotion of the ladies' semi-finals.
I am ryegrass, gently toasted for a fortnight, verdant net green and burnished baseline brown. I am resown every year, fresh shoots by the million, striped with infinite care, painted adoringly, pampered lovingly. 8 millimeters of horticultural perfection. I am open to the elements. I am protected and sheltered. These are my guardians, my friends. My enemies, the fox, the pigeon, are kept away. O mole, keep your distance. I am the ballroom floor. I am the gymnast's mat. I can be the skid pan. Bend your knees, all you who play on me. I am the royal court. I am the oldest surface in the game. I am the original. I am the lawn in lawn tennis. I am the grass of Wimbledon.
You love coming to Wimbledon with me. We've been having a great time walking around.
When did you first come to Wimbledon?
1958.
You don't see people dressed like they do at Wimbledon anywhere. Like, you know, sort of the straw hat still. Yeah. It's the last place you can be properly English.
In those days, they weren't professionals either.
This is a great history lesson, Granny.
You know that argument about is it a scone or a scone? Oh, I think it's actually called a scone, and then once you've eaten it, it's scone. That makes sense, doesn't it?
This is Wawrinka. He's the favourite.
Gasquet's going to win this.
No,
definitely.
Wawrinka,
No.
No! Off!
Wawrinka is out.
Oh, it's brilliant.
That wasn't supposed to happen, was it?
He's had a great run.
This
You know,
friend-
he's blowing up. He's blown a Gasquet.
It's a bit of a shame that Wawrinka's out.
The wind blows hardest the closer you get to the top of the mountain.
Write that down.
What's he got in his bag?
Bananas.
Has he got...
Oh!
Oh! I mean, there's a man cutting his toenails.
Why didn't he cut them before he came on?
That is disgusting.
Who's going to pick up the toenails?
What you do is you take them out into the grounds, you plant them, and in 10 years' time, you get a new tennis player.
I remember this from back in the day.
1981. That's a long time ago.
Oh!
Nice serve.
Do you think it was on the line?
Well, he seems to think so.
It was like the biggest news of the day. And
Clearly The ball was in, man.
I saw the chalk puff up.
What is it he says?
You cannot
be serious.
You cannot be serious.
Nowadays, with Hawkeye, that just wouldn't happen, would it?
Check you out learning about
Thank
Hawkeye.
McEnroe was given the official warning.
You are getting a public warning. First warning on centre court.
I mean, I lose the plot when they're like, sorry, we don't have any skinny milk for your latte. You cannot be serious!
David Beckham and his son.
It's like a little mini-me, isn't it?
Ellie Goulding, off of Songs. Jack Whitehall, off of A Better Comedian Than Me.
Oh, look, they're having a kiss. Hi, Mum.
Judy's quite cash. A leather jacket. Her son's won Wimbledon. She can wear what she wants.
They look quite similar. They've got the
Well,
same
you
profile.
you are supposed to marry the woman that looks like your mum.
Not supposed to. Really?
Sir Bear Grylls came to Wimbledon, you know, for his new endurance test. I'm here drinking Pimm's.
Very hard for him.
So hard.
Well, he's like a survival expert, isn't he?
Yeah.
If you were like marooned, not the colour, which tennis player would you want to be with?
I think Federer could be okay.
Yeah.
He's just rugged, isn't it? Like,
I'd probably go for Serena.
I was going to say that.
Yeah. Cutting through the undergrowth. Oof.
With his bandana still on.
Yeah, he definitely. Oh, yeah. He never takes the bandana off.
Ah, here's Murray. This Canadian has a little book.
He's reading Harry Potter.
Dear Diary, Andy Murray made some looks at me today. Our eyes connected over the net.
Well done, Murray. Fantastic.
Match point.
Come on, Murray.
Oh my God, he's won. He's in the semi-finals now.
Everyone wants Murray to win Wimbledon. You've got to have a good sequel. You've got to be Toy Story, basically.
Jolly good.
We've had a great day. It's been fantastic day.
So I've come down here to the stringing services, and next to me is Andy Phillips, who's the manager down here. So Andy, it's all going off. We've actually got a racket being strung right here at the moment. Can you just talk us through what happens down here? I mean, what's going on?
The players or the coaches will bring the rackets down. They'll actually specify how they want them strung. Then we allocate that racket to a stringer. The details are sort of on the system, the actual tension. At the moment, this racket is for Martina Hingis, and Václav has been stringing all the rackets for Martina Hingis. And hopefully that will get done quite soon, and then it will be stenciled, bagged up, and sort of either delivered to locker room or they'll come and collect it.
And how long does it take to string a racket approximately?
To string a racket, it's probably around 20 minutes.
So it does take quite a while, and everybody has their own way that it needs to be strung. Is that right then?
Each rackets can be different, so actual stringing patterns are different, but the main thing, all the stringers, doing a very professional job and is very consistent. So hopefully, everything will come out as requested.
Does a player need their racket strung after each match they play?
It varies. A lot of players will just use the rackets for one match, and then they'll have another for practice, and then they'll get them ready for the next match. There's some players that will just have one for the match, and then there's some players that will have 8. So it can vary.
Yeah, definitely. And all the strings here, are they all made out of the same materials?
No, this actual racket here is Martina Hingis. She has a polyester main string, which is a bit stiffer, a bit more control, and then it's natural gut. So Václav's now weaving in the natural gut on the cross strings, so that sort of softens the string bed, so it's a bit of a nicer feel.
Is it a rumour that it was maybe cats or cows' guts or something? Is that a rumour or is that true?
Definitely not cats, but yeah, cows. Yeah.
Cool. And is that what we're being used here?
It is on the cross string, which is the string that's weaving under and over the main strings. That is a natural gut, so yeah, it's a natural product.
And if the tension isn't completely right, do the players come back to you and ask you to change it a little bit?
Well, hopefully it will be exactly, it should be exactly, they will specify what they want. But sometimes due to conditions, they might think, oh, right, we need to change it slightly. So they'll maybe go up £1 or £2. So, it's working with them. But, on the whole, they'll be quite confident that what they ask for, will deliver.
And during Wimbledon, I mean, how many are you stringing each day?
Each day, at the beginning, just before Wimbledon started, was Sunday and Monday. On the Sunday, we took 423 rackets in.
In a single day?
In a single day, which is a record. So that was a particularly busy day. And again, Monday as well was very busy. Now, as it's coming to the sort of latter stages, and as you can see, a lot of the machines are sort of empty now. Yeah, it's a lot quieter, but yeah.
Have you got a record for Wimbledon? How many have you done throughout the whole tournament, or you estimate to do?
So far, we've done 3,600 rackets, and that includes qualifying as well. So it's the busiest year we've had.
Do you have any players that are quite demanding? I mean, they're like their rackets and what they want to get out of the racket. He's looking at over there, going to say no.
There's no. It's such an important part of their equipment and the tension. Obviously the rackets are all going to be sort of matched up, so they're going to be the same, so they want the strings to be spot on as well. So. And
I heard that the top 4 guys, they don't actually use this service. Is that right or is that wrong?
They do. There is another company that works off site, so some of them we do use those, which is a contract they're in for the rest of the year. But we are stringing for most of the players in the tournament.
And do you follow the tour and other Grand Slams, or is it just Wimbledon that you work on?
We actually, as a company, Apollo Leisure, we organise just the stringing for this tournament. So for the qualifying and the 2 weeks of Wimbledon, we employ 16 stringers throughout those 3 weeks. A lot of them have pro shops, and they string. Pretty much most of it all the time.
So when is this racket needed on court?
This racket is, it's going to court 1. So when Martina goes on, we'll deliver it. We've got runners that will deliver it to court, so we'll just put it next to her chair.
So that's pretty soon, so I'll let you continue with that. You're doing a brilliant job, and thank you very much for chatting us, Andy.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
That is Stringer on racket stringing.
We're delighted that she got that line in the end. Great stuff from Rachel Stringer. Great stuff as well from Muguruza. She's into the final for the very first time at any slam. Will she play Serena Williams, the #1 seed, or Maria Sharapova, the champion as a teenager 11 years ago? A great matchup between two women who have done a great deal to raise the profile of tennis around the globe. Serena Williams, 20 Grand Slam titles. She's now 2 matches away from completing the non-calendar slam, as she is the reigning US Open, Australian Open and French Open champion. Maria Sharapova has had a brilliant run to the semi-finals. She's only conceded 1 set so far. The England women's football team are interviewed earlier on by Rachel. They finished 3rd in the World Cup, which was the best performance by an English football team, male or female, since the men won on home soil in 1966. Great to see them getting recognition, and hopefully they'll be putting their phones away when the match gets underway, because it could be an intriguing counter. And alongside me once again in the commentary box, we're just waiting for the 2 players to emerge. And although Sharapova will return to world #2, regardless of the outcome today at the end of this championship, the record between herself and Serena is decidedly lopsided in Serena's favour, 17-2. Hard to believe that Maria Sharapova, 5 times a Grand Slam champion, hasn't beaten Serena Williams since 2004 and hasn't taken a set off the world #1 in their last 5 meetings.
Yeah. Well, it's been, well, it is some kind of head-to-head. You can hardly call it a rivalry, can you, when one player is so dominant over the other. But, yeah, Serena Williams just always seems to play her best tennis against Maria Sharapova. I don't think there's a lot of love lost between the two of them there. I think there's a lot of mutual respect, but Serena Williams is able to raise her game. She just does everything that little bit better than Maria Sharapova.
Sharapova's first time in the semis here for 4 years. But it is her 5th Wimbledon semi-final. A few signs of activity here on this magnificent centre court. The ball boys and ball girls, the A team, are coming out in force. They do a magnificent job. 750 of them start the selection process around about February time. They're whittled down to 250, and the best of the best of the best are put out here on centre court. Sir Trevor McDonald, legendary British newsreader if you're tuning in from overseas.
And a member of the All England Club. Very keen tennis player he is.
Have you knocked up with him?
I haven't had a hit with him. I just had coffee with him in the tea room. And he's a very friendly man. But yeah, he likes to play with the other old boys.
Oh, good stuff. Well, newcomers, first-timers and experienced members of the club, everyone will be looking forward to this contest. The officials walking out into position. A few people who've gone off to have a comfort break after that first semi-final, which did look as though it was going to be over inside the hour, but all credit to Radwanska for turning it into such a dramatic contest in the end. America versus Russia for the right to face Muguruza in the women's Wimbledon final on Saturday. The stakes are high. And actually, Anne, just give us a perspective of how important Serena Williams and Maria Sharapova have been for women's tennis, for helping to put it on the map, both with different personalities, both with, you know, different appeals as far as media are concerned and sponsors and advertisers, but each in their own way. I would have thought they've been massive for global tennis, haven't they?
They have. I think they're the 2 biggest, well, female athletes across all sports. You know, you just mentioned Serena. Wherever you are around the world, they know you know, that person will know exactly who she is. And Maria Sharapova as well, you know, highest earning female athlete for the past decade now, and a very savvy businesswoman as well as Serena Williams. I mean, these two women have earned so much money over the years. They're out there competing for the big titles for the sheer love of the game. It always amazes me that they're prepared to go out there on the practice courts, grind away, put in all those hours of training, put themselves on the line week in, week out, after they've achieved pretty much everything there is to achieve in the game. But Serena Williams, I mean, she wants to go down as one of the all-time best. She already will, even if she hangs her rackets up after this tournament, which I know she won't do. I'm sure she's going after the calendar slam, whether she wants to admit it or not. But you know, she wants her tally counter Grand Slams to just keep going up and up. She's on 19 already, looking for her 20th. And also the last time they played out here on centre court, Maria Sharapova, well, the odds are against her, was only able to win one game, and that was back at the 2012 Olympics in the final, where Serena Williams just completely crushed Sharapova. They did play earlier this year at the Aussie Open in the final. Again, one of the best matches of the year, highly competitive. Sharapova played the best she could, but Serena Williams just had an answer for everything.
And I guess what's impressive, as you said, about both of them, Serena has had her tough times as well. It hasn't all been endless Grand Slams and making, you know, a huge amount of money. There have been times where she's had to dig deep, and to find herself back at the top and so far ahead of everybody else, apart from Steffi, in terms of the slam count at the age of 33, shows you just how hungry she still is for the sport. And equally, Maria Sharapova, when she won Roland Garros in 2012 and therefore completed the collection of having won every slam at least once, as we get a glimpse of them coming down the stairs for the first time, it would have been not inconceivable for Sharapova to follow all sorts of potential modelling contracts, but here she is, still at the business end of the major championships, as with Serena Williams. Headphones on for Serena, had her eyes closed, now they come off, and she acknowledges the huge reception from the crowd. It's not quite a full standing ovation, but most people are on their feet in recognition of two women who have won a staggering 25 Grand Slam titles between them. 20 for Serena, 5 for Maria Sharapova. Sharapova's been in 10 finals in total. And here they are going toe-to-toe to join Garbine Muguruza in yet another major final. So I guess the question is, Anne, what has Maria Sharapova got to do to stand a chance of recording her first victory over Serena Williams in more than a decade?
She's got to serve well. That is key for Maria Sharapova today. That's been the biggest problem in her game so far in this tournament. She's hit more double faults than any other player. She hasn't been her best at all in this tournament, but yet here she is in the semi-finals against well, one of the all-time bests, and she needs to kind of hope that Serena has a bit of an off day as well. Serena, we've seen her throughout this tournament, mentally a little up and down, but yet she manages to find a way. She digs deep. She won't be rushed here. She likes to take her time, and she likes to keep her opponents waiting at the net. You know, I just can't see Maria Sharapova really coming up with the goods she needs to beat Serena Williams on this occasion. I just think Serena, with all the matches she's won this year, she's only lost one. She's just a different level. She's just able to do everything better than Sharapova. She's got a bigger serve. She's got just as big strikes as Sharapova from the back of the court, and ultimately she's a better athlete. She's faster and more explosive around the court than Sharapova.
Okay. So were there a few mind games there perhaps with the fact that Sharapova was standing at the net waiting for her opposite number, or is that just part of the usual Serena Williams routine?
That is part of the usual Serena Williams routine. I mean, no matter who she plays against, she will sit there at her chair as soon as she walks onto court. She'll get her racket out, you know, take her time with all of that. The plastic bag will be removed by the ball kid. you know, she'll keep her opponent waiting there at the net. And I thought she was actually going to keep Maria waiting for a little longer than she is, as we look at the Serena Williams box. Patrick Mouratoglou there on his feet.
Have you got any personal experience of playing Serena Williams? We were really enjoying your insight to Muguruza, who you played in the first round on centre court a couple of years ago. What experiences have you got in play or on the practice courts with Serena over your years?
I've actually played Venus Williams out there on centre court, but I've never played Serena Williams in singles. I have played against her in doubles here at Wimbledon. I mean, if one Williams sister wasn't intimidating enough, facing two on the other side of the net, I must say, yes, it wasn't an easy day at the office. Yeah, the Williams sisters together are, more than a little intimidating. But I did play Maria Sharapova back in 2004, the year she went on to win it. I lost to her in the second round. And I remember, there was already a lot of hype surrounding her. She was just outside the world's top 10. And I remember the first set being quite competitive, and I remember there being a few rain breaks in our match on court 18, actually. But she had big strikes back then. That's her team. Sven Gronfeld on the right of your picture, Dieter Kindelmann in the middle, and her French physio on the left of your picture. She's got quite an international team. But I remember at the end of the match being quite gutted. I lost to a 17-year-old, and she was even then at much higher rank than I was. But I felt like I could have made more of a match of it. And then she went on to win the tournament, and so it was a surprise. And that year, back in 2004, in the final, she beat Serena Williams, which took everyone by surprise. That was only one of her 2 wins she's had against Serena Williams. The last time was also in 2004, but that, I believe, was at the end of the season, the WTA finals. But since then, that's 11 years since she's beaten Serena, and she's only won 1 set in the past 7 years against her.
Yeah, it's quite some record because, from a neutral's perspective, when you look at the rankings, you think the number 1 seed against the number 4 seed is destined to be a close match. And it might be, but not on the evidence from what we've seen in their confrontations over the last decade. And you mentioned earlier that, and I hate to use the term humiliating, because if you become an Olympic silver medalist in any sport, you are right at the top of the tree. But when Sharapova picked up the Olympic silver, it was not the manner in which she would have wanted to do so, only managing to win 1 single game as Serena swept past her to join her sister Venus as a singles champion. Venus's title came in Sydney, and Serena's came here rather fittingly on the surface that has brought her 5 Wimbledon titles 3 years ago. But quite some record. OK, here's a question for you. We're already, of course, she's a 20-time Grand Slam champion, bidding here for her 25th Grand Slam final appearance. We're already talking about her as one of the greats. John McEnroe says she is already unequivocally the greatest female player in history, despite the fact that she's 2 slams shy of Steffi. Where do you sit with the analogies?
Well, I guess Serena Williams is of my era. I grew up watching Steffi Graf, but my favourite player growing up was Monica Seles. So, I felt like I was very loyal to Seles, even though she didn't win as many Grand Slams as Steffi Graf. But I think a lot of people will agree Serena Williams, has the whole package. Not that the others didn't have the whole package, but Serena Williams, as an athlete, as a tennis player, as a role model, should go down as the all-time best. And I do still believe that she will win more Grand Slams ahead. She's still only, 33 years of age. And still going strong and dominating the women's game.
Sharapova's record, 10 major finals, 5 titles. And you mentioned, Anne, how well she played, even though she lost in straight sets against Serena in the first Grand Slam final of this year. Really good form from her, getting through to the Australian Open final. Lost to her in the final of the French a couple of years ago. It would have been very easy for Sharapova to win her 4 slams and win 1 at each of the world-class events, and then, maybe go into a different element of her life. You've said she's a canny, astute businesswoman. There are endless possibilities and opportunities for Sharapova, but she must still love playing tennis. Otherwise, she wouldn't be here. She will have taken her $35 million and gone off and done something else.
Yeah, that's what I admire about both women. I mean, you say, yeah, Sharapova, $35 million in the bank. That's just on-court earnings. You can quadruple that in terms of off-court earnings. Serena Williams, well, just under $70 million on-court earnings, and you could do the same off-court too.
So what do you make of these statistics then? That double fault count is enormous from Sharapova.
38, more than anyone else in the tournament, and even at the quarterfinal stage, she had hit more than the other 7 women in the quarterfinals, and that is going to be key in this match. She needs to keep a steady ball toss. She needs to keep a high first serve percentage, because Serena Williams, I mean, she looks to intimidate opponents on the returner's serve. She's always up there on the baseline. Her hand-eye coordination so quick. She takes it so early. And Jones, former British #1 and Wimbledon champion too, in the Royal Box today. But yeah, the serve, I think, is going to be huge. Serena Williams is so tough to break for anyone, which puts even more pressure on you when you're serving, to make sure you hold on. Venus Williams, also big sister in the box watching.
Venus beaten in straight sets by her sister, 6-4, 6-3. Sharapova takes one final drink of the electrolytes. It is quite a nice warm afternoon. Not as hot as the roasting day we enjoyed and endured in equal measure last Wednesday, but a wonderful afternoon in one of the world's great sporting arenas. The world #1 against the former Wimbledon champion for a place in the final. And Serena has gone through her final little routines, and she prepares to take centre stage once more against Sharapova. 2 wonderful champions, but there's only room for one in the final. Serena, the overwhelming favourite, but we mustn't rule Maria Sharapova out, despite that very one-sided head-to-head record in Serena's favour. Sharapova hasn't won 5 Grand Slam titles by lying down and you know, rolling over for all her big matches. Hopefully, this will turn out to be a match every bit as entertaining as the first semi-final. Come back later and join us to find out if indeed it is one of the great all-time semis. We hope it will be.
Thanks very much, Rob. Yes, so much excitement surrounding this second ladies semi-final. Well, myself and Adam Hunt are in the studio. We'll be back with you in a minute, but we're going to take you straight out to some action live on court 3, where the British junior Katie Swan, yes, she is the 5th seed, is playing her quarterfinals match in the girls' singles against this lady, Victoria Kuzmova, a qualifier who is 5-6 in the first set. So it's going with serve, and it will be Victoria here who has the chance to serve to take this first set into a tiebreak. Of course, a lot of home support for Katie Swan. No British girl has won here since Laura Robson did, of course, stealing the headlines as she did some years ago. So lovely to see Katie Swan coming through. Let's see if she can take this first set now with a break. We'll join commentary from Guy McCrera.
Great coverage from both. I think it's one of the better points of the set.
Love 15.
Both moving very well there in that exchange. Mentioned the other girls' quarterfinal results. The other one I haven't mentioned, and that's because on court 18 it's still going on. Over 2 hours, that one, Anna Blinkova, 12th seed from Russia against Tornado Alicia Black of the States. Said all, and Blinkova 6-7 down on serve in the final set. No tie break there, final set. how these matches are played. Exactly the same dynamic as the main women's singles. No tie-break in the deciding sets. We still don't know who's coming through from that one. That's in the bottom half of this girls' singles draw to play Lapko in the semi-final.
(40-15). (40-13).
That is a delicious angle from the qualifier.
6 games all first sets and tiebreak. Both players receive 1 additional challenge.
Perhaps fitting that what was a very, very tight set so far has gone all the way to the tie break. 1 break apiece. Very fast start from Kushmova, the qualifier, but Swan has grown and grown. Credit the Slovak there for holding on.
(1-0). Miss Kushmova. (2-0). Miss Kushmova.
So the body language of Swan, although she's competed very well, body language could be a little bit better. Seems to get a bit down on herself after a few of these mistakes we've seen in the set. What she has done, though, is compete very well in the set so far. And you think blown away in those first few minutes.
Miss Kushmova is turning the ball on the right baseline.
Challenge from Kushmova.
The ball was called in.
Some of both of them have wanted to make use of the review. Why not? That one from Swan, plumb on the line.
2-1. Miss Kushmova. Miss Kushmova has 3 challenges remaining.
Of course, down to 3. Kushmova, because she got the additional one heading into the tie break, was at 4.
(3-1). Miss Kushmova.
Just long this time from Swan.
4-1. Miss Kushmova.
Kushmova back up by the mini break. Timely third ace of the set. Qualifier silencing this court 3 crowd as they switch around. Playing a very effective tie break. Swan a bit off. Not by much, but it's enough. Of course, tie breaks, such fine margins they're played on. You look back over Kushmova's junior Wimbledon so far, this is already the 4th tie-break set that she's played. Swanner has played a couple in the main draw here, 1-1. Kushmova having won 2 and lost 1 of her previous 3. Well placed to make it 3-1 here, 2 points from taking the set.
Nuts. First service. One, Miss Kushmova.
First of 5 set points here for Kushmova. It was pulled away from Swan in this tie-break, no doubt about that. First of these set points saved by Swan's 5th ace of the match.
Miss Kushmova.
But surely she's given herself a bit too much to do here. Battled so well in this set. It's just flown off the face a bit too quickly for Swan's liking. Set the point up well enough.
7 games to 6.
It is the qualifier, Victoria Kushmova, who takes the set off Katie Swan, the 5th seed, in 56 minutes here on the tie-break. 7 points to 2.
So Katie Swan, the British number 5th seed, unable to take the first set. They're losing in a first set tiebreak, and we can confirm that Serena Williams and Maria Sharapova have started their battle out on centre court. Maria Sharapova was broken in her first service game, the first game of the match. Let's hope that's not the way it continues, and we do get a bit more of a battle there. Well, myself and Adam Hunter here now, while Annabella Matz have been taking a well-earned break, and our social media reporter Catherine Whitaker is with us as well. What reaction have we had to the first finalist of this year's Ladies Draw being decided?
Fantastically warm reaction to Garbiñe Muguruza. She's a very popular finalist here already, and everybody really hoping that she responds well to her first final here on Saturday. She's the second most searched for, not even searched for player, she's the second most searched for word name in relation to Wimbledon, behind Wimbledon itself. Number 1 Wimbledon, number 2 Muguruza, number 3 Radwanska. So lots of chat about her. Huge reaction here and in Spain, where of course she's the first Spanish semi-finalist here. Well, she was the first Spanish finalist since 1996, which is fantastic. She was also the first Spanish semi-finalist. The newspaper Marca, which is a big newspaper in Madrid, has her as their lead story, and this newspaper basically is the official newspaper of the Real Madrid football team. They very rarely use any story other than Real Madrid, let alone any other sport. And here is Garbiñe Muguruza as the lead story on their homepage, which is absolutely fantastic to see. And wonderful Wimbledon winner Conchita Martinez tweeting in Spanish. The translation of that is superb effort, Garbiñe Muguruza, to reach the final. It wasn't easy, but she was so brave on match point. So such warm wishes coming in from everywhere. Kevin Fisher, who's a fantastic stats man for the WTA, he's always tweeting interesting stats and facts about the WTA. He's pointing out that Garbiñe Muguruza is now assured of reaching the top 10 after that win, and who knows how high she could go, depending on what happens in this semi-final on at the moment between Sharapova and Serena, and what happens in the final. Garbiñe Muguruza could go as high as number 6 in the world, so she'd be well within the spots for qualification for the WTA finals in Singapore at the end of the year, which is always a huge goal, particularly for the women ranked around about her area, sort of hovering around the top 10, to qualify for those World Tour finals and really feel yourself part of that top established top 8 players. Is a massive achievement, I think, and she'd be very well deserved. Of course, if she wins Wimbledon, she automatically gets a place anyway. Here are the standings, the rankings as they will be regardless of what happens on Saturday. So this could change a bit depending on Saturday, but at the moment this is how the rankings will be next week. As we were discussing earlier, Maria Sharapova moving into the number 2 spot once again, and there you can see Garbiñe Muguruza in at number 9, but as I say, she could go up to number 6, which would be amazing. Lots more well wishes, and Kevin Fisher again in the Open era. Only 3 players: Bartoli in 2013, Sharapova 2004, and Venus 2005 and 7 have won the Wimbledon title as a non-top 10 seed. It's a very interesting stat. And furthermore, lots of chat about the way that Muguruza won the match, and more so the way that Radwanska lost that match, and the controversy of that challenge. The hashtag someone's going to get fired has been starting to trend, because it seems to be, I think we'll need to wait for her press conference to find exactly what happened, but it seems to be that her box called out something indicating that Radwanska should stop the point because Muguruza's shot had gone out. So huge controversy, a terribly devastating way to win the match.
Which isn't allowed anyway. We must make that clear, that they're not allowed to, even if they did prove to be having done that, it's not allowed.
Yeah, that's a very important point. I think it isn't allowed. So they shouldn't have been doing that either way.
Even if they were correct, they shouldn't have been doing it.
Absolutely, but sadly it does happen a lot. It is one of those grey areas in terms of what coaching is allowed. I think we can have a little look at it. It was the point before match point, so deuce on the Muguruza third. Radwanska had break back point. Look, she's stopped play, I think, here. But it did take her a few moments there to decide to stop play.
And she looks, the camera cut away just there, but she looks back at her box, doesn't she? So that sort of backs up the claim.
And once the challenge comes through, you can see her indicate to her box, and she's obviously so terribly frustrated. And it's a shame, because it's a shame that there is talk about this point, because Muguruza, given the position she was in and how well she was playing, would most likely have gone on to win the match, and perhaps that point without that having happened. But because of what happened there, that is what people are talking about. So a real shame for Radwanska, because that's something that I think, well, what do I know, but I'd imagine a defeat is a lot easier to take if you can sort of be at peace with it and say, look, they played better, I'll just work harder, I'll come back and I'll play better next time. But if you're thinking what if, or you've got regrets, which I imagine Radwanska probably does as a result of that point, probably very difficult to deal with.
Well, I think to feel she was affected on a decision by her box that ended up then being the wrong one, well, it's a very uncomfortable way to end a match, isn't it? So it's a lot of what if, what could have been, but at the end of the day, you are in control, you're the only person on that court, you don't have to do. Yes, she was obviously influenced by it and was affected by it, but if she wasn't 100% sure, she shouldn't have.
Well, you can see the icy glare she gave towards her box after it was proved.
It'll be interesting in press, actually, because as you point out, it's not allowed. It'd be interesting to see if she does confess and say if indeed that is what happened. It'll be interesting if she says, yeah, my box indicated to me, because then she's almost confessing to a code violation in itself. So it's going to be very interesting. We'll of course keep you up to date when she comes to press and let you know what she has to say, and I'll keep across it on Twitter as well. Another stat from Kevin Fisher here, he's just my personal statistician on Twitter. Muguruza is the 5th woman born in the 1990s to reach a Grand Slam final. The others, of course, being Bouchard, Halep, Kvitova and Wozniacki. This younger generation really coming through. I do think Muguruza is the youngest of all of them, though. I think she's just younger than Bouchard was last year when she reached the Wimbledon final, only by a matter of weeks, I believe. And the question on the social hill at the moment is, will we have a new Wimbledon champion this year? So depending on where you are in the world, if you're on the hill, which lots of people are today, it's lovely and sunny out there, tweet #yes or #no to @Wimbledon, of course with the hashtag the hill if you're on the hill, or if you're anywhere else in the world with the hashtag the world. And both the hill and the world are currently saying yes, 67% and 60%. Of course, there's only 2 people. There's 1 women's player left in, that's Garbiñe Muguruza, that would be a new Wimbledon champion, and only 1 of the 4 men's semi-finalists hasn't won here before. So if there is to be a new Wimbledon champion, it has to be either Muguruza or Richard Gasquet. But the world seems to think that one of those 2 is going to be victorious this weekend.
Well, and I can also update our audience that Maria Sharapova has just managed to hold on to her 2nd service game despite several break points. She managed to save them, so she is now 2 1 down in the first set. So Serena Williams will be serving to go 3-1, and we'll have to hope this isn't too much of a one-sided battle. Is there much hype for that match on social media still?
There is a lot of hype. The beginning, how the match has started has dampened down the hype a little bit, and lots of people starting to say, this one looks like it's going to script, but everybody pointing out what an incredible fighter and competitor Maria Sharapova is. So she's certainly not thinking it's all over or, oh gosh, this is exactly what I feared. But she was obviously nervous. She came out, was broken in the first game. I think it's very understandable that she would have been nervous.
And much has been made of their rivalry between the two players. How do you think, how has the social media world sided? Is there a particular favourite in terms of who people want to see win, or is it a split down the middle?
It's very interesting because there's so much will for the Serena Slam and the Serena completing the calendar year Grand Slam. I think one of the big topics of debate in women's tennis at the moment is Serena the greatest? And if she's not now, what does she have to do to be the greatest? And the answer to that question is usually reach the equivalent of what Steffi Graf achieved, which is 22 Open Era Grand Slam titles, and also complete the Grand Slam in one single year. So, and if she did win here, she would be going into the US Open on for the calendar year Grand Slam, and I think the hype around that would be incredible. But then there's so much affection from Maria Sharapova, and I think this rivalry, you know, they're going to be number 1 and 2 in the world again come Monday. This rivalry deserves to be more than it has been over the last 2 decades. The head-to-head almost does a disservice to Sharapova because it makes it look like there's this enormous gulf between the two of them. And yes, across the board, Serena has been better, but I think it's a little bit misleading, the head-to-head.
Social media loves an underdog, though. Often we see in sports events, whether it's players or teams, you tend to see Twitter rooting for the underdog.
Yeah, I think as Catherine was saying, if it wasn't for the Serena Slam and everything on the cards, that, you know, there might be a bit more support behind Maria Sharapova, but because of that, it's a bit more evenly
yeah, and I think actually the reaction generally to Serena on social media is quite mixed. I think everybody has utter respect for her. I don't think there's anybody that doesn't respect her as a champion, respect her achievements, but I don't think she has quite the likability, certainly on social media. She is one of those players, she does have a big social media presence, but she's one of those players that uses her Twitter account as a more corporate mouthpiece, which lots of them do, but I think she doesn't quite have the warmth and the affection that some other players have. But hey, in terms of respect, there's nobody gathering as much respect out there as Serena Williams.
Well, we know the winner of Serena and Maria will play Garbina Muguruza. Sorry, she came through victorious in 3 sets against Agnieszka Radwanska just a little bit earlier. We've been commenting on what Radwanska might say in her post-match press conference about just how that match ended. Well, she's there now, so let's tune in now to Radwanska's losing semi-final press.
Olga, what's your general reaction, first of all, after that match?
Well, very good match. I think she was playing very good today. Everything, well, not really up and downs, really solid from the beginning till the end. And, well, I tried everything I could today, but it wasn't enough.
Could you just talk us through what happened right at the end there, from your point of view? Was the box telling you to challenge?
Well, it was, 50-50 call in that ball. I decided to challenge, and it wasn't really a good decision.
Yes. So I was going to say, she started so well. How do you feel you sort of came back into the match?
Well, yes, she started very fast, and I think I was a little bit too slow in the beginning, and then it was a crucial point in that 1-3 in that second set, and I stepped forward, and I think, couple of her mistake, and I just took my chances in that second set, and that's why it went through pretty quickly in the end of that second set. But, third set was pretty tight. It's just, of course, I had the chance, especially in the beginning of the set, but she was really solid in important moments and serving very well.
And I was going to ask you the same question about the turning points in the second set and in the third set. More questions of mental doubts or things, tactical things in the game? What do you attach more importance?
Well, I mean, of course, every point matters in that kind of match. It was pretty tight, and of course, there was no 3 points in that kind of match. And it's hard to say if it's mental or nerves or just luck. Sometimes it's just every match is different, every point is different. So, but definitely in the important moment she was serving very well, and that didn't give me a chance to break her.
One on left. How do you compare Garbinia's game, say, against like a Serena or Sharapova as far as how hard that ball is coming at you? And did you think that, were you surprised by how well she handled those late moments of coming through in the pressure?
Well, we played a couple of times, so I kind of know what to expect. But I think Madison is hitting the hard much harder than Gabrina. So, well, I think Muguruza, what she's doing, she's very solid, I think, from the both sides. And even if she used so much power, she also had a good direction and mixing up, and not playing through the middle. And that's what makes her a very good player. And definitely, we're gonna see her more often in the end of the second weeks of the Grand Slams. That's for sure.
Even though you lost, don't you think that there's a lot to cheer? Because you've made arguably the semi-finals of the best Grand Slam of the year.
Of course, I'm just very happy with those 2 weeks, even 3 weeks on the grass. So it was very intense, and I'm very happy with my game. And of course, it's always disappointing when you lose, especially tight match. But still a good 2 weeks.
Tactically, can you explain a little bit about what your game plan was going in to the match? And then also it looked like around the second set that tactically you started to switch things up a little bit, keep the ball a little bit lower to her. But can you just give us a little bit of insight into kind of how you played that match or wanted to play that match?
Well, sometimes you play how the opponent lets you play, and I think when she stopped forward, I was a little bit too defensive. I think that's in the first set, but of course you always find the other way to win the match and turn the things around. But the tactics for those kind of girls is always very simple. Just not to play to the middle and trying to move it, and also focus on the serve and put the match's first serves possible. So that's what I'm trying to do. But well, she was just a bit today.
She said she was pretty nervous in the second set. Certainly. Were you nervous too? I mean, I know you've been at this stage several times before, but it's been a while.
To be honest, not really. Of course, I was there before, so I know what to expect. But compared to other semis or the final I was here, I wasn't nervous at all.
Can I just clarify on the challenge at the end? Did you hear a shout urging you to challenge, or had you made the decision to challenge it?
I think I did it because I have the one to decide if I challenge or not. Nobody can do that for me.
After the start to your year, this is obviously a great result for you. What do you think about this result looking forward? Do you think it could be like the spark for your year?
Well, of course, it was very good few weeks, much better than the beginning of the year, and that's for sure let me be a bit higher in the ranking, and still thinking about Singapore. That was the goal for everyone. So of course there's one more slam to go this year and a couple of more big tournaments, so we'll see. Everything can happen.
When you dropped out of the top 10 earlier this year, you kind of sent out a tweet to kind of laugh about it, but yes, okay, I get it, I've dropped out of the top 10. Now that you're back into the top 10, I mean, how much does that actually matter to you? Well, of course, being top 10, it's always the greatest thing to have, to be in the top 10, and especially consistency for a few years. But people think there's a tragedy, to be 12, 13, or a little bit less. I think that's the people that never play sport, and there's a lot of those experts that complaining and always there and thinking that
they know everything. But of course, I was 13 here, and it doesn't really matter, if you play your game and you play your best tennis, and it doesn't really matter, of course. And when you play better, your ranking is better. So, but I think in the end of the year is the one I think that it matters if you finish top 10 or not.
You and Navratilova split up earlier this year, but I understand I heard on the radio she was helping you a little bit over the 2 weeks here, is that right?
So, yeah.
Martina Navratilova.
Yeah.
She was helping you a little bit these 2 weeks?
Yeah, well, we have the same locker room, so of course we chat in the locker room, and we split up a few weeks ago, but it doesn't mean we not talking and avoiding each other. So of course, she's always there for me, and always can call her.
One last English question.
Do you think Garbina can win the title here?
Good question. Well, I don't know who's going to win that match, but I guess it's going to be Serena. But I don't think she can beat Serena in the final. I think Sinner not going to let her do that. No, not really. Not in that tournament. But I wish her luck, but, it's going to be hard. If she do that, big respect.
Thank you. Let's change language now.
Well, fascinating to hear the thoughts of Radwanska. Naturally quite disappointed, and Maria Sharapova will be very disappointed about the way things are going at the moment. We've barely got half an hour on the clock, and Serena Williams is 5-1 up in this match. Maria Sharapova losing her serve in the very first game with not one, not two, but 3 double faults. The nightmare start, Anne.
Yeah, it was. And Maria Sharapova looked incredibly shaky for the first couple of games. Very uptight, very nervous. As you said, 3 double faults in the opening game doesn't help matters when she's already been serving a lot of double faults throughout this tournament. Serena Williams applying the pressure. Serena Williams actually hasn't been serving great herself. The first serve percentage is just at 44% for the world number 1, which isn't high. But then when you think her second serve is actually better than most people's first serve, she's been able to get herself out of trouble, and Serena Williams very much looking comfortable out there.
There have been some good points for Sharapova. She's 40-15 on her serve, but remember she trails 1-5 in this first set and hasn't beaten Serena for more than a decade, as we were talking about extensively before the match began. But she has gone to deuce on a couple of Serena's serves, and some of her ground strokes have been nice.
Yeah, she has been firing it, but we've seen a few errors on that forehand side. But also the one game, she's actually just won another game now, her second game of this match. But the first game she won to hold at 2-1. She still had to save a few break points, and Serena Williams making her work very hard for it. But we've seen the difference in the movement on the court out there between Serena and Maria. Serena very much quicker after the serve, so that serve and that third ball, she's sharp, she's looking for it, she's ready, and a different level to Sharapova in that aspect.
A lot's being said about how different Maria Sharapova's serve is now that she's had the shoulder surgery. What's your assessment on that?
It's never easy for any player to come back after major surgery, and I think some people underestimate how serious that injury was and that surgery and how difficult it was for her to come back. I mean, here we can see the difference back in 2004, the difference in the number of aces and double faults she hit in the tournament. Her serve has always been was definitely one of her biggest weapons, and still can be when she's firing. But as one of the commentators alluded to, the surgery shouldn't affect her ball toss, and we've seen a few different graphics over the years, the difference in Maria Sharapova's ball toss. It's not as consistent these days as it used to be, so she gets the yips a bit more too. The ball toss can go so far out to the right, to the left, behind her head. She doesn't have the same type of consistency on the ball toss, which affects the rhythm of the serve and the motion, and that explains a lot of the double faults and why the serve isn't as fast or isn't as heavy as it used to be.
Well, we're talking about Maria's serve. Serena hasn't been totally flawless on her service games, but when she gets it right, those aces fly. Another one there for 15-love in this game as she serves for the first set. She 30-love now, just 2 points away from a very one-sided opening set. She's so powerful on the serve, isn't she? We've seen a couple tickling 120, 112. Even the second
she just rolls them in at 120 miles per hour. I mean, it's bigger than some of the men out there. 6 aces already. Oh, 40-love. She's got set points here. And with another ace, her 7th ace of the match. First serve percentage now just above 50%. And I'm sure I can't see this match going any other way other than Serena's.
A mere 117 miles an hour for that last ace. So 3 set points for Serena Williams. There's only 33 minutes of tennis being played. 40-15, Sharapova perhaps just delaying the inevitable as far as this opening set is concerned. Assuming Serena does serve this out, as we would expect in terms of the opening set, what on earth does Maria Sharapova say to herself when she's coming out for the second set with that kind of scoreline in the first?
Well, Serena Williams has just won the first set there. Yeah, it was a big first serve that set up her backhand. She crunches her 12th winner past Sharapova in that opening set. But yeah, good question. What does Maria Sharapova do? Even if Maria Sharapova is at her best and Serena Williams is off her best, I still think Serena Williams wins. It's that mental edge she has over Sharapova. I mean, the head-to-head record says it all. The fact that Sharapova hasn't really been able to challenge Serena Williams over the past decade, you know, says a lot. And looking at these first set numbers, yes, Sharapova may have had a higher first serve percentage, but it didn't help matters. Serena Williams still crunching the returns and very dominant behind her first and second serve. Those 3 double faults from Sharapova came in the opening game of the match. It's not like we've seen Sharapova hit a lot of unforced errors, but Williams is the player who's forcing the play. She's the aggressive one. She's dominating. Sharapova is just a little step too slow, one step too slow, and doesn't have the weapons that Serena Williams does. It's just as simple as that.
And I just wonder as well whether the Australian Open final will be in her mind from the start of this year, because she played brilliantly in that match, but her absolute A game still wasn't good enough to beat Serena Williams, who served like an absolute demon in that final. It seems as though at the moment, well, not just at the moment, over the last decade, whatever Sharapova does, even if it's her best, it just isn't quite good enough, and there's very little she can do about that unless Serena Williams, for some reason, has a wobble, as she did against Heather in the 3rd round.
Yeah, that's what she needs. She needs Serena Williams to have a wobble and go on a little walkabout mentally. Or she needs Serena Williams to injure herself out there. Not that I would wish that on any player, but that is kind of what Maria Sharapova needs to get any edge over her.
Well, it is going the way of all of their encounters over the last decade and, well, 10.5 years, if we want to be pedantic. Serena Williams very much in the driving seat, and unless Maria Sharapova can find something very, very special, this match is going to be over within or just around the hour mark. It's looking ominous for Sharapova. The 5-time Grand Slam champion just cannot seem to find a way of dismantling Serena Williams' game at the moment.
Thank you very much for that, Rob and Anne. It's Annabel Croft here alongside Mats Verlander and Craig O'Shannessy. And if you want to continue watching that match out on Centre Court, the second of the semi-finals, you can, of course, do so via the BBC or ESPN. But Serena Williams just 1 set away from her 25th Grand Slam final. Well, I'm delighted to say, as I said, that Craig O'Shannessy, the expert analyst here, is here to have a look back at the first of the semi-finals between Agnieszka Radwanska and Garbine Muguruza. So what have you found out from all the stats and what you've been looking at?
Well, what a great match to start with, and you know, such a great match for ladies tennis. 3 big things: the serve turned up, the return turned up and the forehand really turned up, all above average numbers in those areas. For Muguruza, not easy for an Australian to say that, Mats. It's a bit of a tough one. Made 63% first serves, but more importantly, won 79% of those. Her tournament average was 71%. So really stepped up in that area. The next is returns in. So the tournament average for just making returns, 73%. For the tournament, for Muguruza is 80%. Sharapova is at 74, Serena at 71. Against Radwanska, she was at 82%.
Wow.
So putting a lot of those balls back in play and establishing points. And lastly, the forehand. 17 forehand winners, Radwanska had 6. 7 backhand winners, Radwanska had 2. So it took Muguruza's number to 65 for forehand winners, and starting into this match, Sharapova at 43 and Serena at 45. So those 3 big areas combined really dominated the match and enabled her to get over the line at the end. I mean, a very close start to that third set with breaks, but pulled away with these 3 big areas dominating.
Yeah, it was a very, very impressive performance, and of course through to her first Grand Slam final.
Yes.
This was her first Grand Slam semi, and she coped with it very well. She got off to a very fast start, Craig. So let's take a look back at the first set.
Yes.
But it really was, well, a bit of a tornado going out there in that first set.
Exactly right, exactly right. And just attacking early, you can see pushing Radwanska back, holding the baseline. Usually when you see points like this, just look for the player that's holding the baseline better. They're the one that will typically keep that control for the rest of the point. And, you know, the second serve of Radwanska isn't a strength of her game. It sits up there, and, you know, it was a very bad matchup in that area. Great serve out wide, serve and a forehand, terrific play. Secondary tactic, but a wide open juice court there to go for that winner.
Mats, it was a very straightforward sort of tactical game plan from Muguruza, wasn't it? And it was executed to perfection in that first set.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, she's a pretty straightforward kind of player. I mean, she very much reminds me of what Eugenie Bouchard was doing last year, and the way that we really are waiting for her to come back and play. Like, she takes the ball extremely early, Muguruza, but there, I think that's a sign of where she is potentially a better player than Bouchard, because she can actually defend as well, Muguruza. She can come back. Some of it has to do, I think, with her length. Her reach is incredible, but also a willingness to sometimes hit that loopy ball and get back into the point, just like she's doing right here. But she has a little more shape on her shots compared with some of the other women.
Matt's one thing that stands out to me as well is her early preparation, because the racket comes back very, very quickly when she sees the balls coming to either a forehand or backhand. It just seems like it's tougher to rush her ground strokes, whereas sometimes Bouchard, things happen very, very quickly.
Definitely, but I mean, these are some great grass court points here, and I mean, really, she's showing you that she can do everything here, Muguruza, because she's decided not to miss, waiting for the right opportunity, and then of course finishing up at the net. But I'm a big fan of the way she plays her tennis, Muguruza.
Yeah, and she's very much up on the baseline, isn't she? I mean, the baseline's getting a little bit chewed up out on centre court now, as you'd expect after a week and 3/4, I suppose you could say. But again, just very good, Craig, at going in the opposite direction. She changes the direction of the ball very well.
Yeah, again, as I mentioned earlier, the racket is prepared early. So she's not rushed, she's not reacting to what's coming. Holding the baseline is a very big deal. So if you've got quick early hands and you've got great court position, you can do a lot in a tennis match, and that's exactly what happened today. Radwanska's ball kind of sits there a little bit, so it was just a perfect ball for her to dictate with.
Yeah, I'm just keeping a close eye on the proceedings out on centre court as we speak. 1-1 in the second set, just to give you a score update on that match between Serena Williams and Maria Sharapova. Footwork from Muguruza, very high work rate at the back of the court.
Yeah, excellent footwork. I mean, she moves extremely well for somebody who's as tall as she is. She's, I think, a very well-built athlete. Obviously, her legs are some of the longest that we have on the women's side, but they're a little bit skinny, you would think, and not so strong in the corners, but somehow she has great balance. And I think her shots are very compact, and she's able to sort of use her bigger muscles when she gets pushed into the corners. But I think, all in all, I think the mind of Muguruza, her mindset when she goes in, some of those points we see, it's clear that she's grown up on the clay court. I mean, we're not playing tennis to hit winners. We're playing tennis to force errors from our opponent, and that's what she does so well. And you can play it that way on any surface. In fact, it is the way you would prefer somebody to play like. You don't really want players to come out and go for crazy winners, even if they go in. She is very measured everywhere in her game, and and there's a lot to build on because she can improve in all the departments as well.
Yeah, it's a very solid base, isn't it?
Yeah, she looks great out there. It's very well put together. I love Matt's comment about forcing errors first. You know, it's not about going out and pounding winners. And I've kind of got a list of 8 ways to force an error when you cut the court up. The first is consistency, kind of get it in anywhere, and then direction, left and right, depth, front and back, and height, low and high. And she manages those very well. So those are kind of the first 4. Then you go to the ball, which is your spin and your power. And the last 2 are court position and the time for the opponent. So as I go through that list, she ticks all of those boxes, but the ones that I really like is the court position.
Yes, I was going to say, because she definitely took time away from Agnieszka in that first set. Second set, Craig, we're going to have a look at that as well. She went off to a racing start in that second set as well. Got an early break, didn't she? She was leading 3-1 at one point, but then it seemed like there was a change of tactics from Agnieszka. So what did you make of the second set?
Yeah, you know, when you're leading a set in 3-1 to reach the Wimbledon final, you know, your mind changes. You know, well, it certainly has the potential to change. From sticking to the tactics that got you there, all of a sudden the finish line gets close, and mentally you start reaching out for that a little bit. And if you're down a set in 3-1, the opponent should change tactics. The opponent should throw different looks, and you know, whether it's getting one more ball back or being more consistent or attacking a specific side. But you know, Radwanska come into the net there, smart tactic, held that volley well, and won 5 straight games. In fact, won 6 with the break at the start of the third.
And I guess, Mats, for Agnieszka Radwanska, it's not difficult for her to have an array of shots that she can draw upon to try to mix up the pace and the tempo.
No, it isn't. I mean, I think that sometimes it's easier for her the longer the match goes because the picture is clearer to her what she needs to do. I also think that she, sometimes in these big matches, she's a little bit tight in the beginning and she doesn't really hit out in her shots. But then I think it's just a waiting game, very much like Andy Murray has done in the past at least, and still does sometimes. You wait and see what your opponent's going to give you, and then you figure out what it is that I have to do. And Radwanska certainly gets better with time when she gets on any court against any opponent.
Yes, she's very good at turning match score lines away. She never really looks like she's going away. So it was a big change of tactics. And I guess in many ways you could say that Muguruza tightened up a little bit, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. There's no question about that. But, you know, it's such a big stage. It's such a big moment. And, you know, the goal is I want to win this match. But once again, as soon as those thoughts of winning come into your head instead of the point-by-point tactics that you need to employ, you know, things can get a little sideways sometimes.
Yeah. Into the final set, and of course everybody was thinking, well, Radwanska is going to get this now. She's got the experience. She's been in a Grand Slam final before. But Muguruza managed to sort of resettle herself, didn't she, and get herself back together?
She did, yeah. She steadied the ship by breaking immediately back. And, you know, one of the sayings is, you know, you're not broken until, you know, until you held in that next game. So, you know, turning that around and getting back even immediately was a key to that. And look at that aggression there. Stepping up, attacking. And it's amazing, you know, for a tall girl, she bends so well. The knees get down and the energy, that's a fantastic backhand cross-court there.
Wow, that was a rifled backhand cross-court. The other thing that's very noticeable about her, Mats, is just the body weight transference through the shot. You very rarely see her going backwards on any ground strokes.
No, she's very balanced. She obviously has great timing, and like Craig said, she's got great preparation. But I really feel like she's a little more than that because she knows how to defend, or she's willing to defend a little bit. And it's not only one-way traffic. It's not one-dimensional in any means. This lady, she can do it all. The only shot we don't see her hit really is a slice backhand, but it's something that she's going to have to learn how to do when ladies start hitting the ball really hard and she has to defend. Again, it was a good third set, I thought. It was very well played. And again, contrast of style isn't that everything in tennis, because we had it in this match, and it's very attractive to watch.
What about her net play, Craig? Because she was up at the net quite a bit towards the end of the match, wasn't she? And again, we've talked about this so much, the fact that she's out there playing doubles week after week on the main tour with Carlos Suarez Navarro, and it's very clear that that has had a big impact on her singles.
Yes, the numbers there, she came to the net 24 times and won 17, so very accomplished at the net, and so far for the tournament, 98 times to the net out of that she's won out of 145. So, you know, the back of the court is good, the front of the court is good, and you give, look at her right there, just inside the baseline coming forward, that opens the front of the court up.
Again, it's quite interesting watching the tempo, Matt, of a lot of these highlights that we're watching here. It seems as if there's very little height variety of the net, that the ball is being produced in quite an identical fashion most of the time. Would you say that?
I would say that's the way that grass court tennis is played, most probably more than the other surfaces. Well, that was a strange point there.
Well, yeah. You know what? And I just saw, before coming up here, the interview, and she was asked about it almost immediately. And it was a little bit of a deflection with the answer. I think everyone's kind of wondering whether, and there's match point right there, and just amazing instant emotion. To put your hands to your head and fall down. I mean, she's the happiest girl in the world right there. The previous point where Radwanska challenged, but the problem with that, when you look back at it, she hit the ball and continued to play for quite some time. And it was almost the exact same time as the approach shot was hit long that the racket went up. So there was a long, I would think too long of a period of time. And then where did the call come from? It appears like it came from the coach's box. She was asked about it. She deflected that. I'm not quite sure at this stage.
No, and I'm not quite sure if it did come from the coach's box, how they're going to be able to answer the questions for that one for some time to come, because that may have cost her perhaps getting back into this match, and who knows, a place in the final of Wimbledon again. Matt, what do you think?
Definitely, because Muguruza actually missed the next forehand, and she did not know that Radwanska was stopping to play. But at the same time, if Radwanska was able to challenge after the call came from the coach's box, it's up to the official. It's up to the chair umpire to not allow that to happen. You can't wait that long. So I think that anytime the coaching thing happens and they asking that, we can't blame them. It's in the heat of the moment. The only person to be blamed is really the person in the chair that's supposed to control the proceedings. And if something goes wrong, I don't think you can blame the player or the coach. They're just, again, trying to do what they can to win the match within the rules. Sometimes they step over the boundary. Then it's up to the chair umpire to do something about it.
It's not the first time that we've heard outside interference. I mean, say, for instance, it didn't come from the coach's box, but it may have come from a member of the crowd. That has happened in many, many matches when I've watched it. And actually, I almost think that there should be a situation where an umpire can say, outside interference, we will replay the point. Because there's no question that outside interference, where it makes a player stop because they think it's been called by the line judge, actually, it's not right, is it?
Yeah, it doesn't seem fair. You know, there's a few grey areas such as that, you know, the problem here is it came at such an incredibly important moment in the match, and to swing from possibly a break point to a match point to go in a Wimbledon final, it's unfortunate.
Yes, well, you could see by her reaction she definitely wasn't happy, and she was indicating back up to the box, wasn't she? So I certainly would not want to, well, I'd quite like to be a fly on the wall in those conversations, actually. OK, let's just have a quick score update out on centre court, because it's actually getting a little bit closer. It's currently at 2-2, and Serena Williams has taken the first set by 6 games to 2, and Sharapova is down love 30 on serve at the moment. So just reflecting back on the match, the first semi-final, Garbine Muguruza into her first Grand Slam final. Very reminiscent, actually, as you say, of Bouchard doing it at a young age as well. But how do you think she's going to cope with her first Grand Slam final?
I think she's going to be absolutely fine. I think she's going to come out and play most probably her best tennis. I don't think she's going to be scared of the moment at all. I think if Serena Williams wins, well, she beat Serena Williams in the French Open last year on Philippe Chatrier, a court that's actually seating capacity a little bit bigger than the Wimbledon Center court. Maybe not quite as famous, but I don't think she has a problem. If Maria Sharapova somehow turns this match around, well, suddenly you would have to go in and say that Garbine Muguruza, in her own mind, most probably feels that she might be the slight favorite in that match. Even though Sharapova is going to be ranked 2, we know there's some defects, if you want to call them, in Sharapova's game, which is that second serve. So you always have hope to hang on to with Sharapova. But I don't think it matters so much for Muguruza. I think that she's going to come out and play a great match in the finals. Obviously, it's much harder against Serena Williams to win the match.
Yes, I guess we can't talk tactically about it yet because we don't know who her opponent's going to be. But just a quick word on Radwanska. I know you're happy that you're seeing her back out playing really decent tennis again.
I'm very happy. I'm happy for her because she's obviously a really, really nice person. I'm happy for women's tennis because I think we need that contrasting style. I think all the ladies, they should really, when Aga Radwanska is done, the WTA should thank her because she has made all the other women have to think that little bit extra, because you can't just blow at Radwanska off the court, which she showed today. She will at some point find a way. She even did that in her finals here against Serena Williams, where she came back and won the second set against all odds. She lost the first easy, and then she came back and won it the second set, and then she lost. But she figures it out, and she makes the other ladies think a little bit more, and they have to try and come up with something different. And that's why I think Radwanska is crucial, along with Caroline Wozniacki, now Timea Baczynski, Angelique Kerber as well. They're just slightly different. And I would even go as far as saying Monica Niculescu.
Oh, yes.
My new favorite.
Your new favorite,
my new
exactly.
favorite. But they are really important for coaches and for the other ladies. You don't have to try and play like the Williams sisters or Sharapova. You can still be a world-class player if you have a different kind of game, and Radwanska is a perfect evidence of that.
Yeah, why do we not see more of that sort of creative style coming into the game? Because it's more a little bit in men's tennis, isn't it? It seems they have more players that play with that sort of style. But why is it the case? Is it because the coaches actually don't teach the drop shots and the angles and the sort of different height variety from an early age? What do you think?
I think because we don't really teach it. It's really hard to teach anyone to think in tennis. And Radwanska, she thinks, and then she's able to execute the shot, but she thinks all the way through, and it's hard to. You hope the players can think for themselves, but so it's easier. Let's teach them how to hit a good backhand, a good forehand, and obviously good serve, and teach them how to volley. And then when they use it and how they use it, it's really up to the players. So I think that the thing is, we mustn't just change them automatically just because they don't hit the ball like the Williams sisters, because it's not necessary to be a world-class player to play like anybody else. You can play exactly the way you want to.
Great stuff. Thank you so much, Craig. I know
very
you
welcome.
were going to say something else, but we're going to go straight out to Court 80 because there's such an exciting match taking place. So thank you very much for your analysis of that first semi-final, and look forward to more of your thoughts. OK, we're heading out to Court 18, which is just behind us here on the hill, between Anna Blinkova from Russia, the number 12 seed, and a wild card with the most wonderful name, Tornado Alicia Black from the United States. She actually took the first set 6-1. Her opponent, Blinkova, took the second 6-3. It's currently at 10-all in the final set. It's been a terrific atmosphere. Don't know how many match points have come and gone already, but let's hand you across to the commentary for this one, Rob and Anne.
Thank you very much, Annabelle. This is turning out to be an epic game. Game point just taken away from the magnificently named Tornado Alicia Black. She's already saved 2 break points. It's back to deuce. Blinkova's making her work for this service game. They've been playing for over 3 hours already. Extraordinary confrontation. Magnificent match for the neutrals to watch. Blinkova seeded 12th. Wow.
She still has the aggression that the Russians going after it once again. Tornado
Advantage,
Black,
Miss Blinkova.
looking a little tired, and I remember watching Tornado Black play in the juniors last year. She took out one of the British girls, Katie Bolter, and her movement was pretty impressive, but perhaps being out there for as long as she has is starting to take its toll.
Oh, back to deuce again. A little slump of the shoulders from Anna Blinkova. This is the quarter-final. She made the 4th round of the Australian and the French Opens. Obviously, a huge amount of attention will fall on Tornado for obvious reasons. Added to which is the fact that her younger sister is known as Hurricane, but they want to tell everybody they're not after being the new Williams sisters. They want to make their own marks with their own names.
They want to cause a storm.
Oh, great tennis. They've had some really long rallies, up to 20 shots in some of them, but once again, Blinkova has break point, which would have her serving for the match at 11-10 deep in the third.
She's certainly taking her time in between points, Blinkova.
And finally, Anna Blinkova has the break, and she will serve for the match 11-10. And interesting, and we were talking just before we came live here, you were saying it's not that uncommon for a match in the girls' singles to go over 3 hours.
Well, no, I mean, I'm sure they would have played long matches in other tournaments and on other surfaces, but, you know, the girls' game, they're still powerful young athletes, but they're not as clearly they're not as big as strong as the women in the pro game, and you see a lot of longer rallies, and you know, that gives you longer matches. But still, not easy to be out there for 3 hours plus, and it's a pretty warm day, so they've got to make sure they stay very well hydrated. Blinkova really taking some deep breaths there at the change of ends.
She looks tired, the Russian. This would be a big win for her. As I said, 4th round in Australia and the French. Those are her best junior Grand Slam performances so far. But this would be a big step up in class for her to join Vera Lapko in the semi-finals. So Blinkova, 11-10 up. Maybe there's something on court 18, the same court where Isner beat Mahou. This one hasn't quite gone to 11 hours, but it's been a long one.
50 love. I think Tornado Black just hit herself in the knee there in the follow through of that forehand. Looking very weary. Yeah, both players are quite slow in between points, understandably slow.
That was a tired forehand from Blinkova.
Battle of wills out here.
Blinkova winning that one. She's now just 2 points away from a place in the semi-finals. Incidentally, on centre court, Maria Sharapova trailing 2-4, a breakdown. Saved 2 break points to take this current service game back to deuce. She's in a real hole, the Russian. We'll bring you more on that one shortly. First of all, her fellow Russian, Blinkova, is trying to get herself into the semi-finals.
Beautifully constructed point there from Blinkova.
40-15.
She's at match point again.
Maybe this time. Meanwhile, Serena Williams has another break point. Sharapova desperately needs to dig herself out here, or Serena will be serving for the match.
Game set.
Well, talk about serving for the match. That is job done as far as Anna Blinkova is concerned. Over 3 hours, but she has triumphed in the end. A real battle of wills. great for them to be here at Wimbledon on centre stage on court 18, and fantastic that there's a nice standing ovation from some members of the crowd. But it is Anna Blinkova, the number 12 seed from Russia, who advances at the expense of Tornado Alicia Black into the semi-finals. 12-10 in the third. My goodness me, that was an epic confrontation. 3 hours and 7 minutes. She'll have to go away and regroup to prepare to face Vera Latko in the semi-finals. The Girls Singles Championship getting towards a fascinating conclusion. And just briefly as well, disappointment for Great Britain's Katie Swan. She lost to Victoria Kuzmova in the top half of the draw, so no place for the young Briton in the semi-finals for her. So, back to centre court. Maria Sharapova has advantage, trailing 2-4. Just going to look over my shoulder. She did indeed take that one. So, one break saved, but she still trails by another. So, Serena Williams, 4-3 up in this second set. She is in the driving seat, Anne, and she's closing in on yet another Grand Slam final. But how crucial was that hold from Sharapova?
Oh, incredibly so. She had to save a few break points in that game. Actually, 15-40 down. Serena Williams having chances to move ahead 5-2 in this match, but didn't quite do so. Maria Sharapova, though, whoa, she's got a huge mountain to climb. She hasn't had a single breakpoint opportunity on Serena Williams' serve. I mean, Serena Williams has outplayed her in every single way. Plenty of people on the hill. Is it Henman Hill or Murray Mount to you?
Well, I'm going to go with the A-Rod. I was laughing to myself about that ludicrous nickname for Andy Roddick. Andy Roddick said, look, I can do the moonwalk, but Michael Jackson did it first, so it's Michael Jackson's. I think on the odd time when Murray's on centre stage, then yes, you could call it Murray Mount, but it has always been and will always be Henman Hill, I think. You?
Yeah, Henman Hill to me, yeah. I grew up watching many of Tim's matches, and it was always Henman Hill to me.
Okay, so Serena Williams is serving 4-3 up in the second set. She has the break of serve. If Maria Sharapova is going to break, surely it has got to be right now. But as Anne was saying, there hasn't been a single opportunity for Maria Sharapova on the Serena Williams serve. She's been absolutely superb. We will stay with this match and give you the updates as and when Serena gets ever closer, we think, to taking this second set. Meanwhile, whilst these two are still fighting it out in what could be the latter stages of their semi-final, the first of our semis went to 3 sets. Muguruza, who arrived here as the number 20 seed in her very first semi-final, has made her very first Grand Slam final. Brilliant, brilliant day for Spanish tennis, for the women's game over there and throughout Europe. She was magnificent and thoroughly deserved it in the end against Agnieszka Radwanska. And we can hear what she had to say in her post-match press conference now.
What does it mean to you to be in the Wimbledon final?
Well, it means a lot. You work all your life to achieve Grand Slam final, so to be in this situation, so it's like a dream, you know, like a present after the hard work.
Gabinia, it should be mentioned that some time back you were having problems with your knees. Now you're in the finals of Wimbledon. And today, you got a text from Conchita. Would it be possible to tell us a little bit more about that particular text?
About that text?
Yes, please.
Well, we were laughing, you know, when the tournament started, because I was like, Conchita, I'm not sure about grass. It's like, come on, you can play good. So she's just telling me every day, every match, like, keep going, you're doing great, you know, just saying, giving me power.
Did she give you any tips about the finals?
Well, I didn't have the chance to take the mobile yet, but for sure she will write something to me.
Have you surprised yourself at how well you've played on grass here?
Yes, I'm surprised because my 2 tournaments before preparation, they were not so good. I didn't feel so good. So to be here in the final, it's like amazing.
Lady over there.
You're now officially on your longest run on grass. I think your last one was Den Bosch a couple of years ago.
Yes.
What's been the difference for you between 2 years ago and Wimbledon now?
Well, a lot of things. Now I'm more a player, a tennis player. in a lot of aspects, I grow so much mentally. I'm tougher now. Technically, I also improve a lot. I'm stronger now. In 2 years, you have a lot of time to improve a lot of things. And also, I learned how to play more in grass than before.
Speaking of mental toughness, the momentum seemed to shift quite significantly in the second set, but you pulled it back again. Could you maybe describe how you managed to sort of regain your composure there?
Well, I think I was 6-1, 3-1. And I was like, what? And I was playing really good. I was like, okay, wait. You're the only one that can lose this match. So, I just get really nervous. And I think Radwanska, she was waiting for this moment. She was like, okay, she's playing good. I'm going to wait to see if she can handle this situation. And she did good. She fought. And, she won the second set. But I was, okay, come on, be calm. You're playing against Agnieszka. Come on, it's going to be a tough match. And in the third, I could find a way, as in the first set, play more aggressive, lose the fear to win the match.
Now, the gentleman in the check shirt.
Did she change the tactics on you? Did she try and make you run more? What did you feel she was doing differently?
Well, I think I let her do more things because I went like one step behind. So, I had this on my stomach. So, when you let the other ones play, you're going to start to run. So I think that was it.
Last year, after your win against Serena in Paris, someone was asking you if you are more famous in Venezuela or in Spain, and you said, I'm not famous at all. The same question now.
I don't know. In Venezuela, I don't have how to know if people follow me because I never go there. So, and in Spain, well, step by step, there's a lot of big players in Spain, especially in the men's side. So it's hard to get through there,
How would you describe Serena Williams, and what would be the challenge for you if it is Serena in the final?
I think it's the best final you can play. To have Serena in a Wimbledon final is the hardest match you can have. If you want to win a Grand Slam, when you dream, you say, "Look, I want Serena in the final." Because she's like one of the best players in all these years. So it's obviously, I think, the best challenge to have.
What is it about her that makes her one of the best ever in your mind?
Well, because she has so many good things. She's stronger, good mentality, good shots, power, confident. A lot of things that make her a great player.
Where have your parents been watching from, and are you going to have to tell them to stay away now?
I think they're watching me, in the TV or in the computer. I'm not sure. But, they asked me 2 days ago, we want to come. I was like, no, don't change anything. I brush my teeth the same time. I wake up with the same leg. I'm like, I'm not changing anything. So I'm going to talk to them now, to see, we will come or not.
But they're in Barcelona?
Yes.
And are they going to come?
I will see now. We will discuss.
Gentleman in the middle. No? Lady at the back.
Could you tell us some things about yourself away from tennis that you like to do? For example, do you like football or cooking or just some stuff?
I like too much tennis. In sports, I don't know, not a big fan in so many other sports than tennis. But one of the things I like to do is to cook sweet things. with sugar, not with salt. And now that I'm here in Wimbledon in the house, you know, I'm like doing the dessert sometimes. I know it's not good for me, but it's, you know, how I like to spend the time.
And you're good,
Maybe
yeah?
at the back.
You talk a lot about your poker face, your need to keep a poker face.
Uh-huh.
How hard is it? How hard is that for you, and why do you feel the need to keep it kind of all kept in?
Well, I think you have to be calm all the time because the other one is playing against you. So she's looking at you, seeing how you feel, you know, trying to see if your weakness. So I think it's important to be strong, you know, to be calm, and especially because it's my first time here. You know, I'm not like, I don't have a lot of experience playing these kind of matches. So, you know, I just say to myself, be calm, and because this is what's gonna make you, you know, be good on the court. Don't be afraid.
Right at the back.
Garbinier, this is your first big run at Wimbledon, but you've had the big runs at the French Opens. How much have those taught you about yourself and how to handle the pressure and the media attention and coming through a Grand Slam into the later stages?
Obviously, in Roland Garros, it helps me a lot for this match, for the other match, because every time you go to the court to play these important matches, you feel, okay, I've been here before. I mean, I know what I have to do. I know how should I react or what I have to think before the match. You know, you learn things. So the most matches you play like this, then you're going to be like more, you know, I know what I have to do. So.
I mean, you're very calm in a great way into this situation. Deep down inside, though, what are you trying to find that is going to be, maybe because obviously a final is a whole different story. What are you going to try and dig deep in and try and find that maybe you haven't had before?
I don't know what.
Like emotionally, you know, what do you want to get out of yourself that you know this is going to be the stage of all time for you?
I'm like trying not to think too much, you know, like, okay, don't think I'm in the final. After, when on Sunday I'm going to be, but now I'm like, okay, one more match, don't think you're in the final, Wimbledon, nothing. So, you know, I'm like trying to be like silly, you know, like blocking all these ideas, yeah.
To celebrate 80 amazing years on centre court, Robinsons are bringing a taste of the championship to tennis fans, giving you the chance to win fantastic prizes like a VIP day at Wimbledon. 8 giant tennis balls have been hidden around Britain for the Great Robinsons Ball Hunt, each in a location proudly associated with Wimbledon history. Those who find them stand a chance of going home with a tennis gift to savour. Ball number 6 was buried on a beach in Bournemouth in recognition of a ladies' champion who started life there. By 1977, the Queen had reigned for 25 years and Virginia Wade had won 2 tennis majors, yet never the one she wanted. But all that was about to change with a Silver Jubilee year of double celebration.
77, what a year to savour. Amid celebrations of a Silver Jubilee, British flags were fluttering for a homegrown heroine. Virginia was back for another tilt at the title. Twice in the semis, never gone further, but Wonderful Wade was ready this time for an epic encounter in the last 4. Against defending champion Chrissy Evert, it was not to be easy, but buoyed by the crowd, Wade refused to give in. This was her moment to shine. One match to come and in front of the Queen. With the eyes of the world watching, she lost the first set to Holland's Betty Stove, but on centre that day, Wade showed her majesty.
She's done it, she's done it. A fairy story come true. And a scene such as I've never witnessed before at Wimbledon.
Over the last 80 years, Robinsons have been on court to share the memories, and this year you could be here too. Join the Great Robinsons Ball Hunt for your chance of a VIP day at Wimbledon. There is no finer place to be for tennis. Great archive of a great champion from 1977, and another wonderful Wimbledon winner from 2004 is fighting for her life here in this semi-final. Maria Sharapova has saved a match point against Serena Williams. She has forced the 20-time Grand Slam champion to come back out and serve for the match at 5-4 in the second set, having taken the first 6-2. It's in Williams' hands to win this one. Sharapova has produced some moments of class here. Great to save a match point, Anne, but this is going to be a mountain to climb on the Serena Williams serve.
Yeah, on the Serena Williams serve that she hasn't broken, hasn't even had a break point opportunity on Serena's serve in this match. Can't see it happening. I mean, she gave Serena Williams a match point in the previous game, courtesy of a double fault. Managed to dig herself out of trouble. She's been playing a lot of balls on the back foot. That's because Serena Williams has been striking with so much power and precision, really keeping Sharapova pinned back behind that baseline. But still, she's staying in the match. I don't think for too much longer, though, unfortunately.
Yes, Serena Williams has taken the first point of this service game, 15-love, so she's ever closer to yet another final, and she'd be up against Gabi Muguruza, who we were hearing from so eloquently in that press conference, who's probably already cooking up some cookies, as we were hearing that she loves to do in her spare time. 15-all, a double fault. So Williams is not impervious to the odd moment of nerves.
It was only her second double fault of the match. Meanwhile, Sharapova has hit 6 in this match. And aces, though, the ace count for Serena Williams stands currently at 11. And there, she's just hit her 12th, 30-15. There you go.
And that one was a mere 122 miles an hour. The sight of which, for us mere mortals, we wouldn't even notice it going past. Amazing.
Well, I could hit 115. I don't know about you. Maybe 64?
I think that's it. Maybe I could hit my age, 40. That might be any more, might be pushing
40
it.
wouldn't register on the speed gun. But Serena Williams just hit her 13th ace, and she has 2 match points at 40-15 right now.
Well, what an amazing story and what an amazing career it's already been from Serena Williams. She started today 2 matches away from the non-calendar slam, and now it's only 1 match away. Serena Williams, 6-2, 6-4. She marches into yet another Wimbledon final. Maria Sharapova cannot add to the 2 victories she's enjoyed over the greatest female player in history, both of those coming 11 years ago. And in fairness, Anne, it never even looked close to happening today. The Serena Williams serve was absolutely watertight. The crowd are standing. It wasn't as close as they would have liked, but everyone who is here in centre court, I think, is recognising that they're in the presence of a sporting great, male or female, regardless of the specific sport. Serena Williams' achievements already over 33 years have transcended barriers, and she's continuing to do so here again. Yet another Wimbledon final. She'll start as favourite.
Absolutely, yes. She will start as favourite. She looked in fine form there, just an hour and 18 minutes to sweep at Maria Sharapova to the side. But really, she never looked troubled. Her first serve percentage wasn't quite up there. She was slow to get that going, but when she did get it going, boy, she could barely lose a point. Very much dominant on serve, and she's played one of her quickest matches of the tournament there.
Yeah, certainly a much smoother passage against the 2004 Wimbledon champion than it was against Heather Watson, and you just saw a little fist pump there as she went behind the privacy of the hoardings there. Quite interesting. So still pumped up, still means something for her to get that win over Maria Sharapova. Now, here's a quick question for you. Of course, she's going to be overwhelming favourite against Gabi Muguruza. Will there be any part of her that, even for a second, thinks about the defeat she suffered at the hands of the Spaniard in the French last year?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think Serena Williams will underestimate Muguruza by any means, knowing that she's lost to her before. She will respect her opponent, but once she gets out there on the court, she needs to produce the kind of tennis she did today. And Muguruza, though, I just wonder whether nerves will get the better of her. Through to her first Grand Slam final, she looked incredibly relaxed and composed and super happy in her press conference. Whether she'll go out there, enjoy the the moment or whether it'll be too much, because we've seen it from other players in the past. Sabine Lisicki a few years ago against Bartoli, the occasion got the better of her. Everyone thought Sabine Lisicki had a chance, and she just froze in her first Grand Slam final. And the same could happen to Muguruza, although she's managed to hold it together in all her matches so far. I don't know. That's what I'm intrigued to see come Saturday.
Yes, it does affect different players differently. I mean, remember, Jana Novotná won the title in '98, but she had some nightmares in the final earlier on in the '90s before that. But hopefully it'll be great for the women's game in Spain, because I was talking when she was knocking up, I think it was court 11, I was watching her earlier on today, and I was talking to a couple of the Spanish journalists who were there, and I said, wow, is this back page news in Spain? Your first semi-finalist in 15 years in any slam, your first at Wimbledon since '97. And he was quite blunt and said no. He said it should be, and we're excited because we cover tennis and we follow the circuit, but unless it's Nadal and occasionally Ferrer, football is still king. But hopefully now, with that win, and not just the victory over Azarenka, the manner in which she did it was, Radwanska rather, the manner in which she did it was absolutely brilliant. So hopefully it will resonate in Spanish sport, and that more and more people will tune in and watch and realise that it's not all about Nadal and Ferrer in Spain as far as tennis is concerned.
No, right now, tennis in Spain, it's all about Carolina Muguruza, and she deserves really the credit for doing, for her achievements here this fortnight. And, you know, she's got a long future ahead of herself in the game. She's still 21 years of age, and we'll see a lot more of her for sure.
Yes, 12 years the junior of Serena Williams, but she will be hoping she can complete the non-calendar Grand Slam to hold all 4 majors at the same time. The last time that happened was, funnily enough, Serena Williams in the 02-03 season. But then the one she really, really wants is to complete the calendar slam at the US Open. One match to go for her. She's got to be in it to win it, and she is. It was pretty straightforward against Maria Sharapova, who's going to have to go back to the drawing board to come up with some way of replicating her win over Serena from 11 years ago. The American, the world #1, the holder of all other slams at the moment, will be the overwhelming favourite when she returns to familiar territory, a final on centre court on Saturday.
Thank you very much, Rob and Anne. Yes, it's quite extraordinary, isn't it? Her 17th victory in a row over Maria Sharapova, who's going to go up to #2 in the world, and Serena Williams into her 25th Grand Slam final. It is quite extraordinary, and it's just, it is unbelievable that she has had such an overwhelming record over the #2 player in the world, Matt, and just same straightforward win again today.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, the fact that Maria Sharapova also is the #2 player in the world, and she looked pretty comfortable there, Serena Williams winning that 6-2, 6-4. But I mean, I think the other ladies, I think it's important for them to keep trying, to keep working hard, because Serena Williams is not going to be there forever. She is turning 34 this year, and I mean, how long does she have? A couple of more years. So for Sharapova, she just has to be patient, and hopefully she can get a chance to beat this woman again. If she doesn't, then there's still majors out there for her to win when Serena is out of the game. But today, I mean, that aces and 13 aces, 2 double faults, that's a big difference compared to what Sharapova did with 2 aces and 6 double faults. And first serve, I think total serve returns, if you go down a few lines, 72% of the time Williams gets the return back in play, and Sharapova is less than 50. And that over time is going to make a big difference. Of course, second serve points won, Sharapova only 29. That's nearly to be expected against Williams. But total unforced errors, 13 for Sharapova and 9 winners. 29 total winners. Obviously, 13 of those 29 are aces, but it just goes to show that it was Serena Williams' match. She risked it more than Sharapova, and she dominated in all the different categories.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with those stats, isn't it? And it just seems as if she has totally unlocked the key to Maria Sharapova's game. She has a formula for beating her, and she applied that formula today, and it was one-way traffic.
Yeah, and really, Coco Vandeweghe did well in the semi-finals. I mean, in the quarterfinals against Maria Sharapova, because she tried to play a similar way that Serena does, which is take Maria Sharapova's first serve or second serve quite early, hit it back to Sharapova on her feet before she gets out of the way. So, but yeah, what does Sharapova do in this situation? I mean, a lot of people are going to say, and most probably her too, listen, I'm 2 in the world, I got 5 majors to my name, 2 French Opens, I need a couple more, I'm going to keep working, and knowing her work ethic and the competitive spirit that she is, she's not going to go anywhere. She's going to keep working hard. At least I hope so, because it'd be great to see her in the game for as long as Serena Williams is in the game these days. So Sharapova, really, she should have 5 or 6 more years.
She seems to have got better and better again since that match. We kept talking about it with Heather Watson, where she came within 2 points of defeat. It was definitely by far her most trickiest match here at Wimbledon. But sometimes a match like that can really strengthen the cause, can't it? And so many times we've seen Wimbledon champions have that one match during the course of the 7 that they have to win the championships, and it just takes their game to another level.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that now that we see how the other players fare against Serena Williams, I think you have to go back and say Heather Watson is the player right now in these championships that has been able to absorb the power that Serena has, absorb it, stay alive in the rallies, and then do something herself with that forehand cross-court that she's so good at, that I know you love, that brings her opponent out of the court. So in many ways, the more Heather Watson sees Serena Williams win, the better it is in many ways, because she's really the one that has seriously threatened Serena. Victoria Azarenka, I think, did a good job as well. That was a really high quality match. And again, it's so hard to say, but most probably Serena Williams plays her best match today in the semifinals, because she also knows that Sharapova is the biggest threat, and towards the end of the tournament she tends to play better and better and better.
Yes, she certainly has. Well, it's going to be an absolutely fabulous final. We now know what it is. It's going to be Garbine Muguruza at just 21 years of age, and the first time she's ever been in a Grand Slam final, taking on the world #1 Serena Williams. Well, there's still plenty more going on here at the grounds at SW19. There's lots of junior matches, lots of doubles going on, lots of legends out there as well. So let's go and catch up with Rachel.
So look what we have here. Yes, some strawberries, because Wimbledon is almost as famous for its strawberries that it's tennis. I'm joined by Jonathan Parker, who is head of catering here at Wimbledon, who must know all about these strawberries. So Jonathan, firstly, why are strawberries so popular here?
Well, they are, because they're the quintessential thing that everyone should have when they come to Wimbledon. But it all started years and years and years ago, when people used to play tennis on the lawns here, and then they'd take afternoon tea, and obviously afternoon tea, an integral part of that was strawberries and cream. So, and it's just become more and more and more of the, if you like, the iconic thing that you should always have when you come to Wimbledon.
And everyone talks, or they tweet about it and everything, and I guess people want to know, are they British strawberries?
They are actually fully British. They're English, they're from Kent. We have one farm, Hewlow Farm, and they actually stage their crop for our 2 weeks of Wimbledon. So, and the strawberries this year, everyone's telling me, are even better than ever. But they tell me that every year. But they are a really good crop this year.
And has it always been the same farm? Because I know with strawberries, I picked them actually in Norfolk, where I'm from. Sometimes I think it's every 5 years they have to kind of take that crop out and put a new crop in.
Yeah, so I mean, they're literally, the last 30 years, they've come from the same farm. And actually, they've never had to sort of say, look, we haven't quite managed to bring the fruit on at the right time. But they are part of a cooperative if that ever happened. But they've never had to ask their friends in the local Kent area to help them out. So they've always managed to come up trumps with great strawberries.
Well, they look amazing. But I want to know, obviously, you've got 2 weeks of the championships here. You can't pick them all at the beginning of the championships. So how does that process work of getting them from the field to the tables, making them look so beautiful?
So the farm to the spoon. So they pick them about 4:30 in the morning. From 4:30 in the morning, package them, and then they're with us by 10 a.m. every morning.
10 a.m. ready for people to consume. And what happens then if you have any leftover strawberries in the afternoon? What happens to them?
It's rare, but they will keep for the next day. So we'll use them for, generally we have quite a lot of people who have breakfast here, and they like fruit salad, so we'll use those first thing in the morning. But yeah, they will last a couple of days.
And is every portion exactly the same? Do you count how many strawberries are in each portion? They do look quite even now.
Yeah, no, so they're graded in size, so we have a Wimbledon size that we like the strawberry guys to keep to, and then we always have 10 per portion.
What is the perfect size? You know, do you actually have to measure them?
Yeah, so they grade them, but I can't, I've got cream on there. But you're gonna ask me for the size in millimetres, and I've forgotten.
Don't you worry about that.
See, they're all pretty much the same.
And the cream, is that locally sourced as well?
From Devon, so Devon double cream.
Devon double cream. And I mean, obviously the strawberries here look delicious. So should we have a try? I mean, do you get to consume quite a lot throughout the championships as well?
I do. I have to have them every morning when the delivery comes in.
You have to? Is that because you have to try them and make sure?
The team in stores always want the head chef and myself to try the strawberries every day just to check that we're happy, and they're always amazing. So I actually prefer raspberries to strawberries. But
me too. But and also, I think everyone wants to know how many do you actually sell during a championship, during the fortnight?
Well, we'll get near actually this year to about 30 tons over the fortnight. So on a busy day last week, we were selling about 20,000 portions a day. It's a slightly quieter day today, so we're probably about 12 to 15,000 portions today.
And as head of catering then, what else is your biggest seller alongside strawberries here at Wimbledon?
So with the hot weather, it's obviously been cold beverages, so water, alcoholic beverages, so champagne, Pimm's, beer, and then ice cream. So we've had a monster year on selling ice cream. So then we had a slightly cooler day, and then suddenly all the hot food items. So we have the sausage grill, fish and chips. We've got a Mexican burrito stand this year. All those things that were flying yesterday because it was slightly cooler.
And I want to ask you, what do you think the perfect accompaniment to strawberries and cream is here at Wimbledon?
Rosé champagne, really. All the ladies love a nice glass of rosé champagne.
Perfect. Well, I don't think I can not eat any strawberries anymore, so I think I'm going to have a try and maybe even go and get a glass of pink champagne as well to go with it. Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Oh, that sounds very nice. You can send some up here to the studio as well. Okay, well, we're on centre court here, and this is a terrific men's doubles that's about to take place between Jamie Murray and John Peers. Of course, we had them in our studio not so long ago in the semi-finals, taking on Jonathan Ehrlich and Philip Petchner. And Jamie Murray have had a terrific run through the draw here, Matt, beating last year's champions Vasek Pospisil and Jack Sock in the third round, and then of course they took out Peyer and Suarez in the previous round as well. And of course they are going to have a lot of support in this match today.
Yes, they are, and actually right behind us here, and you can see that they're still queuing up for the resale of tickets to go onto the centre court. So I think people on Henman Hill are going to realize that, hold on a second, we can get onto the centre court and watch and support another Murray brother. So hopefully they do, because it'd be great to see that the centre court will fill up just a little bit. Philip Petchner there on your right, obviously has won Wimbledon before with Jürgen Melzer. I believe they won here, and has done very well with Jürgen Melzer over the years, but now is playing with Jonathan Ehrlich of Israel, and that's a very, very good team. I would say they're the slight favourites maybe going into this. I would think so. Petchner is extremely good at doubles, really good hands, very natural tennis player. Should have done better in singles, but injuries have sort of halted his career a little bit, but it's nice to see him back in business. And Jonathan Ehrlich, I haven't seen him around for a while. Used to play with Andy Ram, of course, both Israelis, but now is teaming up with Philip Petchner. But yeah, what a great time. I mean, I did play one Wimbledon semi-finals in doubles.
I do, I remember that.
And that was so much fun because it's...
Was that with Nystrom?
That was with Joachim Nystrom, and we just somehow way less pressure. Well, it's half the pressure because you have somebody to talk to in the changeovers, and it's just so much fun the whole way through. And especially Jamie Murray and John Peers, they said that themselves when they came to our studio, how nice it is for them to play best out of 5 sets. And it's not receiver's choice, and there's no champion's tiebreaker. They can play it out just like the singles guys do. And really, the best team wins in a 3 out of 5 set match in doubles.
Yeah, and Jamie Murray has won the Wimbledon mixed doubles title with Jelena Jankovic many years ago, but this is the first time he's ever been in the men's doubles semi-finals. And Petchner, Mats, I seem to remember he took Nadal, was it to 4 or 5 sets out of centre court a few years back?
Yes, he did, and that's that's the match I'm looking back at and sort of wonder, too bad, what a shame we didn't get to see more of him, because again, he's so talented and he's really fun to watch. So if you have a chance, you should tune into this doubles as soon as you can.
Yeah, and you've always pointed out, Matt, every time we've had a doubles pairing here in the studio with us, how what a lethal combination it is to have a lefty with a righty. And of course, Jamie Murray being a left-hander, it's a very effective combination.
Yes, it is. I mean, it obviously has more to do with the fact that you are returning two different kinds of serves. So it's very hard to break serve. But also in the points in play, I mean, obviously Jamie Murray plays in the deuce court, so Murray and Pierce, they have the forehand down the middle. We know Mike and Bob Bryan, they didn't start out like that, but they are playing like that these days. And that means I don't like that because I think forehand is better out wide at the baseline. But then when you come to the net, it's easier to cross.
Well, there's a look at, I think that's Judy Murray there, hiding under that cap
yes,
in the shadows, and she's sitting next door to Louis Kaye, who has been employed over the years by the LTA as a doubles specialist coach, and has actually helped a little bit of Joe Conter, the British #2 as well. Incidentally, Joe Conter beat Garbine Muguruza at Eastbourne. So I wonder what she's thinking about the fact that Garbine Muguruza has gone on to reach her first Grand Slam final. Okay, well there you can see a lovely shot through the roof of centre court. That roof was across the court yesterday. We had some bad weather. It was very showery and rainy, but look at that sky. Absolutely beautiful blue skies, not a cloud in the sky today, so it's absolutely stunning. So if you'd like to continue watching that men's doubles, you can do so via the BBC or ESPN. But for now, we're going to welcome Craig O'Shaughnessy back into the studio. You're going to analyse that second semi-final between Serena Williams. So let's just take a look at, well, to give us the facts of what you found out.
Yes, well, Serena gets through, and really the discussion of the match starts and stops with the serve and return game. So in the opening game of the match, Maria serves, gets to 30-all, serves a double fault, and then it gets back to deuce, and then 2 more double faults. So starting with 3 double faults in an opening service game is a very difficult way to kick something off, especially here in a Wimbledon semi-final. By comparison, in the last service game, Serena hit a double fault, but she surrounded that with 3 aces and a service win. It was basically an ace as well. So there was a massive difference in that. The double fault count for Maria was only 6, but they came at really tough times. The other one was at 2-all in the second set to lose that and to lose serve there, and then at 3-5 she served another one at deuce to gift a match point. So it wasn't a high count, but very, very tough times there.
Well, Serena Williams there, so quick up to the ball, Matt. When you watch her around the court, the footwork is phenomenal, but she doesn't hesitate, does she, to get up to that short ball?
No, she's so confident too when she gets up there. And really, I mean, she's such a complete player. She's just chosen to play the way she plays, but she could do a lot more things on the court. She could, she's got soft hands. She could potentially slice a backhand. I've seen her warm up hitting one-handed backhands in the last couple of years. So again, but it's just a choice that some players, they choose to play a certain way because they have the biggest chance to win. But it's unfortunate with the serve, I think, with Sharapova, because you think a lot of people are going to say, well, they're professionals. Can't you get the serve in order? But it's more nerves, I think, because when you double fault 3 times in the first game and then only 3 more times in the whole match, that means it's more mental, I think, than technical for Maria Sharapova.
Yeah, I agree. Maria only won 6 points for the entire match, 3 in each set, on her own second serve. So that was a real battle there. And then she only won 4 points against Serena's first serve, 2 in each set. So those 2 battlegrounds really dictate who wins. And it was a very tough day at the office for Maria in those areas.
Yeah, let's take a look at the second set then, because it did get a little bit better for Maria Sharapova, didn't it?
Yes, it did. It did. She did come back in the second set. Serena's serve patterns were mainly down the middle. She served 60% of all serves for the entire match down the middle, 27% went wide, and 13% at the body. So basically, she didn't really care whether it was to a forehand or backhand. 52% went to the Sharapova backhand, 48% to the forehand. But, you know, always on attack, always looking to to take that ball early and force the error from Sharapova.
Yeah, and I think when you have somebody serving down the middle more, down the tee than wide, it just sort of means, well, I'm not that worried. I'm going to overpower you. I'm not going to give you any angles. I'm just going to go sort of pretty much down the middle. I know I'm better than you. I know I'm hitting the ball harder than you. And if it should go wide, Serena Williams moves much better than Maria Sharapova. She's stronger in the defensive position. So tactically, it's one of those matches where Serena Williams, in my book, she's spot on again.
Yeah, well, she just was dictating so much of the play out there, and of course that's what Maria Sharapova likes to do, isn't it, Craig? She likes to take charge of the point first up, but wasn't allowed to do that today.
Yeah. Well, we just saw the backhand return there of Serena Williams. She put 85% of her backhand returns back in play. Maria, only 44%.
Yeah, well, that was the shot that sealed the victory, and was made to serve out the match because, of course, she had the match point in that 5-3 game, but was made to play out the final game. But I think that's what even more impressive about her, Mats, is the fact that she came out, banged down an ace on the very first point of that service game. So no sign of any nerves at all. I mean, just such a clear, strong mind out there.
Yeah, and the right serve, she starts out with an ace wide.
Mm.
Yeah, and you would think she's gone, like Craig said over here, she went down the tee most of the time, but suddenly, for some whatever reason, she goes with her most secure serve, the one that Sharapova should maybe have predicted, but how could you when she goes down the tee more often than wide? So just playing the whole poker hand here, Serena.
Yeah. It was a good match. I mean, I don't think Serena was at the level she was in the Australian Open final. I saw a little bit of looseness, but at the same time, it was dominating by the score and certainly taking the racket out of Maria's hands and not letting her really dictate to her. It was more just looseness on Serena's side that hurt more than anything. But, you know, through to another Wimbledon final, you can't complain.
Yeah, how crushing a defeat is this for Maria Sharapova? That's her 17th one in a row. I mean, clearly sort of getting more and more inhibited out there up against. I mean, she's got one of the strongest mentalities out there. She's such a great fighter, but spirit, or I would say the candle, must be flickering quite low at the moment with her belief against Serena Williams.
Definitely. I think that the good thing for Maria Sharapova is that she's number 2 in the world now. The bad thing is, the next time they play is going to be in another finals. And it might not be in a Grand Slam, it might be on tour, but it is going to be the finals, and that's bad. It'd be much easier for Sharapova to turn this around, let's say in the quarterfinals, maybe a semifinals, in a smaller tournament, maybe throughout the hardcourt season in America, maybe in Cincinnati, the Canadian Open. Cincinnati, Serena lost, I believe, last year, and she didn't lose any other match the whole summer. She won the US Open. Now, all eyes are going to be on them because they are going to be the last match in the tournament, another finals, and everybody's going to start talking about it again. There's nowhere to hide for Sharapova, so in many ways it's great to be number 2 in the world, but it's not going to help her in this situation, that's for sure.
Yeah, I completely agree. You would think losing so many times in a row that there could be an element of, okay, I've got nothing to lose anymore, I'm just going to go for it. But it doesn't seem to be going down that pathway. It seems to actually be going the other way, is that Serena kind of owns Maria, and especially today, is dominating more and more.
No, that's the problem. I don't know what she can do. I mean, we know it's easy. You have to work on your serve. You got to improve your second serve. But you can't practice against Serena. If you could practice against somebody that plays like her, you could do that. But you just don't have that situation because there's going to be 10,000 people, and yeah, it's unfortunate. But again, keep trying, because at some point, surely Serena Williams is not going to be the best player in the world, and you can again beat her. Whether it's in 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years, it's going to turn around at some point for Maria.
Yeah, I mean, the trouble is, I guess, with Serena being at 33 years of age, and yet her tennis seems to be getting better and better and better. She's added little bits of layers to it as well. The forehand is improved, isn't it? I mean, it's quite unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah, it is unstoppable. She's really getting better and better. And when you have that serve, you can rely on it so much. We saw it with Ivo Karlovic, whether that's a good comparison or not, but he's 36 years old. He's playing the best tennis of his life. So Roger Federer, 33, based on his serve these days. So the serve is such a huge weapon on the women's side.
It certainly is. Thank you very much for that, Craig. Fantastic as always. Okay, we're going to head out for some more live tennis now. Over on court 1, it's Goran Ivanisevic. He coached Marin Cilic and Ivan Ljubicic, who of course has been helping Milos Raonic, up against Justin Gimelstob and Roscoe Hutchins from Great Britain. Currently at 3-2 to Ivanisevic and Ljubicic. We're going to stop here for some live action with John Inverdale and Peter Fleming.
Actually, Justin Gimelstob's last year playing at Wimbledon was only 8 years ago. He got to last 32. Of the doubles. And in fact, he was a quarter-finalist here a couple of times. 2004 and in 1998.
In the doubles?
In the doubles, yeah. And the last 16 on several occasions, actually, in the doubles at the US Open. Third round of Wimbledon in the singles 3 or 4 times. Something has tickled. Justin Gimelstob said, "Did you go out last night?" Goran said, "Not that I remember."
He's back.
That was a great return from Justin Gimelstob there, actually. From a not inconsiderable serve out wide from Goran. Lovely touch again. I think you should probably never underestimate as well the importance of the depth of Goran's voice to the image of Brand Ivanisevic.
Game, this bit, new balls, please.
He has a very deep voice.
Many of the Croatians do, in fact. Remember Mario Ancic? He had a baritone.
I always thought he could have remade some of those Barry White records, you know, 20 years on. And there he is. Still very youthful. At 43? No way. Some mistake, surely.
Okay, so Ivanisevic and Ljubicic are leading by 4 games to 3, but it's on server out there on court number 1. Well, there's a lovely shot overlooking all the courts here at Wimbledon. There's centre court in the background with the roof, the lake in the background. It's been an absolutely beautiful day, perfect weather conditions and hardly any breeze at all. It was extremely windy the last couple of days, but it's been perfect playing conditions here today. So it's time now to get some more social media with Catherine. What's been going on out there and what have people been saying and tweeting about?
Well, of course, huge response to Serena's defeat of Maria Sharapova and the manner in which
she completed that victory over Maria Sharapova. Chris Evert has been saying during her commentary for ESPN that she was actually feeling sorry for Maria Sharapova during that match, and I think it seems like that's a sentiment actually that's echoed quite widely across the world of social media. She's expected in press shortly. I don't know whether we'll have time to bring you some quotes from that, but if we do, I will certainly do that. So yeah, huge amount of praise for Serena Williams, but equally, I mean, what is there to say about Maria Sharapova? Yes, there's the analysis of her game. We've had plenty of that from Craig. This is doing the rounds a fair bit. Serena Williams is in first place in the rankings, as she has been for a long time. Maria Sharapova, of course, despite losing today, is nailed on to move up to number 2 come Monday. But look at that gap in the number of points. The gap between the number 1 in the more and the number 2 is 6,000 points. She has just about double the points of Maria Sharapova. And I guess that points to two things. It points to the utter dominance, the utter brilliance of Serena Williams, and that shouldn't be detracted from. But it also points to the lack of competition, I suppose, that she has out there. And that's probably been the case for quite some time, actually. So it'd be interesting to see if Garbine Muguruza can give her a run for her money on Saturday. Lots of praise out there still for Garbine Muguruza, and of course quite rightly so. And I love the fact that in that press conference that we watched earlier, and this has been picked up on a lot, and it was of course before that Serena match had come to a conclusion, she went out there and she said, I want to play Serena in the final. She said, when you dream of reaching your first Grand Slam final, you dream of playing the best in the world. And she said she wanted the challenge of playing Serena, and I love that. That's going to be it definitely points to her not being cowed, not being afraid, and I think hopefully that suggests that at the very least we will have a good match on Saturday, and for us people watching, that's the most important thing.
It was a very mature statement, wasn't it?
Very mature, and there's just so much affection for her out there. I think she's fantastic for the sport. Everybody's, as we saw a little bit in the press conference there, everybody's trying to get to know her a little bit, aren't they? Because yes, we know a few of the things she's done on the court, but she's a bit of an unknown, certainly here in the UK.
But she's refreshingly natural, though, isn't it? We've been talking about that, Matt. She doesn't sort of barrier herself. She's very honest in her answers. She's always smiling, but there's nothing fake about her at all. She's very popular.
Yeah, no, she is, and I mean, you can do that, but you also have to back it up with good tennis and good behaviour on the court, positive body language, and she has really, really positive body language. One of the best, actually. So I think that we're in for a treat in the finals. I can't wait to see this finals.
Yeah, she made an interesting statement, didn't she, Catherine, in the press conference about how she actually used a poker face because she's very aware of what's going on down the other end and she doesn't want to let anybody in on what her emotions are. But again, a very mature statement.
I think the reason she was asked about that is because she is so natural and bubbly and sweet and relaxed. It's sort of almost the question was pointing to the fact that it doesn't come naturally to her to be poker-faced and to be stern, whereas to someone like Maria Sharapova, you feel like even in her sleep she's probably pulling that scowl and intimidating everybody around her. But with Garbine Muguruza, she's a very unintimidating presence off the court, and yet she has to find this intimidating on-court presence. So that was a very interesting thing that they picked up on. There is one last thing that I absolutely must tell you about, because I've been wanting to bring you news of this all day. Well, Matt's concentrated so hard in our studio earlier that he broke his glasses. He broke his reading glasses. And so we saw an opportunity to raise a bit of money for charity, because Matt has signed those glasses and we've popped them on eBay. Signed Mats Wilander glasses. Currently 8 bids, £5.50. All proceeds go to charity. We'll even waive the £2.80 postage and packing costs.
It's not my idea. It was not my idea, but it was a great idea. Yes.
I might have to bid for them myself. Which ones? What are these like?
No, they're
the replacements, Annabelle. Whatever you do, don't break those, because then we'll be down a presenter.
For me, I might bid for them. So they might be a bit strong for me.
Yes, I should point out before you do your bidding, if you're just looking for a pair of functioning reading glasses, these are not the ones for you because they are broken. But if you're looking for a bona fide piece of Wimbledon memorabilia, these are the things for you. So get bidding. The title of them on eBay, other auction sites are available. It's Broken Glasses Belonging to Mats Wilander, and of course there is a photo there to prove their authenticity. Oh, Annabelle's got the real things.
We've got them right here. So here they are. I better put them on. Yeah. Okay, there we are. They're very nice. I can't see anything. In fact, you might be more blind if you wear these, but...
All the hard-hitting news here on Live at Wimbledon.
They're very nice, actually.
They're very nice.
There you go. Get your piece of Wimbledon memorabilia. All proceeds to charity. None of the proceeds go to Mats Wilander. I have to point that out.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much for that, Catherine.
Thank you.
Well, good laugh. OK, right, we're going to head out and about once again and catch up with Cara, who's on the roof.
Yes, thank you. I've been joined by Mike Bryan and Bethany Mattek-Sands following their straight sets win to make it through to the semi-finals of the mixed doubles. Reigning French Open mixed doubles champions. You guys must be pretty pleased with your progress so far here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, definitely. We've been having a lot of fun. I mean, we got down in the first set earlier today, but fought back, got our energy up, and playing good, having fun.
Yeah. Mike, you're obviously an established doubles player. Sad to see you guys out of the men's. We'll touch on that in a minute. But what is it that makes someone such a good doubles partner, and how is mixed different to playing in the men's?
It's chemistry. It comes down to loving your partner. And you know, she said we have a great time out there. We have great energy. It's really fun to play with her. We go way back. I've stayed at her place in Phoenix. We've trained together. And it's great to see her do so well in singles, doubles, and mixed. She's an all-star. And it really comes down to the female player in mix, and she's carrying me. Yeah. It's been fun.
I was going to say, guys, is there something I should know here? I don't think there is, though. It is purely platonic friendship, of course. But you're through to play, exactly. They are both married to other people. You're through to play Martina Hingis and Leander Paes, who, of course, won the Australian Open mixed doubles. You'll be facing them in the semi-finals. How tough are they as competitors?
Really tough. I mean, they've both got great hands, great court sense, great angles. They cover the court well. It'll be a tough match, but you know, I've played both of them separately. Obviously, I've played Martina in women's doubles and Leander a long time ago in mixed. But we're going to have to bring our A game out.
And Mike, I know you're a bit competitive with your brother about the number of mixed doubles Grand Slam titles you've got. He's a bit ahead of you, isn't he? Yeah. How good would it be to get another one up on him again at Wimbledon?
Yeah, he's got 7. I got 4. He's actually really jealous. He wrote me a text. He's like, go out there and make some chump change, or like, I don't know. He's trying to belittle it. But it's pretty funny. We used to share our money, and he won all his mixed doubles when we were sharing it, so I was taking half. Now that we're married, I'm keeping it all myself, so that's just a little dig. Yeah, it'd be nice to get one more on the board here, especially at Wimbledon. Playing on center court here in the finals would be a big thrill. So we're hoping to go 2 steps further.
And we're not used to seeing you guys crash out in the men's doubles. How much of a shock was that to you yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a shock. It's a great team, Bupan and Mergea. Mergea's actually clipped us 3 times this year. It just comes down to a few points here and there, and we had some chances, didn't take them. And they just went out 13-11 so in the 5th. So the margins are really fine in doubles, and if you're not bringing it 100% of your game, you're going to go out. It's too tough these days.
And you've now got Bethany beside you, who is far better looking than your brother, so we're much happier with this situation. Bethany, I've got to talk to you about your style. You've got a very unique style on court. I want to know about the socks. Why the long socks?
There's actually a reason for it. I wear compression socks. I actually have a little circulation issue with my lower legs. My feet get tired, so actually there is a reason for wearing them. I mean, I think they look cool too, but yeah, Wimbledon's tough though with the all white. I mean, it cramps the style a little bit. It's tough to be creative, but I do my best.
Okay, and just lastly, the Bryan brothers are obviously famous for the chest pump. It's not very susceptible to females. I hear there's a hip pump female version that I know a couple of ladies do. Anything you guys do instead?
She actually went for it today, and I was like, I don't know how that's going to feel. We got to maybe bring it in for the stomach bump. We got to come in for the belly bump. Yeah, if we win this, there's going to be something crazy. Just watch for it. Okay. We're going to plan it out. It's going to be like a little acrobatic thing. Right. But let's keep it safe. Let's keep it clean for the audience.
Bethany, I need your reaction to that. I mean, were you going for the chest pump?
I kind of did. I thought you were going for it. So I was like, yeah, I mean, I'll try my best. Right. But we did a French Open. We did it.
Yeah, yeah.
It was the belly bump, but yeah. Well, I mean, apparently we're going to plan something now.
You guys are going to do. You got to win it. You got to get to the final. But what a great pairing! Thank you so much. Such fun to talk to. A belly pump coming up between these two. You never know if they win. Back to you guys.
Oh, that is absolutely fantastic. Well, if anyone can do it, it's definitely... Oh, there it is. Bethany Mattek-Sands and Mike Bryan. What a fantastic pairing they are, and what a lot of fun. Of course, they've got Leander Paes and Martina Hingis in the semi-finals, and there'll be a lot of people who'll be interested to see that one. OK, well, it's time for Plays of the Day, so let's take a look at what we have in store for you today. Three excellent points there, but Mats, which one are you going for?
Well, I thought the first one was good because we're not going to see Agnieszka Radwanska more in these championships, and she is a great defender, and somehow she came back in this match in a very impressive style. This was at 4-3 for Radwanska in the second set, and she has break point 30-40, so it's a huge point on the scoreboard, and that forehand there, I think that's what does it. And now she takes care of it, she plays very careful tennis, and then of course she puts away the overhead. So I thought that was a very important point. Unfortunately, the last point we see her play in the championships.
Well, a good choice there. Well, absolutely. It's been a fantastic day. Thank you very much once again, Mats. Well, we've had the semi-finals completed in the women's. Of course, it is the men's singles semi-finals tomorrow between Andy Murray and Roger Federer. And, of course, Richard Gasquet will be taking on the world #1, Novak Djokovic. Well, that's all we've got time for today. We hope you've enjoyed it, and we certainly look forward to your coverage, your company tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye for now.